Nox has landed. Our eyes everywhere. Sir?
Alright, let's catch a trace.
What? Engines engaged.
Righto. You got it! Yeah. Making a play!
Let's do this. Hustle 103rd.
Okay. Alright.
What? Armor detail on duty.
Righto. Turning the hunt.
Orders? We've got movement! Op 4 moving.
Yeah. Bumping! Yo, they strapped! That's some chop!
Cowering, are we?
Eyes on.
Oi.
Orders?
What? They gower like dogs.
Let's get him some help. Okay. We gotta stop the bleeding.
Let's get them some help! Eyes open. Moving to waypoint. They're suppressed.
Heads down. On track. All right, no more trick shots.
Always ready. Go into cover.
Oi.
Sir?
Hell of a shot. Bullets for trinkets. Righto. Men of Steel!
Okay, okay. I can kill from anywhere.
If it can hop, drop it! I'm bushwhacked!
Eyes open.
What?
They really hate us! Down! Down! Wait! They're not dead! Trinkets!
Found in the cover! Let's do this. 103rd heading to cover.
Got me pie-plated!
Sir?
Get him, you mad Sheila! You came a long way to die! Got me pie-plated!
What?
Fuck you, gate rippers!
Let's do this. Catching a corner. Enemy movement!
Oi!
Orders?
Righto. They're on my ass, Major! Why so hostile? Okay. Can't thread that needle. Great grouping! Don't freak out!
Always ready. Found it! Orders? Nice shot!
Righto.
Sir? Proceeding to cover! Hostile eliminated!
What?
Run! Run for our lives! Oi! About time, man! Righto.
Sir?
Okay. You got it.
What?
Sir? Hey, yes, that worked.
Coordinates loaded and spec'd. Hardware ready to operate at maximum kill potential.
Righto.
Sir?
Okay.
What?
Nothing. Yet. Like a snake.
What? Acknowledged.
All right.
Let's do this. Eyes and ears.
Righto.
What? Are there Gupta there?
Alright, guys, let's catch a trace.
Eyes open. Moving to waypoint.
Oi.
These motherfuckers.
Nothing. Yet.
Always ready.
Nothing. Yet.
Eyes open. Moving to cover. Movement.
Ah! Fuck! Let's catch a trace.
What? I can kill from anywhere.
We should go hunting sometime. Okay.
Aye. Slam the cup.
Righto. On track.
Always ready.
Hey! Not cool! Not fair! Ah, they're shooting!
Yes, I like how you work.
Sir?
Atta girl.
Eyes open.
Clear!
Taking defense. They all about it. Let it go!
Hostiles!
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Not having a good time!
Sir?
Good shit!
Go into cover! movement!
Are we still in this?
Othor, moving! What?
Trinketing ain't easy.
Put down every dog!
Righto. Seeking a stand.
Let him make it.
The hut isn't for everyone.
Let's do this. Clear! Yes! I like how you work. I appreciate it. Orders? Hostiles advancing! Hostiles!
Oi.
Want. Sir? Receiving the cover!
What? Acknowledged.
Bump into cover.
Righto.
Sir? Let's do this.
What?
Oi.
What?
On it.
Orders? Always ready.
Righto.
What? Are there Kuta there?
Sir? Orders? Oscar Mike. Always ready.
Fuck me, that was a cunt of a job.
another PT test fast.
With training and discipline, I am always ready to fight.
Nothing yet.
Seeking cover!
What?
Staying alert.
What?
Oh, this is gonna be a show.
Let's do this.
Eyes on!
Orders?
I'll pick up your slack.
Keep them landing.
armor detail on duty.
Aye.
Always ready. Shot deflected.
Oi! Turning the hat!
Orders? Hoorah, Marine!
Hustle 103rd.
What did we ever do to you?
Everybody misses now and again.
What's your problem? What is a trinket worth? Really? All right. They're gutless.
Always ready. Shot deflected! Shot deflected!
Those breakfast pancakes were a mistake. Righto. Only I was in my ship. Other bodies for trinkets.
They're scattering.
Hostiles fleeing the engagement!
I don't deserve this.
What?
levelly sucks! That's what I'm fucking talking about!
Moving to cover.
Someone else look! Look at all the blood! Don't worry, we're coming!
What?
Someone else look! Keep it tight! I want years! On it!
Let's do this. Moving to waypoint.
Oh man! Oh god! Should I call the shots from now on? Easy girl. Getting you home.
I didn't punch through.
Let's do this. Ricocheted.
I'm bushwhacked! Breaking trail! Hey! We gotta look after our mates! Oh no!
Fear me.
Let's do this. Deflected. Negative contact.
Breaking trail! Winged him!
We have to get the heat off them.
What?
Aye. Making a play. I got him some bread!
Let's do this. Negative contact! Enemy is suppressed.
Oi!
more for me.
Stay there! Why so hostile?
Engines engaged.
I'm going back to my ship!
Hell of a shot!
Let's do this.
You want some other bullshit?
Righto. Oi. Okay.
Orders?
Oi.
What?
Bump it!
Major.
Yep. Long time no see, Marines. All about the valor, right, Major?
Dude, iconic. Holy crap, man.
Orders?
Oh, I've been muted this whole freaking time. That's crazy.
Okay.
Hilarious. Oh my god. I didn't even notice. I was so sucked into Menace that I wasn't paying attention to my my audio settings even. I had no idea that I was muted the entire time I was playing that game. I was talking my ass off too. Well, anyways, we're here for our first round of the tournament. We've got some live action before we get to the replays. I'm just be moving through them nice and quick. So, welcome everyone. We've got Counts versus Wood Elves. This is actually a little tough for Wood Elves. They can't do quite as many of their usual strategies with lots of missiles, because Counts are really good at shutting down missile pressure with summons. Wood Elves do have some pretty good options, though, for punishing Counts. Flyers. Wood Elves have spells like Doombolt that can be pretty good at hammering down big single entities. You've also got some slows that you can throw out. Hawkeyes or Drakira, I find, are pretty effective against Counts because Smoke Bomb is really good. If there's a flyer being a little bit overzealous, you can kind of run those guys under them, pop Smoke Bomb on them, and then just jet out of there while you just lay waste to them, and they're slowed. Can be a little hard to pull off, though. It's really just a defensive option for the Hawkeyes. I mean, you've got Wild Hunters of Kurnus who are really good in this matchup. You've got... I actually think that your melee infantry are really strong here. Like the... God, what are they called? Yeah, the War Dancers. The War Dancers, I think, are sneaky effective against the Vampire Counts. I don't think that's Caleb's build for the Counts. It's possible, but unlikely. We'll see what it is. So, welcome in, guys. For those of y'all who have just been hanging out watching me play Menace, super fun to be able to show that off. I wish y'all had been able to hear me. I just feel like a fool for having myself muted for so long. But, I had some pretty good missions. The last one that I had going was an absolute catastrophe, just about. We managed to salvage it towards the end. Got out without too much terrible damage on our troops. And, now we're ready for some Warhammer action. So for that, like, first hour and a half plus of the stream, that game that I was playing, Menace, I'll be playing a lot more of that on stream. I'm just been waiting for it to release. I played a lot of the demo. I showed it off in a stream a while back, just playing a little bit of it. And the demo itself was pretty limited, but exciting as hell. And the early access release has added a lot of really cool new stuff in, and has been a real blast because the overworld map and the factions look really interesting. I've fought some of the new enemies as well, which is fun. Really excited to get into the meat and potatoes of that game. And maybe do some standalone videos talking about the good strategies in it. It's going to be a priority for me for a little while. I'll still be doing Warhammer stuff, though. The Warhammer content, you know, I just don't want to play too much of this game, or I'll just get tired out of it. I can't stay focused on just one game at a time. You know? When I get off work, I really like to be able to jump in and out of matches of something, so Menace is going to be a little bit easier for that. But I'll have time to do some tournaments, as always. We'll be doing the Saturdays, at the very, very least, for Warhammer stuff. It'll just be a little bit of something different on a more regular occasion. So 31 people actually checked in. We've got our guys here who are surely going to be kicking it off in a few moments, and we'll have our tournament well underway. So this is Diabolicus. I don't think I've seen them play before. So it'll be really curious to see what they're able to get done. Against one of our better players in the last few new player tournaments. Caleb has been right on the cusp of taking a couple of these tournaments. He's had some unfortunate late bracket losses. I think he also lost a really close semis game. Ended up just outside of it. This is really cool. We got a Durthu pick. Oh my god. I actually think this is the right call. Durthu is amazing at clearing out numbers. He has excellent abilities and staying power. On top of nullifying magic attacks, which is really important against the White Kings. White Kings do have magic damage. Normally they'd be able to poke around Durthu's Fizz Res, but as long as he's above 50% HP, he's going to be able to nullify any of that extra damage that they might do, and they don't have good AP values. So they're going to have a really hard time fighting him. He might actually be able to just beat both of them. Normally a 2v2 or a 2v1 goes in favor of the numbers probably about 70-80% of the time, but that changes once you start taking into account the damage mitigation and the AP values of the bigger fighters. I think this is going to be an absolute beatdown for Caleb. It's going to be interesting to see if Kafefe is able to just move around and avoid Durthu and cap points, because that's going to be the ticket to victory here. Counts are not going to win a head-up grind against Durthu. Sword of Daith is going to nuke everything around him. Same with Flock of Doom. It's just going to kill all the zombies and bodies you might try to blob up around him. You're going to bleed tons of value that way. If you can just keep Durthu occupied by sacking like one zombie and a spearman at a time into him, and you use the rest of your army to just stay after the other elements of this Wood Elf force, I think that's going to be the ticket to victory. Kembler's here. Kembler's not a combat lord, but he gives a lot of excellent grind potential to your army with the Chaos Tombblade. He's pretty resilient, but you're definitely going to want to keep him hidden, because these Waystalkers do a ton of damage with Arrow of Kurnus. And they will absolutely wreck Kemmler with just a couple uses. So Diabolicus might fumble this early by not protecting the Lord, who doesn't have a lot of HP. He's a little tankier than some of the horseback-based caster characters, but he ain't that tough, right? I mean, it's just 4,600 HP. He's going to be able to heal himself. Even though he's a human, he is a necromancer, so he does count as undead, technically. He's got the attribute here. It's a little bit funky, but, you know, it is what it is. I guess he's just spent so much time raising zombies and undead and imbuing himself with, like, Nagash's magic that he's essentially inseparable from it, I guess. It's kind of how my headcanon works. I don't know if that's what it actually plays out as in lore or whatever. Good volleys from the Hagbane tip riders, lowering the speed, getting some decent damage in there against the Dire Pack, which is a very annoying unit. Actually really strong against Wood Elves because of the anti-large bonus they have. Good melee attack, and the Strider helps them. in any terrain they're fighting in. If it's water, they don't lose any stats as a small entity fighting in it. Not that it really matters on most of the maps. Water terrain features are very rare. It's usually forests that are the more likely place you're going to be fighting where Strider is going to be useful. Firebark Elders, Race of the Frozen Heart, and Durthu are positioning up in the middle. I would not be engaging all of these bodies into this middle fight. It's a pain to reposition slow units, but it's definitely the right call against Durthu. Like I said, Sword of Daith is just going to go absolutely crazy. He is going to get buffoonish amounts of value dropping Flock of Doom here, because Flock of Doom doesn't have a cap on the number of units it can hit. He just hit God knows how many units with a good Flock of Doom here. Took a lot of HP off these guys. He's getting in against the Cryptars. Firebark Elders are going to be a nice little tool in here as well. They do have flamey attacks, magic damage. They're going to do pretty well against the Cryptars themselves. Direwolves moving in and getting crushed by the Wild Hunches of Kurnus. Ooh, and Kemmler is already down to less than half health. Those Waystalkers hammering him with the Arrow of Kurnus early. The way you get around that is just have Kemmler hiding in the trees to start the match. Your opponent's probably going to start using Arrow of Kurnus against the White Kings, more than likely. You know, those guys can be pretty annoying. Even Durthu is, you know, going to take a little bit of time to actually wear them out. They're just so damn durable, right? Definitely not great. I really love the inclusion of the Balefire Corpse card. I forgot to mention it, but where is it gone? Here it is. Oh, it's just a regular Corpse card. Oh, no. Thought it was the Balefire. It's just the Unholy Lodestone and a basic Corpse card, though. You do get the heals. The Balefire ones do give you magic attacks and flaming attacks. Durthu would remove the magic damage aspect of the Balefire Corpse card, but you'd still have fire damage for Dryads and the Firebark Elders. These guys do give a flame resistance aura, but it's only 20%, which is pretty mediocre, all things considered. I mean, it's not even getting all of the fire weakness removed from the Dryads, so having the Balefire Corpse card is still a good call, even if you're expecting your opponent to bring Elders. Hagbane Tip Riders are really deep back here, chasing for some ungodly reason, and getting run down by Fellbats, which isn't great. Oh, and some Direwolves in here. You know, always press spacebar to see what's going on in trees, guys. Maps like Lustrian Airs can get very chaotic because you can't always see exactly what's going on in there. Spacebar pops up the unit icon so you can see a little bit easier what is and isn't there. Durthu's doing a great job. Definitely want to use Sword of Daith right about now. I mean, this is going to get tremendous value if he just starts dropping it. You can see all of these bodies in here getting laid to waste by the Flocks of Doom, but we need a little bit of extra damage, and that would definitely get Caleb into a better position. It's functionally a triple strength Flock of Doom. It'd probably get a lot of these remaining Skeleton Spears well past the point of crumbling, and have them basically dead and gone. And you can see Durthu is beating up on the Unholy Lodestone, so passive healing going offline for the undead here. Kemmler did get finished up back here. Didn't really focus on it too much because he was already so low. The Waystalkers had a pretty easy time killing him, I bet. Still got a couple arrows of Kurnus here and lots of ammo. They're just poking away from range, wearing out some of these units. Durthu is pretty beat up right now, but 4,100 HP, despite being fairly low on health, is still really solid. The White Kings, though, are going to get their magic damage back now. You can see it here. They're going to become much more effective in this fight because they're going to be circumventing that Phys Res of Durthu now, since he's lacking the Ancient Protector trait at this stage of the battle. Now, the nice thing, though, is there's a lot of shooting available for the Wood Elves. Because Kemmler went down so early, there's no zombie summons to just drop on top of these guys. With their magic attacks and the flaming attacks, they're going to be able to shut down a lot of these really annoying units. Like the Stearnsmen are going to suffer because they have regen. Weakness to fire means they're very vulnerable to the extra damage. Same with the Cryptars, another regenerating unit getting smacked up here. Don't even make it into contact with any of the Wood Elf units. Basically dead and gone already. Vargeist landing on Durthu, who's just standing tall and getting some attacks in here. Taking down a couple of these guys with each swing. Still haven't seen the Swords of Daith. Finally proccing it. I don't know why it's taken so long. It's not that effective against Vargeist. Much better for clearing out the zombies and the other bodies, so... I'd have been using that earlier, and saving the Flock of Dooms for a little bit later, just because so many enemy units were in here on top of Durthu early. It would have just been a lot better value to use Sword of Daith over the Flock of Doom. You can use the Flock of Dooms a little bit more aggressively in the late game, since Sword of Daith is just in a radius around Durthu. Oh, it's actually got 100-meter cast range. That's fairly new, I think. Regardless, I still think it's the better call. It also lowers armor, which would have helped the Firebark Elders and the Wraiths for the Frozen Heart that were in here earlier. Dryads and the Wild Riders are just grinding through a bunch of stuff, and the #1 objective did go to the Counts early on, but some Eternal Guard and a unit of Dryads moves out here. Grinding through all the Skeleton Spears, the Dire Packs over here getting worn out. They've gotten a little bit of value, but nothing crazy. Eternal Guard also getting dived on by Fellbats, but that's fine. Fellbats don't have very good melee attack. Weapon strength is pretty low as well, and the Eternal Guard have 44 melee defense, which is excellent. They're going to be able to hold through most of this pressure, and you can just reinforce with a few more spears, which is exactly what Caleb's going for. And yeah, just ignoring the #3 is the right call. Your opponent's got all these bodies out here. Just grinding down your opponent on the #2 objective and then maneuvering out to get after the #3 is definitely the way to go about this. You've got plenty of Wild Riders, you're intercepting some reinforcements here, crumbling out a lot of the reinforcing elements of the Vampire Counts. They're down about 5,000 value. Just really rough for the Counts. You know, if they had a little bit more passive healing available on the field, they could actually be down about that much and still be in this game. Durthu is actually getting pummeled a little bit by the White Kings here. He's actually going to get pushed back by them. Those guys just surviving through thick and thin. Everything. Trying to finish them off here, and they're still somehow hanging in. You can see the Scab Scrates going down. Not using all the Scab Scrates, though, is a big error. Scab Scrate is probably the most powerful thing about these White Kings, other than just their cost being so low for such a solid infantry foot character. It would have done a lot of work clearing out Dryads, and I think we just missed a little bit of an opportunity to wear out the Wraiths early. This is a really good ROR because they have not just the Frostbite effect, but also the Chilling Aura. Once your units get on top of these guys, you're losing 60% of your speed just from being near them. It makes it difficult to engage, to say the least, because this is also a fairly quick unit. Something like a cavalry unit getting on top of the Wraiths might be able to get away, but any of your zombies and other slower units are just going to be absolutely, completely immobilized. That's why I was saying stay away from that middle fight early and just focus on the outside points. If Covfefe had just done that and then maybe had the White Kings just kind of hovering on the #2 using Scab Scrates to kind of wear down the Dryads and other elements around the Firebark Elders and Durthu, maybe you can find an opportunity in the middle of the game to kind of get after them at that point. It's just hard engaging onto a character with over 10,000 HP, crazy high armor, leadership, melee attack, and weapon strength is usually just a really, really scary and low-quality option. Good patience getting out a lot of infantry before attacking the #3. Blood Knights come in. Blood Knights could have been useful much earlier on. We've seen a lot of dire wolves and fell bats that have been trying to attack the #1 objective, not doing a whole lot, just getting ground down by the infantry. And the Wild Riders are out here in enough numbers that they're kind of dominating the mobility game. Direwolves can't get where they need to. They're getting run over pretty quickly as well. And yeah, the Blood Knights, they get a great charge off, but now they're just completely alone, and they're not going to be able to retreat in good enough order, and the Wild Riders are just so good at chasing stuff down. Crazy fast, they've got frenzy and good weapon strength, so even fairly high armor units like Blood Knights can get ripped apart by them, as you can see. You need to use your Fellbats and your Direwolves in tandem with something like a Blood Knight to get the best effect out of them. Basically what you do is Blood Knights charge in, get their good charge bonus going with the hunger to kind of survive through early damage. Then you use the Direwolves to engage onto your opponent's unit, and then you pull the Blood Knights out, and the Direwolves are basically just a little bit of mass and damage that kind of nips at the heels of the Wild Riders as your Blood Knights start to rotate and look for side charges. Just using a Blood Knight in a head-to-head against a Wild Rider is a good use of their time, but if you're going to retreat and try and run away from a Wild Rider, you're just going to take a bunch of unnecessary damage, and your much more expensive cavalry unit is going to get worn out pretty quickly. And that's kind of what the name of the game was here. Just a few bad engagements from the undead that they couldn't really extricate themselves from. Ended up being all that Caleb needed to get a pretty dominant win here. One Hagbane hit with good value. The other one got run down by some wolves and bats in the forests. Just a little unfortunate, but not the end of the world. You know, they're really not that expensive. 700 gold for a unit as good as a Glade Rider is honestly dirt cheap. This is the best Horse Archer Cav unit in the entire game. By far, no contest, in my opinion. The only reason you don't see them all the time for the Wood Elves because they have some of the best foot archers in the game as well, and those tend to be a little bit more cost-effective. Losing one wasn't the end of the world because the other got decent value, and then the Starfire Shafts did okay, Waystalkers got some decent value, Durthu with 2,900 is great. Missed out on probably another 1,000, though, just by not using the Sword of Daith early. Gotta use your abilities if you've got them. It's the whole reason that you bring them, right? They are a micro-tax, though. You have to spend time looking for opportunities and making decisions. And your executive decision-making process can get a little bit clogged if you bring too many abilities for your own good. Like, you got the Arrows of Kurnus that you gotta focus on. You gotta focus on your Skirmish Cav and your missiles, keeping them protected, and then you gotta worry about Durthu and where he is. So, just maybe try and prioritize a little bit more next time on making sure that you're not looking for the perfect opportunity. And you're taking what's presented in front of you a little bit more often. But yeah, killed Kemmler early, which is amazing. That was a huge swing in the favor of the Wood Elves. Caleb got a big leg up just by virtue of getting that Lord Snipe early on, and then wore out the Karen Wraiths, some magic damage. I would never bring Karen Wraiths against Wood Elves. I mean, the whole Wood Elf roster is filled with magic damage options. The Karen Wraiths are never going to function very well in this matchup. If you want some decent infantry, you really should just go with Graveguard, because the Graveguard have silver shields, really solid damage output against infantry of any variety. They lack magic damage, but it's really not that bad against Dryads, because Dryads will just bounce off the armor of baseline Graveguard. You don't really need AP of any kind. Good Wild Rider value as well. Wild Hunters of Kurnus with 1,800 is pretty good. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a small intermission. I have been going for a little while. We got our first game out of the way, yeah, but I'm gonna take a few minutes. I need to get some food before we continue. And I'm gonna let people start dropping in some replays. That way we can just get in there and we can start going through them nice and quick. And we've just got a couple in the chat here, so... Had a pretty quick first round live match. Go ahead and drop these in. I'll BRB in about 5 minutes, guys.
Fates. It reveals the secrets of the past, the present, and what may come to be. Most would think me fortunate to own such a book, but I can only use it in service to others. That is my curse. It wakes, tormenting me once more. Feeding on the mysteries of this world, unraveling them into opportunity. But opportunity for whom?
Alright, I'm back, guys. It took me a little bit longer than I thought it would, but... got a nice number of replays that we can get into now. Tomb Kings, Ogre Kingdoms. Pretty bad matchup for Ogre Kingdoms. I'm curious. Let's actually watch this one. Let's see if Smoky Loco is able to find a way to win this one. It's definitely pretty tricky, so... it's going to come down to the effectiveness of this Fire Belly, probably. It's going to determine whether he's able to walk away with the win or not, because Noblars just run away constantly in this matchup because all the fear, obviously, on the undead units. Lead Belchers, normally excellent against big, wide lines of infantry, but it's really low-quality infantry for the Tomb Kings, usually. They just go with some halberds, and then a bunch of skeleton spears, and that's usually enough for them to be able to just have their big monsters run around and beat up on all the important Ogre Kingdom stuff. So, I don't know how Smokey is going to be able to protect these Lead Belchers, to be honest. He's got a big, wide Noblar line. He's going to be waddling them into combat, and we'll see where they end up and what they're going to be able to do. I've been good, Bird. Grats on getting a tourney win with Corn, bro. That's huge. Corn is a little tough to get the tournament wins with at times, because there are some really bad matchups that you can run into, and all it takes is one to lose out in an SFT, so being able to get through them all, I'm sure you got some really nice wins in there. Trappers and some Ogre Bulls are going to waddle over to the number 1. You got the Skeleton Horse Archers moving over out here. The Trappers are going to be opening up on those guys with their little scrap weapons. Should be able to get a little bit of damage in here, but you can see that they're not taking the Archer fire very well. They do take quite a bit of work. Horse Archers get hit by a volley, and they take a little bit more than the Noblars did. The Tomb Kings get the cap on the number 1, and they're going to maneuver away, and they should just shoot down this Trapper unit and then hit the Bulls. Skeleton Horse Archers are very cheap, so they can skirmish very effectively in this particular matchup. You know, good range, low cost, lots of targets with very low armor. Nice thing to have available for you. Trapper's getting charged by the Skeleton Horseman here. Decent damage. Maybe a little premature to pull the trigger on that attack. It's a 400 gold cavalry unit, so not the most costly thing in the entire world to lose, but you could have just shot down the Trappers and just used the cavalry to attack the Ogre Bulls instead, because Cav can do pretty good damage to Ogre Bull units because their very low number of models means that they get surrounded pretty easily. With the Noblar buffering, the Ogre Bulls are doing very nicely in this combat right now. Really nice Burning Head going down on the Tomb Guard, and we get a million flingers shooting at the Sphinx of Uzkef. Ooh, and that's a really nice Purple Sun Azirius. Normally not the best spell against really cheap stuff, but because of how blobbed up all these Noblars are, Arcan, with 313 kills and almost 1,000 value from one Purple Sun of Xerius, it's absolutely brutal against those poor little Noblars there. Blood Vultures, though, get rid of both Skeleton Horse Archers here, and we get a tie-up. On the Eyes of the Desert, they did manage to kill the Ogre Bull. Oh, they didn't kill all the Ogre Bulls. They got a good volley off, but now these guys are rallying. They could get in here underneath the Blood Vultures, really help drag down the Eyes of the Desert. This Nobbler Trapper unit is going to get great value just poking away with their scrap shots. Not the most effective damage against armor, but it really isn't too terrible. They do have 2 AP with each volley, and they fire pretty quickly with 10 ammo. It's actually a decent little chunk of punching power for them. A lot of bodies out here for Welsh Line. Maybe a few too many, honestly. You definitely don't want to leave, like, 3 Spearmen and a Tomb Guard Halberd out here. Especially when you need those bodies to push down all of the Flingers. You can see the Flingers by themselves are basically icing out the Sphinx of Uzkef, which is now crumbling. And all the Flingers have paid for themselves, just about. Flingers are 300 gold. So the fact that those guys alone have been able to take out this 2,550 gold monstrosity is massive. Arkan's getting some good damage on the Ogre Paymaster. Ogre Paymasters I don't really like. They're honestly pretty terrible. But super cheap, so good to pair up with the Firebelly for a matchup where your other big characters really aren't going to be that good. Nice finish on the Sphinx. Another decent cast out of the Firebelly. It's not really been that impactful, all things considered. He's gotten some good value out of it, all things considered. Roasting down the Tomb Guard, but outside of that, it's really been these the Nobblar Flingers and the Trappers here. These Trappers, man, getting great value. 700 value on this Flinger out here, or on the Trapper out here. Up trading a bit, you got the Ogre Bulls getting a little bit of work done. Blood Vultures have paid for themselves. This other Blood Vulture just about as well. How are the Saber Tusk pack doing? They got their value back also. Ogre Kingdoms with some good engagements, grinding down some very expensive units, but Lead Belchers go down. I do believe, yeah, the Ushapti summon was dropped on top of them, and they maneuvered away a little too slowly. Not that big of a loss. I mean, they're strong, like I said, in this matchup. They can do good damage, stuff like the Tomb Guard, but at the end of the day, it's really not the most effective damage in the world because they just can't break the undead quite the same way as they can a lot of the mortal units, so they're, you know, there for drawing aggro and trying to, like, pull in some very expensive units that you can then, like, dive on with all your numbers, right? Chosen of the Gods come out. They've gotten some pretty good value. Not 100% sure what they've been shooting at. They've got some Ushapti support here. But Saber Tusks and a couple Ogre Bulls and some dual weapons on top of them. Really locking them down. Going to mitigate the effectiveness of their value trading here, since they are okay in melee combat, but they don't have any bonuses. And their shooting really is where they make all of their value anyways, for the most part. Gonna need to pull these guys out of combat so that we can get some effective damage out of them. If the Tomb Kings are gonna make any kind of comeback, that's gonna need to be the priority. Another Burning Head going down from the Firebelly, just wearing out some spears. Definitely want to try and hit the Tomb Guard, but I'm sure Welsh Line is actually keeping a pretty good eye on what's going on over here now. Arkan has just been grinding for the most part, and Piggyback Knights might actually kill Arkan if they get a full surround on him. Oh no, Arkan's trying to push out of this fight. It's completely locked down right now, though. This guy's with about 450 value right now, and poor guy, he's down to about 2,300 HP, and he's almost through, but just can't quite finish the escape. Decent little skeleton summon on the Nobblar Flinger unit here, but all of these Flingers have gotten excellent value. 744 here. That one with a little bit less. Probably a Skeleton Warrior wore them out pretty quick. 800 here. 244. Trappers all over the place. And moving up to shoot these Ushapti, and it looks like a further pile-in from a bunch of Blood Vultures and the Nobblars and the Bulls. Finally able to bring down the Chosen of the Gods, and it's just the melee Shopti here. With some Tomb Guard reinforcements going to be doing a lot to try and hold this flank down and maybe push back up onto the point. I think the Tomb Kings are in a lot of danger here, though. I see the Ogre Kingdoms are secure enough now on the other objectives to start pushing for this final point in the number 3. And here's the problem with having left all of these spears and the halberds over here on the number 3 is you don't have them available for the big fight. Your opponent wins this fight pretty comfortably, and now they just push you with more than you can possibly manage with what few limited forces you have over here. Ogre Kingdoms have brought in some dual weapon bulls. They've got some Ogre bulls helping out as well, so Skeleton Spears are getting a little overwhelmed on this flank, and the Pigback Riders could get in there and make this even more one-sided in the Ogre Kingdom's favor. Noblars are just not going to be able to hold the line here, but it doesn't really matter because they wore down the Skeleton Spears pretty nicely. They'll probably rally and get back in here, and the Flingers can just chip away and maybe get a lucky kill on Arkan. Liber Mortis goes down. Good item to bring here. Not a lot of magic damage for Ogre Kingdoms. So the 40% Fizzra is really nice, and the extra leadership, not tremendously valuable for Undead, but it does mitigate a little bit of crumbling. Crumbling can be a little bit painful at times, so any extra mitigation of that is pretty important to have. Paymaster getting shot up. Definitely want to just run him back into the trees. He hasn't really done anything this game. He's probably used Cash Cascade a couple times. That's really been about it. Gold Glorious Gold giving some melee attack buffs is alright.
One of your units has been destroyed.
What do the ogres need here? They're actually falling behind in value, but again, value can be very deceptive in this game. Don't listen to it. Ogre Kingdoms have a triple cap now, and Tomb Kings don't have much on the field. Looks like the Chosen of the Gods either came back in, or they were able to escape. Now they're getting some pretty effective fire thrown out here. Tomb Kings don't have a lot, though, to be able to push the number 1 objective. They've very clearly lost the number 3 and don't have much going on for them. Firebelly gets hit by a Spirit Leech, but Arkan goes down, and that's going to be pretty devastating because Arkan's really about the only thing that you have to maybe try and get a couple summons down to shut down the Lead Belchers and the remaining Flingers, and now these Lead Belchers, despite being beat up, are just going to be able to open up on the Tomb Guard and get some excellent value by wearing them down. It's a fairly expensive unit, these Tomb Guard. They're 850 gold, I believe, so it's about the range at which Lead Belchers hit their max effectiveness with their volleys. And you can see they are just cleaving through those guys with the supporting fire from the Noblars. It's important to know that Lead Belchers can actually shoot while they're on top of Noblars. Noblars do not obstruct Lead Belchers from firing. So you can just stack Flingers on top of your Lead Belchers to just form a good firing line that also has the bodies available to get damage mitigation going for any dives onto the Lead Belchers early. You can replace with Pigback Riders as needed and then retreat your Noblar Flingers from there. Really good stuff, man. Blood Vultures coming in to get the dive on the Tomb Guard, and you can just swap the Lead Belchers over to hit the Skeleton Horsemen here, I guess. Chosen of the Gods about to go down. 1700 is pretty good value, but Necropolis Knight Halberds, a little lonely out there, and Kingdoms very firmly holding all 3 points currently. Reinforcements going out to the number 1, and you're probably going to see the Necropolis Knights just get dragged down by the shock damage from the bulls. They get in here, they're getting a little bit of value, but then the trappers coming in from the flanks with all of these little scrap, I don't know, these scrap knives, I guess, just tossing them in here, and they're going to lay waste to these poor Necropolis Knights, because strong unit, but without damage mitigation and proper engagements, they're just going to fall apart. You can see their leadership is tanking really quickly here. They're going to start crumbling. They're down to less than half health already. And the distribution of value is going to look very favorable for the Ogre Kingdoms here. They're going to have a lot of units that have just about paid for themselves, or in a couple cases doubled their value, and the Tomb Kings are probably not going to have much of anything that value traded well for them. Maybe a couple of the Skeleton Spears and the Chosen of the Gods, Arkin, but that Sphinx of Uzkef going down early was just agony, man. I mean, you can't leave big monsters like that in front of a cheap missile line and expect them to just last through all the damage, because you know, one damage is one damage, and these Nobblar Flingers got like 140, 160 models in them, so each shot, each volley is pretty devastating once you start to add it all up, and you see 1100, 800, 700, 300 gold unit right here, and damn near tripling their value on one of the units. On the other two, I mean, all three of these guys, more than making up for any weakness in the one Flinger that didn't get its value back. This other one over here went down pretty quickly, but still got its value back. Trappers were doing pretty good work, all of them just about paying off, and the Bulls, not doing terribly. You can see the Blood Vultures with some excellent value too, 1,000, 1,100, 1,000 here, doubling their value, and the Saber-Tusk Packs helping out too. And then you got the Man-Eaters for the late game who are trotting in. Great stuff. Fire Ballet with about 1,000 is paying for himself, and then Paymaster, only 100 on him, but he's not really a combat character. He doesn't generate value as much as he facilitates uptrades for your other units, and I think he did enough of that. Pigback Knights got 1,000. Nobblars were just there. They were just bodies. They died admirably. And yeah, there's just nothing here for the Tomb Kings that's doing all that much. Some of the Ushabti were okay. Nekar Horsemen here got 1,000. I think they had multiple summons, though. Not super effective. And the Tomb Guard just got worn out by all the volley fire from the Flingers and the Burning Heads. So a rare win for the Ogre Kingdoms in that matchup. Usually Tomb Kings are just massively favored, but Smoky Loca did a really good job of pacing the timing out on those attacks, and punished Welshlion for his bad positioning on the Sphinx. It really should have been maneuvering out to the #1 objective, where it could help the Sepulchral Stalkers, using its speed to just kind of get around the positioning on the Flingers, and just staying away from the cheap shooting, maybe getting some more terror routes, which can really snowball in favor of the Tomb Kings. You start getting terror routes on stuff, and then you can run in with the Skeleton Horsemen and just chase stuff off the field or kill it outright, and Ogre Kingdoms fall behind pretty quickly at that point. That's usually the philosophy that the Tomb Kings want to approach this matchup with, is trading well with their ranged units, sneaking in with Eyes of the Desert to hit anything that might be big and scary. Necropolis Knights for the late game to hammer down any Mournfang Cav, or clean up Ogre Bulls and Man-Eater Pistols that might be out on the field, while your cheap Spears and your Tomb Guard just grind down all of the Nobblars. There's just too many bodies that Welshlion left on the side point that could have been used to push the Nobblar Flinger Corps and make it a little bit harder for the Ogre Kingdoms to function. Norska versus Chaos Dowie, not as bad of a matchup as you think for Norska. Even though they've got a lot of units weak to fire damage, they've got a lot of really good pressure tools for the missiles here. Dreadmaws, obviously, very powerful if you can use their abilities effectively. They'll shred through Hobgoblin Archers pretty fast. Got some Horsemasters, lots of Bearmen who do have ITP, so going to be pretty resilient against Iron Demons.
Either they will die, or you will. Our Lord does not tolerate failure.
I think that's the Sorcerer Prophet talking. I thought they only spoke in their own language, though. That was very weird. Maybe it's just an audio bug, but whatever. Anyways. Great Shaman Sorcerer of Death with Buna, Spirit Leech, and Aspect of the Dread Knight. I don't think you need Buna here. I think Spirit Leech and Aspect of the Dread Knight are all you really need. Maybe Purple Sun Azirius, because you can use that to hit Fire Glaives. But yeah, Chimera is here for breath attacks and pressure on the Lord. Just want to stay away from the Hobgoblins early and use the Dreadmaw to kind of harass these guys. Got to be careful of the Bull Centaur renders, but Dreadmaws are fairly safe to use around anti-large units because they can just pop underground and avoid damage. Just be really duplicitous and annoying, and a really good isolation out here from Skull Taker. This is exactly what you want to use Skirmish Cav for in matchups against factions like the Chaos Dwarves. Find an exposed flank and just poke melee units on the edges of their formation so that they can't get their shields positioned to mitigate any of the damage. Riders of the Mighty Serpent and these Horse Masters should make pretty short work of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and they're holding down this number 3 objective all the while. Number 1 objective's going to Norska. I don't think you really even need to push the number 2 right now. Your opponent hasn't grabbed it. Chimera's hiding in the trees. You can definitely move it out and get a nice little breath attack on the Hobgoblin Archers here, and it looks like that's going to be the play. Absolutely vile damage coming in from that Chimera. Those breath attacks definitely need a small nerf. They're just way too strong. The fact that they can, you know, basically 2-shot or even 1-shot units at times with those breath attacks is just not acceptable, but, you know, it is what it is right now. Just try and limit the number of Chimeras in tournaments, and I think you're going to be okay with it. There's still ways to kill these things. Big single entities can generally bully a Chimera pretty hard. That's what a Bale Taurus character should be for, but instead we just get the regular old Taurus here. Not nearly as effective against the Chimeras, but still a decent melee combatant. Demo Cheese is not really finding the opportunities that he wants with his Lord right now. Definitely could be helping out against this monster. Does drop a pretty nice burning head to do some great damage to the Bearman here. Roasting quite a few of those guys. Hobgoblin Archers getting some excellent value, just shooting at the Dreadmaw right now. And looking for some opportunities to hit the Bearmen as they're engaged in melee combat and lose the access to their shields. It's a little bit of a waste to hit the Dreadmaw, considering it's got pretty good armor. It's kind of hard to wear out. But he got as good of an opportunity here to shoot it as any other time in this game. Chaos Dwarf Warriors coming out of the trees. They're going to get up on that point. And the Horse Masters maneuver over, but the Hobgoblin Archer Corps is looking pretty healthy. They can definitely start getting their little bows online and start wearing down these Horse Masters. Chaos Dwarf Warriors coming in to attack Riders of the Mighty Serpent and do some damage to them. And Infernal Guard holding the line really nicely. Those Infernal Guard were a great choice, honestly. Really high melee defense. Decent enough melee attack to get around the Bearman melee defense, which is 35, which is pretty high for how cheap they are, but, you know, it could be a little bit higher, all things considered, and they got low armor values, so Infernal Guard are just going to be a really nice tool to keep those guys occupied while you bring out your other mobile elements and shooting tools that you need to really lock down the maneuvering for the Norskins. Chimera with a good breath attack on the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, who are fighting off the Kurgan Horsemen. Great weapons, doing a decent job of staying alive. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders and the Sorcerer Prophet get in here, and they actually break the leadership pretty quick. You get a terror route, and now the Wolf Raiders can just run those guys off the field. Need to get rid of this other Kurgan, and then maybe find a way to get the rest of your archers online, and I think you can counter-push these points pretty quickly. Do get a cap on the number 3, though. Norskins are really deep into the back line of Demo now, and Demo is starting to rally up. He survives the early Norskin push. He got that beautiful burning head early. And broke up quite a few of the Bearmen. He gets another nice one here to wear out the leadership with the burnt contact effect. Aspect of the Dread Knights keeping those guys in this fight, though. He's using the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire pretty effectively up in the skies here to scrap against the Chimera, and he's got a Infernal Guard Fireglaive also contributing here. I would definitely try and disengage with the Sorcerer Prophet now. Good shock damage with the charge bonus and weapon strength, but staying in a head-to-head against the Chimera is not going to go so well because this thing is also equally effective. It's got poison, so it's mitigating a lot of the weapon strength on the Sorcerer Prophet. You can just use the missiles you got here to kind of shoot this thing up now. Good Spirit Leech wearing down the Sorcerer Prophet now. He's got the Chalice, so he can get some heals as long as he's within 100 meters, and the cooldown is off of that ability. Can keep those Sorcerer Prophets on the field for an inordinate amount of time. Do get a nice tear route on the Chaos Dowie Warriors, but the Infernal Guard are just hanging in there, just barely, but they're managing it. Both Centaur Renders is some great value so far. 1,500, they paid for themselves. They've got a little bit of a ways to go for a truly good uptrade, but with the infantry support here, they should be able to manage it. Infernal Guard breaking, unfortunately, due to the Dreadmaw here, and a brutal breath attack on the Chaos Dowie Warriors. That Chimera with some excellent value just on the breath attacks. A little bit lackluster in the melee combats, but not terrible overall. Kadai Fireborn chasing Beast of Tashnar in the middle distance on the back of the map. Not a great use of time, honestly. Marauders are recontesting the number 3. And number 1 is still held by the Norskins. Razor close game. Democheese has a slight value lead right now, but a lot of units running for the Chaos Dwarves. And there's still a very annoying Dreadmaw here. This thing's going to continue to get good value as it just uses the Burrow and Deep Tunneling ability. Excellent damage as it emerges here, chunking down these Infernal Guard, terror routing the Chaos Dowie Warriors. The Chimera is barely holding on, but it's still here, just about paying for itself. Kurgan Horsemen chipping in a little bit, and the Bull Centaur Renders finally pushed back. Demo has the supply advantage, though. Those Kadai really need to get off the back of the map. Demo cannot forget about these 2 units. That is a lot of value just sitting in the middle of nowhere doing absolutely nothing for him. He's going to lose all of the points again. Number 3 gets recapped by Norska. Number 2 is about to get retaken. Number 1, he has got nothing nearby to put even a little bit of pressure on. Chimera here, very healthy Chimera rocking up. Looking to get scrappy against the Sorcerer Prophet here, who's trying to run away, but he does get hit. You can see that poison and the wounds effect coming into play now since he's below 25% HP, and he is looking real haggard at the moment. And the Infernal Guard Fireglaves are a great value farming unit, but they don't give you much presence on objectives, unfortunately. Just the way the cookie crumbles with foot archers and gunline units, they're just not really meant for that kind of business. Another beautiful breath attack from the Chimera here. Might even get a break here. These Infernal Guard Fireglaves don't have ITP or anything. And the Chimera is not really going to suffer too badly from their anti-large bonus because it's only 5. Really not that high, and it's got 39 melee defense with immune to flanking. Means it is actually a very effective tool for just sitting and grinding on top of those guys, believe it or not. Marauders chilling, some Wolf Riders getting up on the point isn't really going to do a whole lot here. Norscan Warhounds and this Marauder can easily keep this objective locked up for Norska and just occupy the attention of the very unfortunate Chaos Dowie, who are forgetting again about these Kadai on the edge of the map. We gotta get them in, man. They would be a huge X factor for this late game push. You need bodies on the points. You're giving Skulltaker a lot of time to get his supplies back up to full, to start getting his expensive units back out on the field. There's really no full, but, you know, around 17, 1800, you're talking about being able to bring just about anything onto the field. He's going to have a lot to work with here. To counteract any of the attempts to cap these points up, honestly, you can just leave the number 2 as is, reinforce the number 3 out here where your opponent doesn't have a whole lot. Just avoid the Infernal Ironsworn, get some answers out to lock down the number 1 over here, and you'll be pretty set for the rest of the game here. Kurgan Horsemen with the great weapons, and Throwing Axes coming in. Throwing Axe is a really good tool for wearing down some Iron Sworn if you can get on the flank. Also good against Kadai Fireborn, who are finally moving in, but is it going to be too little too late? Great blasting charge volley from the Iron Sworn here. Excellent damage against a lot of the Marauders and the Bearmen that are still alive here. Not for much longer. This is why I was saying you just kind of hold with whatever you can here. Reinforce the outer objectives and just play off of the 2 caps so you can wind the game out. Don't overcommit into the middle here, where these blasting charges are getting great value, just blowing apart the Throwing Axe Horsemen as well. Kurgan Horsemen getting in here, but not getting their devastating flanker as they're just running into the front of all these Chaos Dowie units. This is where a Wolf Raider comes out for Demo Cheese with what few supplies he has and just pushes this back point and tries to grab that. And Kadai being forgotten about again, please, bro. It's a 1,400 gold unit. You can't forget about them. They're way too important for you. They could be clearing out all of the Bearmen that your opponent has. They could be doing a lot to grab some of these outside points as well. Number 2 is capped, so you've got some time to work with. It's do or die for both players. Demo Cheese has the value lead. If he just maneuvers his units out to grab these points, he's in a position to win this game. Skulltaker's bringing in some reinforcements. Looks like it's going to be the Maws of Savagery going out to answer the Kadai Fireborn. Actually curious who wins this trade. I really, honestly, couldn't tell you. The Norskins can just hold this point. I mean, they've still got the number 1 over here. Demo's forgotten about this Kadai for way too long. It's gonna end up being the thing that loses him this game. Chimera got another nice breath attack here, hitting the Infernal Iron Sworn. They're gonna hold pretty nicely though. Their leadership is just rock solid as long as they don't terror out in a very untimely fashion. Their extra cap weight as an elite is going to mean that Norska doesn't have a lot of play with just 1 Bearman on this objective. And you can see the Hobgoblin Archers are doing a good job keeping that Chimera in check. Kadai get in, but Riders of the Mighty Serpent going to get their anti-large magic damage shots onto the Kadai Fireborn there. And some pretty good damage through the Fizz-Res that the Fireborn have, and also deny them an opportunity to charge up Blazing Body, of course, which is very important, because Blazing Body is a very punishing ability. Once the Kadai have that charged up, they just rush in, and not only are they doing good damage to your units in melee contact, they're also giving a lot of damage back in return as they're getting hit with all the melee damage reflection that they have available from that ability. So Skirmish Cav, even if they don't have the magic damage, just by virtue of being able to avoid the melee fights, are a very effective answer to them, and really the best way to maneuver around Kadai Fireborn, unless you have something like a Khorne Minotaur, who are one of the few units that can just effectively kill those guys in melee combat. Skulltaker walking away with a win there, but definitely playing a little loose, attacking that middle formation of Demo Cheese. Force apart this very slow army. Hold your double cap and just be happy with that. I do it all the time myself, or I get over antsy and I want to just value trade my opponent off the field. I want to break their army. I want to make the game nice and short, and I want to look like an absolute god tier player while doing it. But that's usually how you get yourself into late game situations where your opponent with some good objective play can just outcap you, buy some time, and then bring out answer units that can then make it impossible for you to recontest. I would say that Skulltaker got a little lucky there. If Demo is a little bit more on top of his Kadai Fireborn and Hobgoblin Wolf Rider play, I think he's actually able to walk away with a win on that one. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Those are just some things that Cheese can kind of iron out as he gets more experience, and I think he'll be okay. Skulltaker is definitely one of the favorites to win this tournament, so a good performance against him is a great sign of improvement. Downloading round 2 games. We'll start jumping into those. So we got some high elves here. That's a round 1 game, though. I'll come back around for some of the round 1 games a little bit later, potentially. Like I said, for this tournament, we're going to just be prioritizing whatever matchups we find that look interesting. That can be a little tricky for a certain faction, one way or the other, and just try and advise on how to work around some of the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the faction they're facing down. And I'm going to be doing semis and finals live, and then maybe I'll have a little bit of time to play a little bit more Menace. That's my big go-to right now. Just came out, and I've been really excited for it for a while. Oh, yeah, I don't know why, it just didn't clock that you sent a message, Skulltaker. Norska's really powerful. They are stupidly effective with the Chimeras. A lot of the other Norscan stuff in the DLC isn't nearly as strong. The Dreadmaw is really cost-effective. It does have some pretty glaring weaknesses to silence-type characters and abilities, though. So it's got a little bit of counterplay. It really is just the Chimeras being able to bully everything in the game. Anti-everything stuff does not make for an interesting viewing experience. It just gets exhausting watching the Chimeras roast everything off the field. If they even out the Chimera performance, then I think that Norska is going to be in a much better spot, because they just got some really good supplemental stuff for the most part.
Of Sunfang biting at their heels. It is them or us.
Alright, Khorne versus High Elves. Pretty even matchup, honestly. Khorne has a lot of really effective units against the High Elves in melee combat. They just massively outclass any of the infantry for the High Elves, but High Elves do have excellent kite capability. As long as they can just avoid getting crowded out by all these bodies that the Khorne player has on the field, they will probably be in an okay spot. Valkyria's up in the sky, really good choice for the most part in this matchup. She's got some vulnerabilities to stuff like Tempest, and Eltharion can bully her a little bit. But with Tyrion on the ground, he's just going to be running around looking for opportunities to smack up like the Cultist and just tussle with the Marauders for the most part. He's got Heart of Avalorn and Faint and Ripost, which is really all you need. He's also really good against Skulltaker, who is the most meta option for Khorne, on average, I would say. Valkyria is a really good mix-up, though, especially if you're expecting to run into some kite-heavy play. She's just really safe because she's got Demon Shield for any melee engagements against big monsters. She can put a lot of pressure down just by chasing stuff like Lothern Skycutters when you get some Furies in to help her out. It's a pretty good option, especially if you're going for a very heavy, like, infantry core. You just double cap and hold the line, man. It's going to be tough for the High Elves to break this open. Just keep the Bloodwake Berserkers in the trees and avoid as much damage from the Sisters of Avalorn as possible. One thing I will note is Andy did not bring Sleipnir. You always bring Sleipnir against High Elves. Whoops. You bring Sleipnir against High Elves because Sleipnir just owns all of their archers. Their archers are very tightly packed and have abysmal armor. I'm telling you, dude, a Sleipnir on a Sister of Avalorn, like right here, right now, would actually take them down well below half HP, down to even less than a third sometimes. And then you can just get a quick dive in with Valkia, and with the fear-causing attribute she has, she will actually break the leadership on the Sisters, and then you can just, like, fly overhead and walk them off the battlefield. And that would be devastating for the High Elves here, because the Sisters of Avalorn are obviously their heavy AP here. Need them to clear out these halberds. Halberds need to get back and just avoid the missile fire, try and drag the Sisters forward. No reason to really engage here for Khorne. Although I guess you do have the numbers advantage to the point that, honestly, maybe getting this triple cap wouldn't be bad. If you can just lock down the Silverin Guard for long enough, and move your Forsaken and the Bloodwake Berserkers around to get after the Sisters and start to really crush them in combat. I can see how you push the High Elves back enough to the point that they're not able to recontest the objectives in time. Two Marauders against the Rahagra's Pride might actually be able to beat these Lions. They're getting really spread out and trapped up on a lot of bodies. Marauders really low on leadership, though. They're dangerously close. A Mighty Roar might have been able to break their leadership here. Attempting to pull back. Botbot spending a lot of time microing that, though, in the Sky Cutters. This is why Furies are so effective for Khorne. Just mere moments in melee contact with the Sky Cutters. Even though these guys have 80 armor and decent melee defense, those Furies with their melee attack and weapon strength just shred through everything. They are so devastating. Valkia gets into this scrap as well, and the Sky Cutters are just not really a good unit against Khorne in my experience. They're too expensive. They don't have quite enough ammo. If they had like 30 volleys, I think they would be in a good sweet spot in terms of ammo. Good positioning from Andy, keeping the Bloodwake Berserkers in the trees. That would have been the cost-effective option for the Sky Cutters, but just using terrain to avoid any damage, it's always a good call. Valkia finds a very beat-up Tyrion. He got trapped up on the Bloodwakes, which is why they have so much value and why he's so haggard right now. And now Valkia with the Bloodwakes. Definitely going to be a match for Tyrion. His Heart of Avalorn procs, but that incoming healing being nullified by 50%. Great use of Demon Shield here. That's exactly how you want to use it. You get in, let your opponent think that he's getting a fair fight. You pop Demon Shield, avoid the critical damage in the middle stages of the combat, and then you just surround your opponent's Lord with some units. Disengage Valkia, look for some picks in the mobile game. And you just overwhelm your opponent with the superior infantry. The Silverins are holding really nicely, but they're starting to get surrounded. The Oceanids are doing good damage, but I don't think they're going to be enough to really hold this down. That was a great Bloodletter summon, by the way. Just to get in the way of the Blades of Hoeth, so they can't just get a clean, easy engagement against the Bloodwake Berserkers. Bloodwakes are dragging down Tyrion pretty well. They're also getting good damage against the Oceanids in this combat over here. Cultist with about 520 value, and Bloodletter Summon with another near 400 as they very effectively drag down the Blades of Hoeth. Dude, this is why Bloodletters are so strong. They really don't need a lot to get into a position to just absolutely macerate much more expensive melee infantry. So Khorne with some excellent value trades. Bloodwake Berserkers getting engaged on from behind, though, by the Blades of Hoeth now. But Hounds of the Bloodhunt could get in on this fight and start nullifying the magic damage on the Blades. Wouldn't be too effective for the Bloodwake since they don't have Bizres or anything, but It will just be nice because it's going to help the hounds in the value trade there. They'll be on the rear, so they won't be taking nearly as many attacks. They've got Gore Feast to hold in, but they're going to bounce out and go after the sisters who have finally rallied out here. Valkia has been cleaning up the Lothern Sky Cutter. She has no kills, which is pretty hilarious. She's got 1100 value, though, which is pretty solid. And Khorne is losing a little bit of steam, but they're still holding on pretty nicely. They've got 2,000 supplies as well. I'd start bringing in some reinforcements. You've got the Khorne Gores and the Chaos Warrior Halberds just hold this objective for a little while longer. Bloodwake Berserkers are just about gone, but 2,500 value is pretty excellent. And we'll see if all these Earthbloods are enough to get the win here for the High Elves, right? The Oceanids and the Silverin and the Blades of Hoeth have been getting a lot of mileage out of those Earthbloods. But whether it's going to be enough, because there's been a lot of flaming attacks to mitigate that healing, is going to be the big question. So, while I would say it's probably pretty even, all things considered, Khorne is in a really good position here. To just kind of hold the line and bring out reinforcements and then drown out the High Elves with cost-effective mobile options. We got some throwing axes out here, nice Melkoths on this one over here. 35% spell resistance, going a long way to keeping those guys in the fight. Blades of Hoeth are really beat up. The Whitelands of Trace are doing quite a bit of work here, actually. They've been very effective grinding through the Khorne Gores and the Halberds here. One Silverin and this Oceanid going all the way, dude. The first summon, and it's got 1,600 value. This is what makes them so good, is all of the resistances. Fire resistance, Fizz res, means that throwing axes aren't that good against them. They've got perfect vigor, so they can just go all day against Khorne Gores and Marauders. It's against armor that they start to lose some steam. But got Rahagra's Pride coming back in. You've got a little bit of support here against the Minotaurs and the Marauders. But a really nice Horn of Khorne is going to buff the hell out of this Minotaur unit. And they're going to grind through the Rahagra's Pride pretty nicely, and Tyrion. And a really good rear charge from the Hounds of the Blood Hunt to give a little bit of support here. Removing any magic attacks where it's applicable, which is important against Tyrion. Although it doesn't look like he's been hit by any of the Hounds yet, so he does still have that magic damage online. Valkia is trying to get the kill on him, struggling a little bit, and you can see the Minotaurs are not having the best time. The Rangers are in here, the Rahagra's Pride are in here with their AP attacks, and Tyrion's actually manhandling some of these Minotaurs as well. Ooh, a lot of Illyrian Reaver Calf coming in. And he needs some numbers on the field. He's got 1,600 supplies, but I think he may not have anything useful to summon out currently. Marauder Horseman going to charge down the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Really nice call. Marauder Horseman really good in melee fights against other skirmish cavalry. They do get hammered pretty hard by the bows, but normally they can trade out pretty well in those fights. But Minotaurs break, Khorne loses the #1, and this is the problem with going deep on your opponent's back objective. They don't get the effective value trades. Your opponent outlasts your damage, and then they just swing back with superior numbers, and they just drag down your lords. Valkia is a very classic ending to her, potentially getting attacked by an anti-infantry monstrous unit, and she gets surrounded. She's going to start taking a lot of damage here, potentially. She does good damage to the Rahagra's Pride, but without the damage buffer, I'm a little worried for her survival here. But just keeping her in melee is the right call. She's very slow on the ground, actually. So, really, the way you get Valkia off the ground is bring something like a Fury in right now and just send it in to attack the Rahagra's Pride. Allow her to resolve the combat in the favor of your Furies and her personal value trading, and then find a way to swing back later on. Skycutter coming in, I wouldn't bother with the Skycutter, to be honest. I would just try and get out another, like, Silverin Guard and maybe another Oceanid, if I have it available. Not sure what the supply situation is, but they're doing a nice enough job, I guess, cleaning up the 2 halberds here on the number 2 objective. I think you really just want the cap weight because the tickets are a little bit too close for comfort, honestly. This is going to be a problem, though. This Sky Cutter is just going to get absolutely owned by this Fury if it stays in combat for more than a couple seconds. You see them really starting to get hammered. HP dropping like crazy. Those Furies are going to get some wicked value, too. Because Sky Cutters are so expensive. They're like $12.50 gold, I think, for the Magic missile variant. I think the Bolt Cutter is $1,400. Fury's taking a lot of damage from the Illyrian Reavers. Actually, the right call to pull off this combat and then charge down so that they get the leadership buff and they can get some damage on the Horse Archer Cav, who are being a little annoying. And look at that, man. Out-muscling Khorne on their home objective with the numbers. Minotaurs have really not done a damn thing this game. Honestly, I really find that to be the case against the High Elves pretty often nowadays. I think Blood Beasts are a better unit now for Khorne. I think you really just want Blood Beasts for their value and their superior speed. I find that that ends up being a little bit more impactful in the long run of most games. The Minotaurs really need to sit on top of large targets to value trade effectively, because while they do have good melee attack, their melee defense is abysmal. Not that Blood Beasts are that much better, but Blood Beasts have a much higher attack interval with better weapon strength, so they tend to just be much better generalist units. And the way you should think about it is Blood Beasts are essentially just like mega turbocharged, steroid injecting Rat Ogres. And Rat Ogres are one of the best tools for Skaven against the High Elves, actually, because of how much damage they do to cavalry of any and all kind. Illyrian Reavers get absolutely demolished on the charge by Blood Beasts. You get one good charge on an Illyrian Reaver Archer, you're going to take out about 15, 16 models just from the weapon strength on Blood Beasts alone. And the extra speed is all the timing difference that you need, because Illyrian Reaver Archers are fast, but your opponent slips up for just a minute, and you can get that extra damage in and really wear them out. Khorne's going to have to get another cap here. It's going to be pretty tough, though. They've got a Fury in on the Lothern Sky Cutter over here, doing some great damage. You can see them really starting to lay into those guys. Valkia is so low on HP, though, and with the pressure from the Sky Cutters, with their decent melee attack, then the Illyrian Reaver Archer's right underneath Valkia. She actually gets chipped down enough to start pushing her off the field. It's going to be very painful if she runs off, because leadership is a big part of Khorne's gameplay. That Mark of Khorne is very dependent on the Frenzy, since that's your biggest selling point on your units. You're losing the melee attack, so you get 10 more melee... you're losing 5 melee attack, so you get 10 more melee attack from the Frenzy ability. Plus you get more charge bonus, ITP, weapon strength of AP and base weapon varieties. Without the Frenzy, your units are honestly pretty bad. And that tends to be the fail point for Khorne, is if their Lord gets sniped, or they just run out of steam with not enough units on the field to kind of equal the numbers of your opponent, and they're able to bring in some missiles for the late game to really start to lock you down. While Khorne did recap their back point, they have not really had anything that's been performing well in the late game. These White Lions of Trace have been holding like champs. They've got some excellent value. All of them just about paying for themselves. The Rangers also getting a slight uptrade. The Silver and Guard were awesome. Oceanids with double their value is disgusting. And even though those Sisters didn't do great the first time around they were on the field, they did just about pay for themselves. And the Lothern Sky Cutters here in the late game have been getting some excellent charges off of the Marauders and breaking a lot of leadership. Even if they haven't been value trading amazingly, they are providing a lot of utility by forcing Fury summons, breaking leadership on Marauders, as I'm saying, and just keeping Khorne very much on their toes in a way they really don't want to be. Oh, Khorne is holding on to their cap on the number 3 objective, and they get a cheeky Khorne Gore out onto the number 1. Able to wear down the Silverins that were hanging on here, and that's going to be painful for the High Elves. Oh my god, as long as Valkia doesn't die here, and then all of the Khorne units rout, they might still be able to hold on to their home objective. Khorne Gore coming out to try and get up on there. You can see it's just barely ticking up for the High Elves currently. Really not going too great for them. Valkia drops her Demon Shield. I wouldn't even bother. She's just so low HP, and she actually is going to shatter here. Is she going to die, though? The leadership penalty is not going to hit until she runs off the field. Even though she's routing right now, Khorne Gore is getting wrecked by the Lothern Skycutters, Sisters of Avalorn Fire, and the Illyrian Reaver Archers. But, importantly, holding that number 1 point. The High Elves flip the number 3, though. It's going to be razor close, dude. I think the High Elves are barely going to take this game, though. Oh, if that Khorne Gore had gotten there just a little bit sooner, I think Khorne hangs on to the number 3, and they hold the number 1 long enough to be able to get the dub here. But that Khorne Gore breaks. That's going to mean the High Elves are going to flip this really quickly with the Cavalry cap weight here. Even without that, the single cap, or the double cap is enough for the High Elves. You can see them just passing Khorne here. Crazy close game, though. Amazing stuff from BotBot and Andy. Just a couple of little things from Andy that ended up losing him this game. Bloodwake Berserkers got great value, but they never came back in. They would have been really good for the late game, just saving up your supplies and bringing them back out to be an anchor for the middle point, or your back objective would have made it impossible for the High Elves to maneuver around them. They just hit too hard, and they grind everything down in melee. Your opponent would have had to use all the ammo on the Skycutters and the Horse Archers, probably some ammo from Sisters of Avalorn to get rid of them, and then you can be a little bit more aggressive with your Khorne Gores and Marauders around the Bloodwake Berserkers, and using your Furies to just harass and disrupt all the shooting would have been enough to probably keep you on the points long enough to grind out the objective wins. Against players of equal strength, Khorne usually doesn't win by value trading. They win by playing objectives. They're actually a little bit like Nurgle in that regard. Nurgle value trade's okay, but it's really about the durability of your units and staying on the objectives that gets you wins. And that's what you need to kind of do as Khorne as well. You don't want to overextend yourself. 2 objectives is all you need to win games, and you need to make it as hard as possible for your opponent to shoot off of those points. And hold that double cap, just in perpetuity. Don't give your opponents fair fights. Maneuver effectively, and please bring Sleipnir. I actually really think Sleipnir probably would have won this game for Khorne, because you use it to hit the Sisters of Avalorn early. Solo dive them with Valkia, have your Furies occupying the Lothern Skycutters at that point. Push the Bloodwake Berserkers around, surround these Silverin Guard and the Oceanids, and just grind them down, and use the other Sleipnir on the Blades of Hoeth when they come out. And you're probably set, because that Sleipnir just wrecks the High Elves. It is unbelievable how much damage it does to their low HP units when you get a good cast off. I always recommend it. The meta loadout for Valkia is Demon Shield and Sleipnir, and she's really not that much for the cost. She got 2,500 value here, and that was without her best value trade ability. So you can see just how good she is, man. I will say Andy did a great job of playing with Valkia. She was awesome here. 2,500 without Sleipnir is pretty incredible, to be honest. Hell yeah, man. I love casting this game, so anytime, Dark Horse. You know, every Saturday I'll be here. That's going to continue for, you know, the foreseeable future. I love the new player tournaments. They're really fun. Even if I'm on a little bit of a downswing in terms of playing the game myself, I'm always going to come back to these and have a good time casting them. But for those of you just showing up, we're in our new player tournament. Just whiling away the hours, man. Having a good old time. And for some future streams, I played some Menace earlier. I accidentally had myself muted the whole time I was playing it, unfortunately. My microphone settings got swapped in OBS somehow. It just does that sometimes. So you miss me talking about it, but that's a game I'm going to be playing a lot of just as I'm getting home from work and I have a little bit of free time. I've been having a blast with it so far, and I will be into the far future. It's in early access, but it's a really solid game, so we'll see where it goes. I have a lot of confidence in the devs. It's like one of the few early access games I'm not embarrassed to have spent money on. Because the demo was amazing, and the actual early access release is more than enough new stuff to justify dropping $30 on it. We've got Toaster. Toaster won on Vampire Counts in the last new player tournament, playing some Skaven here. Really tough for new players to get a handle on, but a really good faction to have in the back pocket because probably the best shooting faction in the game at killing other shooting factions. They are just so good at clearing gun lines with Giselles, really good at value trading in the front line with some Poison Wind Globadier volleys. And then you can just usually find a way to answer these big monsters and stuff. I do really like this High Elf build. Going for these Monsters Infantry single entity builds can be a little risky for most factions, but High Elves have tons of heals, tons of magic. They've got reasonably cheap infantry options they can bring out, especially with Ship's Company. Ship's Company have been a game changer for the High Elves because one thing the High Elves have struggled with for a long time is having a cheap melee infantry that can just grind down garbage. Like, spearmen are just too defensively oriented to be able to do it. Like, they've got all this melee defense in the world, but their weapon strength is awful. And their melee attack is only 22, so, I mean, look at that. A Scathe and Slave Spear has 24 melee defense. A Spearman is going to take way too long just to kill these basic guys. The Ship's Company, actually, might be the best infantry option for the High Elves nowadays, just because they're 400 gold, they have crazy high leadership, cost-effective against just about everything, and just a really solid baseline to be able to scrap down your opponent's chaff. Sea Elemental is going to be really useful as long as it doesn't get hit by the Teeth Breakers. Teeth Breakers need to be the priority here for useful Toaster. He's going to get his Warp Lock Engineer out. He's got the Master Assassin, who's kind of a cheeky little lord. I really do prefer, if I'm going to run anything other than Ikit, especially against Elves, I'm bringing Snicketch. Because his Deathmaster Sigil and Whirl of Weeping Blades, I think is what it's called, is absolutely devastating against their cavalry, and the Sigil can lock down their lords and make it very hard for them to engage properly. The Master Engineer has this Looming Dread, which is kind of cheeky, but it's only restricted to lords and heroes, which, you know, take it for what it is, it's alright. I just find that the AoE and the Cloak, which debuffs melee defense, is way more useful against Elves. Skrulk is another option because he has Rod of Corruption and Liber Bubonicus. Ikit's always going to be the meta option until they, like, nerf him or do something with him. I don't know what, but it's really cool to see something a little bit different from Useful Toaster. Nice Burning Head targeting. That is actually the best possible way to be casting it through all of these Raki units. You find a good angle on one and just hope that you get a good wobble through another clan rat, and that's exactly what we get here. In that fire mage, only 400 value, but he's broken the entire flank open on this Skaven army, and you can see that Oceanids are pushing through pretty nicely. Poison Wind Globadiers got a good early volley off, but they're running out of room already. Really, you've got the Stormvermin and Halberds to kind of hold through here. Look at the Sea Elemental damage. Oh my goodness. Oh, the Poison Wind Globe got half health right out the gate just about. Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats actually going for a back cap here. Cheeky back cap with the cheap bodies at cap weight. A lot of Rat Ogres coming in for Mass, which is definitely the right call here. One Globadier is pretty beat up, but they did get disengaged, and the Sea Elemental's spending a little too much time attacking all of these Clan Rats. Magic damage is the best way to kill the Sea Elemental. The Writhing Mist is active, which is awesome. It's debuffing a lot of the stuff around him. It was giving some missile resistance and block chance in a radius around itself, but that's wearing off now. Oceanid's running out of steam. I think the double Oceanid early is a little bit much. Probably just one Oceanid and a bunch of the ship's company, and you can just go in on your opponent from there. Frostheart Phoenix was forgotten about a little bit too, which is painful. Flyers are really good for getting on weapon teams. Really would have been nice to be able to dive the Natty Bubos as they were trying to retreat and get away. Master Assassin gets pretty beat up, but Tyrion's also similarly beleaguered. He was stuck up on some Storm Vermin. And these Storm Vermin, man, they've got double chevrons already. 1,500 value on those guys. They've got a full surround on the Frostheart Phoenix, and Rat Ogres are pinning this thing in, too. That's going to be a very dead unit here in a moment. Storm Vermin Halberd out here, struggling a little bit against the Sea Elemental, but doing alright. You can see the back pressure was beaten off by the High Elves. Just had the Rangers and the Spearmen do some damage out there. Decent little Burning Head breaking up the Clan Rat spears, but Storm Vermin not suffering too badly. Frostheart Phoenix getting shot to pieces by the Natty Bubos. They love Frostheart Phoenixes for their targeting, because these guys don't have Phys Res or anything. Unlike the Sea Elemental and the Oceanids, they can get their full complement of damage off on this thing. And it's pretty limited on the HP, so those shots are just devastating against the Phoenixes. You can see how quickly it is getting worn out there. Skycutters are another good target for the Natty Bubos. They've got 1,200, so they've gotten some pretty good value trading so far. About a third of their ammo left. And they really should just hit these Skycutters in the air, and just probably the rest of their ammo will probably kill those things. Skycutters are going to land on the ground to try and help against the Rat Ogres here. Just trying to keep them away from Tyrion for a moment. Beautiful Flensing Ruin. That is hitting all of the expensive units here that the High Elves have. Upgraded? Oh, beautiful. Upgraded one as well. Great use of the Poison Wind Globes is exactly what you want to do. Beat up Clan Rats. Occupy the early attention of the Spearmen. You get a good volley off, and follow-up volley should kill this unit. Yeah, that Flensing Ruin is just devastating the Skycutters. Don't even need to focus fire with the Natty Bubos because of that. They get a couple of shots off anyways. Skycutters are shattered here. Sea Elemental is getting pretty low, and Tyrion's actually heal capped here, which means the Storm Vermin and the Clan Rats might be able to drag him down in a few moments there. And yeah, good call. Master Assassin should just sit back and avoid taking any extra damage and potentially breaking and losing you a bunch of leadership on your little rats. Skaven are even worse without their lord than Khorne is. Khorne obviously can struggle, but can survive losing their lord. Skaven are basically just dead in the water if their lord dies, because their leadership is just so bad across the board. You know, Lord Death Penalty is -16, and then you got a perpetual -10 on units that have like a base of 45 leadership. There's not a lot you can do to survive through that normally, but with this guy being invisible, it's going to be very hard for the High Elves to secure a snipe in the late game. Skaven are doing a good job of pressing all the different objectives on the battlefield now. High Elves have nothing to try and sneak the number 3 away. Number 1 is barely being capped right now by the Sea Elemental. And you've only got 2,400 HP left on this thing. Fire Mage is getting dragged down now by a bunch of Rat Ogres. These Rat Ogres, man, this is what I'm talking about. These guys, 700 gold, basically completely paid for themselves, right? They're just sitting on low-cost clan rats and getting great value trades. As I mentioned last game, those Blood Beasts being 400 gold more, but having substantially better stats are basically just sauced up Rat Ogres, and see the value trade potential on these guys? Imagine what the Blood Beasts in that last Corn game could have done. Wolf Rats just running away, Night Runners trying to drag down the Sea Elemental, good. Hold on the number 1 objective here. Master Assassin still being sneaky and hiding, and the Fire Mage shatters, which is brutal. I just let him run off the field now. Don't even need to chase him down. Good call by Toaster. Just let him trot off. He's not going back in the summon pool till he's all the way off the field. And Magic's the only way the High Elves are going to get back in this one. Monarch is so far behind. The double Oceanid, I think, was the wrong call. I think they come in from reserve, and you use the Sea Elemental a little bit more aggressively into the backline, and make sure you don't forget about your Frostheart Phoenix, and you'd be just fine. You don't really need the Oceanids until the mid-game, because you've got the Fire Mage anyways. Fire Mage is there to drop those Burning Heads to break open the Skaven formation early, and then you can kind of rush around and bully a little bit better. Because you'll have Ship's Company to just, like, occupy a lot of the Clan Rats and Globadiers from that point, and those are the things that have really messed up the High Elves here. And Oceanids do pretty well against Rat Ogres now that I'm thinking about it. Because the Rat Ogres have awful, awful melee defense. Oceanids are really not too terrible in a prolonged grind against them, even though it's not really their cup of tea fighting other large targets normally. Rat Ogres with only 30 armor actually are not an awful use of time in terms of a melee fight. Fireborn are way too expensive for this matchup. I can't really even think of a time you'd want to bring them out. Basic Lyrian Reavers and Silverhelms are more than enough usually for Doomflayers. Fireborn are just a little too expensive. Fireborn are great in a lot of other matchups though, so you don't want to just forgo them too often. I do think the Skaven have more than enough cost-effective tools and shooting to be able to drag those guys down without them value trading up very effectively. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Adler. It's just too many big things. Little too expensive on the early build. I get the idea, you want to bring out all these Rangers and whatnot, but Sky Cutters I'd cut here. I'd cut the Oceanids in the opener. I would just get as many Ship's Company as I can, honestly. Because the Oceanids are 2,200 together. You can max out on the Ship's Company. You can still have the Frostheart Phoenix and the Sea Elemental. Maybe find a little bit of gold to fit in one Archer or something. Cut the Sky Cutters, get the Oceanids in reserve for mass, because they'll be good against Doomflayers and the Rat Ogres alike. Get rid of the Fireborn and get 2 more Silverhelms, and honestly I think the build would be fine. Maybe get rid of the Spearman and the Silverin Guard. And grab, what else would you grab there for the High Elves? To kind of play around a more aggressive style of build. Heart of Avalorn is really all you need for Tyrion here. Phaeton Ripost is fine. It's really not that good. He's already a god-tier duelist. Doesn't give him any melee weapon strength, which I think would be way more useful for him. Extra melee attack and melee defense is kind of overkill. The Fizz Res is really the only nice thing that it gives you. I don't think you need it for rats, because Tyrion will kill pretty much all of the Skaven characters in a 1v1. I don't think there's a single one that can stand against him. Yeah, definitely want the Sea Elemental. You got the Mage. Try and keep your Mage prices in check. These guys can get really expensive if you just give them way too much. Burning Head and maybe Cascading Fire Cloak is all you need. Starwood Staff and the Book of Hoeth is nice. And look, you got 2,100 supplies left, so you can go... either go one Oceanid, but Frostheart Phoenix if you really want it. I honestly don't think you even need this unit. Howling Warp Gale is available for Skaven all the time. Just with most of their casters, they're almost always going to have the ability to lock down your flyers. So synergize with an Oceanid to back up your ship's company early, so like an early Doomflayer rush can't just like fully crush these guys. We'll have a little bit of mass here with the Elemental and the Oceanid to stop that. Fire Mage to clear out the numbers with the Burning Head. Sea Elemental just bum rushes into the backfield to start disrupting weapon teams. And the Oceanid start cleaning up and then push through to get on top of weapon teams once the Clan Rat numbers are a little more thinned out. And you chase around with the ship's company to occupy space and keep the Skaven on their toes. And I actually don't think a Shadow Walker wouldn't really be a bad call here. Stalk, good in melee combat. Their missiles hit really hard. They can definitely be a good tool for wearing out the Poison Wind Globes. If you wanted to. I really love these guys. They're accurate enough to get the job done, but really just baseline archers, about all you need. And you maybe just upvet the Oceanid because you got some money left over. Or maybe fit in Flamestorm as well, because you got a lot of magic to work with. You don't mind casting a bunch of expensive spells with Book of Hoeth and the staff. This Book of Hoeth lasts ages. You get an obnoxious amount of winds of magic as the High Elves. So just something to think about. And then you get your Silver Helms, some Illyrian Reavers. Just good cavalry pressure on weapon teams can be very effective. And Storm Riders aren't a bad unit. I don't know if you need any Lotherns, honestly. I do like the Rangers because I'm not a huge fan of them normally, but they are pretty good at clearing out much lower tier infantry than themselves. It's usually only when Rangers have to uptrade that they fall apart, because I don't know what it is about them. They just get shredded by anything else that's kind of around their price point, outside of a handful of units. But against the Skaven, they're cheap, fast, Vanguard deployment. They can rush pretty quickly and run down weapon teams, which is good. The more pressure on weapon teams, the better for yourself. And Rahagur's Pride are nice because they slow stuff down. They've debuff leadership. Anti-infantry, you're going to be clearing through a lot of bodies as is. Another Oceanid. Not bad. Honestly, this is a good enough core of an army to scrap against the Skaven, I think. And then you can just kind of bring, mix and match what you want from here. Honestly, one Great Eagle wouldn't even be bad, because these are way cheaper than the Phoenixes. They don't terror route anything, but you've already got a terror-causing unit, the Sea Elemental, and the Eagles can just fly after, like, the Warlock Engineers, or hunt for the beat-up Skaven Lords, dive bomb weapon teams that might be a little out of position, that have routed earlier, and you just need to, like, run down and chase off. With 850 gold... a silver, or maybe like 1 white lion or something. Maybe another war lion. So the war lions can double up against doom flayers and do good damage to them because of the AP. Solid attack values. And they have striders, so they're pretty good on a map like Jade Tomb, where there's big forests. And they've got 30% missile resistance. So a build like this would be a really good call. Yeah, if you want to go for the big monster and then Tyrion. But really, you can just go with an Archmage of Fire, honestly. And then you can save yourself a little more money, because these Archmages really aren't bad combatants on their Eagles. They have martial prowess, so their stats are better than it shows here. They've also got Armor of the Stars, which gives you Stalk and Unspottable. You don't get Starwood Staff, but you've still got Book of Hoeth, and you can just charge up and drop Burning Heads on cooldown. Really roast your opponent out. You can cut Arcane Conduit. Because honestly, Book of Hoeth is going to do enough. You can just save the money. This guy's just dirt cheap and really effective. So then you've got 1,500 extra supplies up top here to go even wider with your army and make it even tougher for the Skaven. Like 1,000,000 archers is really good at killing all the weapon teams. I'm telling you, man, this is like probably the way the High Elves actually beat a lot of factions now, is just going nice and wide, because Ship's Company open up so many opportunities by being such a solid unit. They're not world beaters, but they don't have to be. They just fill a niche that the High Elves have been lacking for so long that their performance is wildly overcommensurate to what they can actually do in terms of value trading, just by existing on the field and occupying ground and being really tough to break with their solid leadership at 65 for a 400 gold unit. It's grody. It's really nice to have them around. Let's get one more here and now for round 2. What do we want to watch? I haven't seen any Beastmen yet, so... Smokey Loco won a really close round 1 game against Tomb Kings. He did a really good job in a tough matchup. We'll see how he does into a similarly tough matchup. Beastmen are really good against Ogre Kingdoms because their infantry can close the gap on Ogre Kingdom formations way quicker than you might expect, and they can really swarm Lead Belchers with fairly cheap stuff, and they can bring Harpies, and they've got Chimeras, who are great terror-causing unit. Doom Bulls are very cheap combat characters who have a really nice AoE buff to leadership, melee attack, and charge bonus. Ungor Raiders are also pretty good at like sneaking in and getting into range of Lead Belchers and shooting them up. Can also shoot Pigback Riders and basic Noblars and still do fine because they're just dirt cheap. Ungor Raiders, excellent unit, man. You underestimate these guys at your own risk. At 425, there's really nothing that they can't shoot at and get their value back against. And killing Noblars early, I mean, it can be a little bit unintuitive to go after Chaff early, but this is a faction where if you kill the Noblars early on, your opponent's going to run out of space to do much of anything, because Ogre Bulls lose most of their effectiveness if they don't have Noblars to grind on top of. Lead Belcher's opening up early, getting some good damage. You gotta be careful stacking your units behind one another, because Lead Belchers fire pretty wildly, and they get a lot of collateral damage that way. It's actually better to make sure that your formations are like truly in a checkerboard pattern, because that's the way that you avoid most of the ill effects of your opponent's Lead Belcher fire scattering. So, decent little surround going off here. I think Clipsy might be pulling the trigger a little too early. Good charge in with the Centigores, though, onto the Noblar Trappers. Breaking those guys up pretty badly. The leadership is tanking pretty quick since they're getting rear charged. Corngors get into them and break the leadership immediately. Great stuff. Synagors, though, going to get attacked by Blood Vultures and getting shot up by Trappers. Getting hit by the trap ability, they lose some speed, but now they get that acceleration going. Really nice micro on the Synagors there, and good shots from the Ungor Raiders, but a beautiful Burning Head to try and break these guys up. Burning Head is awesome at clearing out Ungor Raiders, so losing one of them is a little rough for the Beastmen, but you've got both Lead Belchers locked down. Goreherd should just sit here, and they'll kill a Lead Belcher pretty fast. They've got good enough melee attack and weapon strength that they'll make pretty short work of them. And the Chimera is occupying the attention of the Piggyback Knights and another Pigback Rider. Gonna get back up in the air, probably rotate around and just land on the back of those guys and start really chewing through them. Slangors attacking some Flingers and Pigback Riders with an Ogre Bull dual weapon on them. Not normally good for a Slangor to be in this position, but there's two of them. It's enough to survive most of this fight. And they're getting Pleasure Through Pain charged up pretty quickly, so they're doing some extra damage, and they break the leadership on all the Noblars, and now the Ogre Bulls are going to be crushed pretty quickly. They falter so hard without the damage buffering from their little buddies underneath them. Senties have been hammering, but not doing too great. Beastmen are pretty even in value, which is awesome. Traderkin is coming in and is hitting the Firebelly, and the Chimera is trying to snipe him. Beautiful Burning Head to get rid of the other Ungor Raider. Lead Belchers are alive. They've actually survived the early aggression. The Goreherd did not get an attack order onto the Lead Belcher quickly enough, and yeah, I think the Beastmen went a little too quickly for their own good. Do got Golg running from the Doombolt here. That Dismember slowing him down, so he's not able to finish off Golg quickly here. If he can kill Golg, then the Noblars are just all going to run away, basically. And if you can find a way to kill the Lead Belchers at that point, I think the Beastmen will be able to just summon out bodies to just steal away the objectives from all the bad cap weight, and that'll be GG. Are Lead Belchers better than Bull Rush or Monster Mashing into Beastmen? I think Monster Mash is probably the best option against Beastmen. I really do think just like a Stonehorn and then nice chunky bunch of Flingers with some Ogre Bull backing is enough. I think Lead Belchers can be effective against Beastmen, but I think they're more effective at just forcing the Beastmen in before they're prepared for an early dive. Because the Beastmen infantry is pretty spread out. The Lead Belchers, they can get some good damage on them, but it's a little less effective than it normally is. It's hard to say, though. Ogre Kingdoms are a pretty gimmicky faction. And really, the way you win with Ogre Kingdoms, it all comes down to positioning, first and foremost. If your positioning is good with Ogre Kingdoms, it doesn't really matter what build you bring. As long as you're keeping the basics in mind of Noblars and Ogre Bulls on top of one another to value trade. Saber Tusks and Blood Vultures to peel for shooting units that may be getting dogpiled on. You're usually going to be able to wear out most opponents just by keeping those fundamentals in mind. And don't let your lords get sniped. You know, a lot of factions struggle with protecting their characters. There's really no excuse for Golg to have gotten bullied as badly as he did. This Chimera has been doing a lot of work by jumping around and being up on the characters, getting some nice breath attacks. The Doom Bull has similarly been very effective. He got some good early damage on Golg and then just pushed him away from the proper retreat path, and then he just kind of died out here on the forest edge. And I think that's going to win the Beastmen the game. They faltered a little bit there in the middle of it, and they've got a little bit of a ways to go, but they have the ticket lead because they're just way quicker at getting on points. The Lead Belchers are pretty far back of supporting their Noblars, who are getting a little bit too ahead of themselves now and are, you know, just struggling with the fact that their leadership has been so low for so long. Gold comes out and does get rid of the leadership malice, but he is decently pricey, which gives the Beastmen time to bring forward their Centaurs and some reinforcing infantry to start to really wear out some of these Noblars and Ogre Bulls that are out here on the field. Good burning head on the Centis, but the Centis do survive, and they're going to continue using their Perfect Vigor to push around and get some good shock damage. Decent value on these guys. This one paying for itself. You got more Centaurs coming in. Such a great unit. Centis are so good in the back pocket for Beastmen. The second the battle starts getting broken open, where mobility is able to maneuver a little bit better than in the early stages when they're getting crowded out by infantry numbers, they just take over because they're always at peak efficiency, and that's really hard to deal with, especially how strong Centis are on the charge. They pile into combat so tightly that they just absolutely dominate everything when they're getting those initial engagements. Chimera is very healthy. It's paid for itself. It's got breath attacks still, I think. Yeah, 2 of those. Definitely will be pretty nice for breaking up some Noblars and maybe getting some damage off on Saber Tusk packs. Can do good damage against those. I don't know how they do against Ogre Bulls. Probably not terribly. Doom Bull is also pretty healthy. His Blood Greed's getting charged up, so he's, you know, chilling. Getting some extra melee attack and weapon strength and charge bonus. He's got the ITP, so he's hanging in just fine. It's not really too much to deal with him other than Golg, and Golg is a little occupied. He's trying to help the Ogre Kingdoms push this number 3 objective to pull the Beastmen apart and maybe find ways to grab the number 1 and the number 3 simultaneously, because they need the triple cap now. They're running out of time. Even if the Beastmen are just holding a single cap, there really isn't much to work with here for the Ogre Kingdoms. Senti's getting run down by some Saber Tusk packs, which is nice. Goreherd getting rear charged and probably breaking here. Ooh, barely hanging in. Slangor's coming out to clear the Noblars. Good call. Senti isn't a Corn Gore coming in with the single entities just to hold down the number 1 objective. Bright Shaman with just Traderkin. I don't really think you need Traderkin here. Honestly, I think Beast Magic with Amber Spear would be a really good call. You can use it to shoot Lead Belchers from pretty far away and just wear down the numbers on those guys. What else could you bring? Honestly, Wild's Magic with Devolve and Vile Tide wouldn't be bad either, and you can just, like, turbocharge your unit's effectiveness by getting the charge bonus and the vigor reduction from the lore passive from the Wild's Magic, and Vile Tide does good damage to stuff like Noblars. And like I said, clearing out the Noblar Flingers is actually the most important thing you can do, because these guys actually are pretty dangerous with their little pebbles. Again, here they've been putting a lot of work in for Smoky Loco, but Clipsy's single entities with all this terror is just doing such a good job of keeping the Noblars back and making it really hard to push through the limited numbers that the Beastmen have on the field. Slangor's running. The Ogre Bolt dual weapons are getting some pretty good damage here, but a Corn Gore is going to be a much tougher ask for them to fight against, and they don't have any buffering now. Again, without Noblars, these guys are just not going to do a whole lot. Corn Gores are just going to absolutely annihilate this unit, probably. They can always kite back, and they can just try and hold the number 3, but the single cap from the number 1 is all the Beastmen need now. They're barely hanging on to this, but you do get a beautiful terror route on that Noblar Flinger on the edge of the point. That's removing a little cap weight. You can see it just swings it in the favor of the Beastmen. Some Goreherd rallying Brave Shaman, moving in to support their brethren, and more terror routes coming in from that Chimera. Amazing unit. Absolutely hard carrying this game for the Beastmen right now. Good damage from the rallying lead belcher, barely hanging on. 1300 value, really not that impactful, all things considered. I think with a few more Ogre Bulls out earlier, you can get a little bit of a better timing push, and you can just have one lead belcher to, like, make your opponent think about early diving, you know, get them a little antsy as it's getting some good damage off early. Can maybe find a way to fit some terror into your build as well, because Beastmen have pretty good baseline resilience to terror routes with all the Primal Fury they have, but their leadership is kind of low. You can work around it and get terror routes against them pretty effectively more often than not. Yeah, man. Rough. Gonna get that number 3 objective back. Not that they even need it. They're able to time it out with the super clutch holds in this middle objective. Playing with fire of the Beastmen here, but getting that early kill on Golg was the game winner, just as I suspected it might be. And Chimera was just doing a great job of harassing. And it looks like his breath attacks actually do good damage to the lead belchers. This is their death animation, so it's just good against everything, really. I mean, come on, CA, please don't do this. Just nerf the breath attacks on the Chimera. I wish it was just a little bit more balanced, because it's already good enough in melee as it is. The breath attacks do not need to be getting like 400 or 500 value with each use. That's a little bit abysmal in terms of fairness, in my opinion. And the Chimeras are available for 3 factions now, which is over-representing those factions in the upper levels of the win rates right now. Warriors of Chaos are a little lower on the win rates than Norskin Beastmen, just because Warriors of Chaos are pretty popular with newer people, and they're a little hard to get used to, because their build variety is crazy. Can be kind of hard to figure out what builds you do and don't like for certain matchups, and it can take some time to acclimate to them as a whole, but Warriors of Chaos are absolutely a top-tier faction right now. In the right hands. Berserk is probably the best Warriors of Chaos player. He is one of the top players in terms of win rates and tourney wins when he's getting in there and tussling with them, so that's, you know, my justification for calling them top tier despite having a bad win rate right now, quote unquote. Beastmen and Norska, though, with the Chimeras are just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, on top of Norska having the Bearmen, who are overperforming right now, there's not a lot of leeway for most factions in those matchups. It just makes the requirements for your unit choice a little bit narrow, in my opinion, and it restricts build variety in those matchups. And I want to see a little bit of everything. I don't want to see Chimeras in every freaking game, and them always, like, overperforming, getting their value back, and hard carrying matches, because it really is just about every freaking game right now. It's a little frustrating to watch when it's all the time. It's not terrible, though. Chimeras can be bullied. If you just call out your opponent bringing Chimeras and you have something like, what would the Ogre Kingdoms bring if they wanted to kill Chimeras? I mean, Golg is a good begin in terms of options against him. He's really strong in melee combat, even against big stuff. Despite not being a bonus versus a large character, he's got good stats. He's also got a heal. Just have him run around and stay alive. I do think you bring Been There, Done That against the Beastmen. What do you need to beat up on the Chimeras? You really don't have great... Honestly, maybe a Hunter wouldn't even be bad here. A Hunter on the Stonehorn, I think, could do a lot of good for you. These guys are, like, fairly cheap. Their missile strength is really good against those big targets. They've got 120 range. As the Chimera is up in the sky, you can just use the missile strength on this guy to kind of poke it from the ground. keep it honest and wear it out. You get a huge bonus versus large of 100 from this guy. He fires pretty quick, too. And Stonehorns have amazing charge bonus characteristics. So when the Chimera lands, you can just send the Hunter on the Stonehorn over to just smack it a few times, and gold can go in to keep it in check. And then you can use the Hunter to run around as a big terror-causing monster to just, like, run all of the Beastmen off the field in the mid-game, once you've got the Chimera offline. And then gold can just, like, beat up on infantry and fight the Doom Bull with a little bit of support, and he should be fine. You can bring your Firecaster in from reserve, actually. Because Firebellies are pretty cheap once you cut their abilities and unnecessary stuff. You just bring Kindle Flame. You can bring Fire Breath if you want to. It's honestly not that bad. It's cheap as hell. It's 50 gold. And it does pretty good damage. It's a little hard to use at times because it's fairly short range, but it's a little bit of something extra, right? Just clear out numbers on the Beastmen with hitting Centigores, Gore Herd, fill out with all your Noblars and everything, and you should be pretty set for scrapping against them. Get like 2 Trappers, maybe a early Ogre Bull. Maybe just 1 Trapper and you can get 2 Ogre Bulls, because you do want some mass against the Beastmen in case they bring Chariots, because Razorgore Chariots are actually pretty good at running over Pigback Riders and Noblars and Flingers, and they just massively disruptive pieces. So having Ogre Bulls to kind of just run in and stop their momentum early can be really useful. Lots of dual weapon bulls in reserve. Saber Tusk packs are really good against Centigores, as are Blood Vultures. And I really don't know if you need much else. Just have maybe a couple of the Trappers in reserve, and maybe like 1 Golg's Maneaters, or actually a Lead Belcher in reserve, and then I don't know, another Saber Tusk pack and a Flinger or something, I guess. It's a lot of Saber Tusk packs. It can be a little flimsy, but I do think they perform really well in this matchup. I don't know, play around with it. You got like 1,300. I think this build as is has like all the core units that you really need against Beastmen. Like Chaff Clear, Lead Belchers for like Bestigores if those are on the field. Not going to see them too often, but Korok's Man-Rippers might be available for the Beastmen. Maybe the Eshin Man-Eater, just for a little bit of an X factor in the SE duel if you need it, because Marked for Eating is really strong. You can bring this guy in to hammer the Chimera on the melee defense and armor, and then the Hunter and Gold have a better time beating up on it. Something to keep in mind. What do we want to see here? Molly versus Bot should be a good game. I mean, Bot played really nicely into Khorne earlier, which is a tough matchup for High Elves usually. Fairly even, and he executed his build very cleanly to get the long, grindy win there. Against Lizardmen, it'll be pretty tough. Lizards have great missile units in their own right and good skirmish capabilities. I don't think the Solar Engines are the right call on this map, to be honest. I like the Metalcaster. Honestly, if you want my 2 cents about what you should be doing here on this particular map against the High Elves, I think Double Feral Stegodon or the Bolt Thrower Stegodons would be better options, because the Bolt Throwers can put a little more pressure on Eltharion. Not just by shooting him with the Bolt Thrower shots, but also by countercharging him as he's trying to land. Because Eltharion will kill a Slain Mage Priest pretty quickly. Stegos are a little bit more expensive than the solar engines, so I do understand maybe not prioritizing them. And it's not like the solar engines are bad on this map, it's just you gotta get them into a good spot here, or they're not going to have good angles for their shots, and your opponent's usually going to be within range to be able to put a little bit of pressure on those guys. It's just something to keep in mind. Might be a little tough for them to be at peak efficiency on Chateau. They're better on slightly more open field maps. They do lower vigor. That'll be really nice. They are going to be able to keep the Illyrian River Archers in check. They'll be good for debuffing stats as well with the blinded effect. And looks like they're going to go after the Sisters, but ending up hitting the Spearmen instead. Ooh, that's a big waste of an Apo, because that's model kills, not HP damage. You can see not a lick of this HP damage is being healed here. Definitely a really small mistake from BotBot, but one you gotta keep in mind. Not worth healing up your units when the solar engines are hitting them if it's infantry and Illyrian Reaver Archers, because it's gonna be model kills. Just save the Apos for Eltharion. Eltharion lands pretty aggressively here to get after the Bastiladons, gets some decent damage. Is going to get pushed back by the Skink Cohort Javelins. These guys are deceptively good against single entities. I talk about it all the time. They're one of my favorite units for the Lizardmen. Stupidly cost-effective, with amazing uptrade potential as well. Depending on what your opponent does, obviously. I mean, if they're really good about bullying the Skink Cohorts, they're not really all that good, but typically they're going to find some stuff to shoot against the High Elves. Just don't use their shots against Spearmen, who are silver shielded. There's no point. Just use them out here on the flank to kind of hammer the Illyrian Reaver Archers and screen Eltharion away from the Bastiladons. You see the Bastiladons are struggling really badly. This is why I was recommending the Stegodons. They'd be a little bit more resilient to Eltharion landing on these guys. They also have good shaft clear capability. They can just like rampage through the Talons, Sisters of Avalorn, and the Archers. And the Archers are holding up really nicely. They're just getting a lot of value here in the early going. Poking at anything and everything that's kind of waddling past their front line. Spearmen are doing a pretty good job of occupying attention right now. A lot of Saurus are kind of stuck up on these guys. Same with some Skinks. Saurus over here trying to push through, but they dropped their order, and now they're fighting the Spearmen in melee combat. Good Banishment, a good Searing Doom hitting the Talons, and the Sisters of Avalorn taking a lot of damage. A lot of repositioning going on here, but Oceanids get in against the Saurus and will hold just fine here. Really good at clearing these guys out because they're just really hard to hit, and the Saurus have good weapon strength, but they're going to have like a minimum chance of hitting those Oceanids just about. And the Sisters just wrecking the solar engines. Eltharion, though, is getting absolutely annihilated. Looks like the Feral Carnosaur. Oh my god. 1,500 value on the Carnosaur. I just looked away for a minute, man. Holy snot, honestly. Great work by the Feral Carnosaur beating up on Eltharion, but he does rally. He can drop Apos on himself to get himself back in this fight. Fireborn running down Chameleon Skinks. Same out here, Illyrian Reavers running down some more Chameleons. Got to play very, very carefully with Chameleons. Would have been better to have them screening out the Illyrian Reaver Archers. The Archers will lose in the range trade against the Chameleons, and if they want to get into melee, you can just screen out with some Feral Cold Ones to keep them at bay, and then the Chameleons can turn around and just fire in and chip these guys down. You never want to let Chameleons get too out on the edge of your formation against any kind of melee cavalry. They just don't have any HP to speak of. They're very, very flimsy. Saurus Warriors get pushed back as I expected by the Oceanids. Ooh, it's going to be a really nice final transmutation. Overcasted and everything. Slain Mage Priest is getting beat up a little bit, but he's going to turn around here, and he's going to keep Eltharion in this fight with the Bastiladon to kind of help check Eltharion's progress. He's having a little bit of trouble pushing past him, and that final transmutation gets him down to 199 HP. He got a nice apple on himself, but he's just so low. And he's running for his life here. You're going to have the Solar Engine could finish him here. Just have the Solar Engine sit on him with the shots and kill him. TBH. Really not much else you need to do. Fireborn attacking the Feral Cold Ones. Feral Cold Ones are holding up the archers right now, and Feral Carnosaur rushes in. It's going to get some good damage on the Fireborn, but if the Cold Ones leave this fight, it's going to get surrounded and just immediately wrecked by the Fireborn, who are just excellent at killing big monsters. Great melee attributes. Good AP, great bonus versus large. Already really high melee attack and melee defense as is. Beautiful banishment, though. Gonna really hammer the archers who are blobbed up around this thing. Also gonna be good for any Fireborn models that get caught in it, but rotates around to the other side so the Fireborn avoid most of the damage, but they are getting hammered by that blinded contact effect now. One Solar Engine is very healthy, the other a little beat up, but doing a good job of holding up a lot of the High Elf units. While the infantry fight has not gone smoothly for the Lizardmen, they are doing a good job with all their other elements of keeping the High Elves in check. Solar Engines have not done great, but Feral Cold Ones are rampaging around. Pretty decent value on them. They won the SE trade with Altharian getting hammered. He's got 13 HP. Oh my god, on the Umbral side. Are they going to get the kill on him? They just managed to hit him before he gets out of range. That's going to be a huge leadership penalty on the High Elves. They can normally survive something like that. But being as this game is still fairly early on, and Lizards have a triple cap here, I don't know what the High Elves are gonna do to answer this. They really don't have a lot of supplies. They're pushed way back. Their archers are all being mopped up now. Lion Chariot is a really nice unit, but I think that you're bringing this thing very situationally against Lizardmen. Just one or two Feral Cold Ones can actually drag down a Lion Chariot pretty quickly. Oceanid's really about the best unit that the High Elves have, and it's just one thing left on the field. Got another Oceanid coming out here, trying to help the Silverin Guard, but the Silverins, they get hit by a downhill charge, and they just get absolutely tossed around, and they're not able to stay close together enough for good value trades here, potentially. Even if they're able to grind this out, they've got a long way to advance to get any of these points back. And the Lizards are going to be able to start bringing all their Skinks back out. And Skinks are dirt cheap, and they have full cap weight, so I think they'll be able to just kind of swarm over the High Elves from here. It's not GG quite yet, though, but that's a really nice final transmutation on the Lion Chariots. That's really good damage onto those low entity units. The Oceanids are also getting hammered a little bit. Final Transmutation's not great against monstrous units, but it's still fairly effective damage. And now you got the Spear Riders getting in here, very effective against both these targets. Even if the Oceanids have a lot of Fizz Res and really high melee defense, I don't think they're high health enough to be able to hold up the Spear Riders for too long. Got a really nice Shield of the Old Ones and the Lion Chariots. Just about ready to start dropping models. Chariots are basically at max efficiency until they actually lose entities, which makes them super effective, typically against Horde factions. Which is why I do like having one in the back pocket against the Lizards. Just come in and run over Skinks and Saurus alike. You just gotta keep them away from these Spear Riders, though. And Spear Riders do push through. Oceanid dead, Lion Chariot dead, Spear Riders and Cold Ones rallying to the objectives. One Feral Cold One going down to some Rangers here. Getting a little bit of damage, though. Holding up the objective pressure from the High Elves at the least. Lizards get the number 1. They definitely need something to push the number 3, and that's going to be a Skink Cohort and a Saurus Warrior. It's going to be really hard to hold that with Spearmen. Spearmen just lose so hard against Saurus. It's really gross. We'll see what the High Elves can manage here. They may have a path back to respectability in this one. Oceanids are doing a pretty good job of holding here, but it's a lot of anti-large, and despite the Phys Res, there's some Ranger support they might hold here for long enough, but I think they're going to get worn out pretty fast. All this HP damage is pretty devastating considering Eltharion is gone, and there's no heals available whatsoever. Solar Engine, one of them's still alive. Still hasn't really gotten its value back, but again, getting some stat debuffing with the blinded effect where possible. I'd prefer to see it shooting at the Oceanid because it is magic damage. The fire resistance is relevant against this thing, but, you know, it evens out in your favor with the Phys Res being a larger proportion of the resistance. It sure is triple cap territory, too. Slaying Mage, oh my god, 3,600 value on this guy. Yeah, Final Chance Mutation and all the Searing Dooms has been super clutch, and the Mage Priest has just been cackling all game. And the Banishments were really good, too. He probably got about 1,000 value out of both of the Banishments that we've seen this game. And putting in all that work is doing just enough for the Lizards to keep the pressure up on the objectives. And again, that's all Domination Mode is about, man. Playing the objectives is way more important than value trading. Just on a baseline level, you can afford to down trade a little bit if it means that you're holding the objectives more firmly than your opponent. You can't be down like, you know, 3,000 or 4,000, but I've won plenty of games being down about 2k value just by holding points and making it impossible for my opponent to get the caps that he needs. Source Warriors a little out of position here with the Oceanids on their back and the Rangers scrapping them down from the front. Really good sandwich there. A little bit of a shame that BotBot isn't really able to get through his opponent there. I wouldn't say that though. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. Certain factions do want to play super heavy into value trading. Lizards, I think, do a pretty good job of playing both methods, where it's objectives and then value, or the other way around, depending on the situation. Wood Elves don't play the objectives quite as hard as other factions because they have so many good missile units. They massively outvalue just about everybody in one particular phase of the game, and that's what they're going to prioritize more often than not. There's a little bit of give and take depending on the situation, but generally speaking, if you're playing the objectives and you're forcing your opponent forward just because they have to get up on points, you're gonna find ways to value trade based off of the battlefield situation. And you don't have to just bum rush your opponent every time to try and value trade. You need to, like, force them in, do a little bit of split pushing early on, try and drag them around and open up avenues of approach so that you can get in on them without stretching yourself out too much so that you don't have the kind of infantry and heavy-hitting presence to actually push through your opponent's main formation. Generally speaking, factions like Beastmen are playing objectives early and then trying to value trade in the mid-game as they're outmaneuvering you. High Elves want to play for value against Beastmen because the idea is that you get good damage on them early and then you just have such a surfeit of missile pressure and then mobility options to keep Synagors and Chariots off of your missile pieces that you just shoot the Beastmen to death before they even get in on you, right? I would love 3 counts games. We'll see. Yeah, Korn really wants to play objectives. Korn is just better Nurgle, honestly, is the conclusion I've come to. They're a little bit better against Kite, but they do really need to lock down points for the most part and play off of objectives. And play a lot more of a maneuver-heavy game where they're spreading people out before they're looking for value trades. Because Korn wins 1v1s, if they're just, like, bum-rushing into the middle of somebody's, like, formation, they're generally at a numbers disadvantage and they run out of steam eventually. You're playing a lot more honestly than your opponent, so that's why I generally recommend Korn players go for caps early so that you can kind of hold people off from being able to get a leg up on you by forcing you into them. If you're able as Korn to get your opponent out of sorts and constantly maneuvering their units to different areas of the battlefield and never getting settled into one particular position, that's usually where you're going to start winning. Because your units are going to uptrade as you just get better engagements per individual unit. That's my philosophy. That's true, AI. I agree with you on that, but the rush strategy at the beginning of games I find is really not that useful for Korn nowadays because most factions have kind of figured Korn out as a whole on how to keep them from just completely steamrolling you early. I just mean Korn doesn't have stuff like magic. As good as Skulltaker and the Bloodwake Berserkers are, they're still melee units. Like, they're chasing stuff. If your opponent kites you well enough, Skulltaker and the Bloodwake Berserkers are just going to die. They're going to get shot to death, and they're never going to get to do anything. There's really not that many snares for Korn. You've got, like, the Korn Herald, who's got Tormentor's Sword, and that's really about it. If your opponent plays the spacing game against Korn well enough, there's not a lot you can do. Like, you're going to be standing around waiting for them to come to you, and if they have the points, and you're fighting and being forced into engagements that are on your opponent's side of the field and in their favor because they have more available with better uptrade potential, it doesn't matter what one or two Korn units are doing because your opponent's going to push the rest of your army off the field, and then they'll just ignore Skulltaker and the Bloodwake Berserkers. Or they'll just sack a couple of units into them and run circles around you. Like, it's all about finding a way of denying your opponent value potential while getting yourself into a position where you get easy picks off of your opponent. And it takes a little bit of time for Korn to build up to that point. Which is why I like objective play early for Korn. And then once you've got your actual, like, solid infantry force on the field and your opponent's feeling the pressure and they start moving up into you, that's when you can kind of get the full surround and collapse on them, and then you can value trade yourself into a position where they just aren't going to be able to get that late game pressure available for themselves to just slow push you off the objectives. I gotta check bracket here, guys, because we should be almost done here with round 5. We're pretty deep into the tournament at this point. Oh, hell yeah. Perfect timing, too. Round 5 just ended, so they're about to announce top 4. I can bring it all over and I can show it off a little bit. What the hell is going on with OBS? What is it always doing stuff like this, man? Okay, it looks fine on stream, which is all I really care about. If this wants to bug out, I'm really not nearly as fussed. So we've got Clipsy on the Beastman, who's undefeated. Huge wins. Really nice stuff from him. It's great to see somebody fairly new doing so well on Beastman, because they are a great faction, but they are very micro-intensive. So he's really putting himself out there. Putting his name on the line, picking them. Jimmy on the Lizardman has 4 wins and 1 loss. Molly and 8-Bit Warlock also set to advance. Alright, there we go. Just want to see who's matched up against who before we decide which one we're going to check out. Because Clipsy's on Beastman, Jimmy's on Lizardman, Molly just saw... Oh, Molly is on Lizardman as well. So I got 2 Lizards in top 4. 1 Beastman player, and then I don't know... what 8-Bit Warlock is... Oh, 8-Bit is on Chaos Dowie. Or Warriors of Chaos, actually. I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen him yet, so we're going to actually watch 8-Bit Warlock here. Let me get a lobby set up so that we can check that one out. It's a little bit sad that I haven't actually watched any of the games for one of our top finalists. And 8-Bit is a really good player. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I go to the bathroom. Okay, so apparently 8-Bit Warlock is supposed to be doing a tiebreaker. Okay, it's August. Okay, so let me go grab August then. Let's see what he's got going. Wok versus High Elves. This is a pretty interesting matchup. I actually think High Elves have a pretty good time against Warriors of Chaos right now. As long as Bearmen are banned. If Bearmen are available for Warriors of Chaos, it can be a little bit rough for them. Which it does not look like they're limited, so we could see Bearmen just kind of run over the High Elves here, but we're gonna see if Augustus has a build available to take down our champion of the Dark Gods here. Don't like the Hell Cannon or Chimeras. That figures. You've got some good flyers. In terms of actually going head-to-head against the Chimeras, you can go Arcane Phoenixes. I mean, the thing that I've seen High Elf players doing against Warriors of Chaos is double Arcane Phoenix with Eltharion. And Eltharion and the Phoenixes just kill any Chimeras. And then they support whatever skirmish cav you have, and the skirmish cav run around capping points. And then you just pop the vortexes on top of all the infantry, and you just annihilate them with that. Because the vortex does great damage to the infantry. If it's Forsaken, if it's Bearmen, even if it's something like Chaos Knights and Hellstriders, they can do some pretty effective work against them. I don't think it's an easy matchup, but you've got good answers to the Hell Cannon as long as you have something like Soul Quench available for Eltharion, because that does some pretty wicked damage to the crew at the very least if it misses the actual cannon model itself. If it's hitting the Hell Cannon model, I'm pretty sure all you need is 3 casts of Soul Quench to kill it. Or I think 2 overcast. We'll see, though. Most of the matchups in this game have a little bit of counterplay between them. You just have to play very carefully into the Warriors of Chaos right now, because they've got so many cost-effective options that are really good at just rushing down the more expensive High Elf units. But if High Elves are tricky here and duplicitous with their character picks, I think they'll have a pretty good time. There's also a way that you can counter the Dreadmaws pretty easily, is just by bringing Caradhran. Because he's got a silence effect, on his big old, Phoenix. Correct? Or is it the, maybe it's the combo with the Archmage, with the High Magic, who's got Arcane and Forging, to shut down the Dreadmaw. I don't know about the White Lions of Trace, personally. Certainly into a bunch of Bearmen, I'm not very sold on that. We'll see what kind of value we get out of Caradhran and the Archmage with the breath attacks, though. I guess the idea is that you use the heal on the White Lions that Caradhran has, and just use him to bully the single entities as much as possible. Sigvald's going to be kind of tough to kill. Honestly, the High Elves are probably best off playing whichever outside objective the Warriors of Chaos are not pushing initially. They just send the Illyrian Reaver off to try and grab that point, and then you just fly around with your other units. And you're just looking to get the picks on the Chimera, and then maybe get after the Dreadmaw, which is up here with all the Chaos Warhounds. There should be plenty of Illyrian Reavers in Glup's build to be able to kill Hounds. Hounds are only 100 gold less, or these are 150 gold less, because they're the non-poison variant, but Illyrian Reavers should do even better into those guys. The Illyrian Reavers are going to massively uptrade into Warhounds, as long as they don't just get swarmed by a million of the little doggies. Well, this guy had a silence ability, but I guess not. He does have Mark of Asturian. He's got some pretty nice abilities with Colossal Strike and Phoenix Blade. He hits like a freaking truck against large targets. He's been very good at bullying just about any single entity as far as I can tell. There's really not much that can go toe-to-toe with him. And the Archmage does have Apotheosis, and Arcane and Forging can just get popped on the Dreadmaw at some point to silence its burrow abilities. It increases cooldowns by 30 seconds, and in 30 seconds I think Caradhran and the Archmage can kill a Dreadmaw. I guess that's the silence combo from the High Elves that I've been seeing a lot. Yeah, Sigvald's going to push back some units, but you do get a cap on the number 3 early, so you get a little bit of tickets going in your favor. It's just a shame that the Warhounds being really annoying and obnoxious. And here we go. We're going to get the nice Arcane and Forging right here, right now. It's going to do great damage to this Dreadmaw. It's not going to be able to burrow. Caradhran's coming in. He's going to smack the hell out of this thing, probably. He's going to pop all of his buffs here in a minute, I'm sure. We'll see how quickly he's able to wear it out. Not seeing any of that yet. Breath Attack was a little bit too high angled to get effective damage off on the Marauders. Rather see it on the Bearman Great Weapons here, because the Bearman Great Weapons is the most annoying unit against your White Lions here. Miss on the Breath Attack from the Chimera. Augustus definitely blobbing up a little much with the White Lions against this Dreadmaw. Really needs them here in the middle a little bit more. And saving breath attacks for your opponent making big mistakes with blobbing. That's where a Dragon Breath attack would really come in handy. But Archmage in the head-to-head against a Chimera with Tempest going off as well should be pretty heavily favored for the High Elves. Doing a pretty good job of keeping this thing off the back of his infantry. A million Warhounds swarming the Silverhelms and the Illyrian Reavers, but I think the High Elves are going to outpace this. Silverhelm's getting just absolutely chunked right now by all the doggies fully surrounding them. But they're barely hanging in there with their leadership, and you're getting tear routes from Caradhran now. Dreadmaw's looking a little worn out, but you just got to get off this thing. You don't need to be scrapping on top of it quite the way that you're doing currently. Illyrian Reavers going right around the Bearman to get the number 3. It's a triple cap right now for the Warriors of Chaos, and there's a million Marauder Horsemen on the field right now. Beautiful breath attack on this Bearman unit. Oh, multiple Bearman units. The White Lions of Trace trading really well and doing everything they can to stick in here. Bearmen do grind through one of them, but they managed to push off a few Marauders. Hanging in here around the fight that's kicking off with the Dreadmaw. Caradhran killed the Dreadmaw already? Wow, okay. Dreadmaw looking suspiciously absent. I think its leadership broke, and it does have a condition that it'll insta-break if its leadership gets too low, so looks like it's just going to be down to killing this Chimera. This breath attack is much more devastating than the last. 8-Bit has a bit of a lead. His Warhounds did all get run down pretty hard. He's got all these Marauder Horsemen who are going to do a really good job of holding points. Bearmen are still hanging in. Chimera's trying to get some terror routes on the White Lines of Trace. We've got Old Boy landing down here to get after the Chimera, which is struggling a little bit more in this game than we've seen in the last few. How the hell are we getting Fleshy Abundance on the Chimera? Where's the Nurgle caster at? Oh, he's all the way in the back here. Okay. Honestly, a nice spell, but a lot of mitigation on that heal from the flaming attacks, and a brutal breath attack coming right down the line on the Bearmen, impacting a little bit weirdly off of them. They're still holding in really nicely right now, and the Silver Helms are just getting absolutely run over by a million swarming horsemen and warhounds. Warriors of Chaos doing a really good job of playing the mobility game, and they're just absolutely running over the High Elf infantry on the ground. The White Lions, not the War Lions, really not holding up well at all. Honestly, you probably need to just go as cheap as possible for the front line units. Just like ton of Ship's Company and then archers, so that you can just countershoot all the Marauder Horsemen. And if the Warhounds want to try and flank, then you can use your Illyrian Reavers a little bit better to like sweep up the pressure and keep your archers on the line. I know the Dreadmaw is annoying, but you did have a counter to it. He shut it down pretty quickly. Sigvald, you can just ignore, and then you can focus on the Chimera, kind of like the game plan was here for Augustus. He's not value trading poorly, but he just doesn't have numbers on the field anymore. He's got one War Lion of Trace hanging in there. And they've hung in well, but they're not getting good value, unfortunately. The whole hanging out around 300, give or take, which is pretty poor. I still think Eltharian's the better option. Not that an Archmage isn't a bad choice, but the reason you go Eltharian is his Mistwalker Barrage, which is amazing on top of Hellstriders or against Bearman Blobs that your opponents got. And you just use Caradron a little bit more purely as an SE dueler. Probably has a little bit of a better time. This is really nicely done by Warlock, just getting aggressive with all the infantry on the ground. Summoning in all of his nice cheap mobility and doing a pretty good job of bullying the High Elf's mobile options as a result. Fireborn are getting some decent value. Illyrian Reavers are coming up with Rangers to push back Hellstriders, but no clean catches here. Fireborn probably want to get out of here and maneuver over to help out the Rangers that are sitting on the number 2 objective, because they really don't have much protection against this armored troll unit, and the Fireborn would be really effective against those guys. Yeah, it's a little bit too much of a mess in the backline here for the High Elves to last through this one. I get the idea behind bringing the White Lions, but they're a little too expensive for scrapping against Bearmen. They were spending way too long finagling this Dreadmaw as well. Chimera got one good breath attack off, and then fought a little bit against the Archmage and got 1100 value. Archmage with 1500, Caradron with 12. Just cut all the White Lions of Trace, get in the Ship's Company, and some basic archers, and just go for the exact same build, but swap Eltharian in if you can, instead of this High Mage. Probably have a little bit of a better time. Because if you have the archers, and your opponent is like forced to send the Dreadmaw into the back line, you have an easier engagement with Caradron onto it. Arcane and Forging from Eltharian is going to shut this thing down. You just kill it. And if your opponent's going to pressure the archers, he's going to need to send all of his infantry on flanks. All of his warhounds are going to have to find a way into the back line, and that's where your Silver Helms and your Illyrian Reavers can cycle charge these guys a little bit easier. The mobile answers that the High Elves had were having to dive a little too deeply into the Warriors of Chaos side of the battlefield, and then just a million horsemen and Hellstriders and Warhounds were able to swarm all over these guys, and it was just not ever going to work out in terms of trades. Very dominant win for the Warriors of Chaos there, which they can always get through the High Elves just by grinding them down because they just have way more HP on their infantry. I just think with a slightly different build and a little bit more of solid positioning, the High Elves have a little bit of a better opportunity to be able to wear out the Warriors of Chaos in that matchup. It's definitely tough, but not undoable. Oh, the Null Stone on the Mist Mage. Okay, that's what it is. There we go. You could probably also fit a Mist Mage with just Null Stone in. Let's actually... Okay. Let me just... We'll just make a lobby for the semis games, because they're gonna be wanting to get those going right now. We can go back to talking about them later. We were on the wrong map. Oh, whatever. Were we supposed to be using Decrepit Moor? It's a tiebreaker. If either of them have a problem with the map, then they can let me know. I mean, I don't think a replay is really necessary, though. Altar of Champions is as good of a map for a tiebreaker round as anything else is. Did they give one for where they needed to be? They were supposed to be on Imperial Road. LOL. That's my bad. Okay, what's the top 4 looking like? Clipsy and 8-Bit, we just watched 8-Bit, so let's watch let's watch a Lizardman's Civil War. I'm gonna go grab our Lizardman players here. We'll make sure we're on Decrepit Moor now. And... here's our boy Jimmy. Are there any tournaments going on today? Pretty sure Otto's got some. It's the 7th. Yeah, he's got one leg of a single Elim tournament going on right now, and then in about 30 minutes there's another one. We might be able to sign up for this one even. Just play a few games. It's a blind pick tournament, right? Yeah, blind pick. See what it's looking like on time. So, mirror match here. I know it's not everybody's favorite, but I actually have a weakness for them, depending on which factions they are. I think Lizardman Mirror is actually pretty fun to watch, because they've got a lot of Lord options, and they're fairly flexible. So, you can bring just about anybody in this matchup and have a pretty good time. I think, like, the weakest one that you could run here would probably be Oxyotl. Just because he's a little bit better at poking, like, flying lords. Not so good against grounded lords. He can just kind of run them down. And he can kind of get screened out by numbers. So shooting at the flyers is a little bit easier for him. Krokgar is solid. Mazda Mundi is always a good option. You can do a Fire Slan. Life Slan wouldn't be bad here either. Metal Slan with Final Chance Mutation and Searing Doom is always solid. Final Chance Mutation really good against single entities, which your opponent could always bring since they've got plenty of monster options. Red Crested Skink Chief isn't terrible either. He's actually pretty strong. Just running around as a really cheap Lord option. With his Red Crest ability, he actually gets a really nice power spike in terms of damage. We'll probably see Cohort of Sotek from both sides, and I would imagine we'll see Feral Cold Ones and Cold One Spear Riders alike from both sides. But other than that, it's pretty open in terms of what you can run here. Because if you skew your build really hard in mirror matches and your opponent doesn't have the right answers, you can win just on build roulette, which is one of the few times that it's like really something that you have to worry about. Doesn't happen too often. See where it ends off. Second round doesn't start until everyone in the first leg plays. Okay. I don't know, in 30 minutes they'll probably have had enough people through the first round of that one. Probably just kick off immediately. Just keeping an eye on it. It'd be really nice to get a chance to play just some quick games. I doubt I'd be able to win the tournament. I've not been my sharpest lately in terms of playing personally. I don't know. Usually by the third or fourth round of tournaments, I'm starting to flag a little bit. End up falling behind. We've actually got the red-crested Skink Chief here. Is he on foot or is he on the Stegodon? Because I can't actually see it here. Tooltip's gone away from me. We do have a we have a Shredder of Lustria build. With Mazda Money on the other side here, I think he's on Zlok too. Is he? Yeah, Zlok and the Shredder of Lustria. Coming in for the big hammer duo. It's going to be really tough to shut down. It's going to be brutally hard. There's Javelin cohorts and a Salamander hunting pack and some Chameleon skinks, which is nice. There's really not a lot available for Jimmy in terms of infantry, obviously. So you spent so much money on these single entities, but Mazda with Banishment, Ruination of Cities, some nets. He's going to have a really easy time being able to clear out the Sora Spears with the Ruination and Banishments. He can get nets on the Salamander Hunting Pack and just have the Shredder just bull rush those things while Mazda goes after the Bastiladon. hammers those down. Ignore the Skink Priest of Heavens, and Red-Crested Skink Chief can fight against Mazda Mundi, but the Shredder of Lustria will probably just, I mean, literally, it's in the name, right? He'll just shred this guy. This thing has absolutely ridiculous weapon strength. And the Red-Crested Skink Chief is a great little duelist character, but he doesn't have a ton of HP. There's no heals for Molly out the gate either. So, or actually, it's Jimmy who's got the Red-Crested Skink Chief. Classic mirror match confusion. So, Molly is the one running the SE Goon Squad. We'll see how he's going to helmet. I have a lot of faith in him that he's going to be able to utilize this properly. He's going to bring a lot of cheap stuff out early, which is definitely the right call, because you do want to have a few units that you can use to just keep Cold Wind Spear Riders honest around your big monsters, because Shredder of Lustria, if it gets surrounded by a bunch of cheap cav units with AP attacks and good weapon strength, they can definitely wear this guy out. You also want something that can go after the hunting packs when the time comes, with a good net and just a nice little anvil charge. Getting right up on them from the flank or something. Some nice damage against the Skink Cohort Javelins. Nothing too terrible, though. Molly isn't going to mind taking the HP damage on those guys. Really not the end of the world. We're going to get a net of Ammontok right out the gate, and Shredder and the cohorts with the Javelins can definitely lay some hurt down on these guys. 80 armor is nice, but the Javelin cohorts have enough damage that they'll be able to poke through that. Just with the AP values, but also the base missile damage is going to do some work here, too. Maybe a little too antsy at the Ruination of Cities, but it did get a nice path through the Saurus Spears, and they lose about a third of their HP just from one cast, and that is a very dead Salamander. Right out the gate, we've got the Shredder putting in a lot of heavy lifting and getting rid of one of the effective answers that's available here for Jimmy against this build. Nice shield of the old ones, Mazda and the Shredder getting the benefits of that. Curse of the Midnight Wind going down and lowering the melee attack is nice. I don't know how far that's going to go, though, because Saurus Spears are still going to have a pretty hard time against this thing. They can surround it, but the Shredder of Lustria has a 12,000 mass. It can basically just walk away from any situation. Nice Banishment on top of the Cold Wind Spear Riders. Banishment is fairly effective against cavalry. You can see it really hammering the HP on these guys. And terror routes are going to be a real issue, obviously. Skinks don't have great leadership. If Mazda and the Shredder are getting really effective cycle charges going with the collision damage, they should be able to tear out just about all of the infantry available here. But Molly's infantry line has already fallen apart. It really doesn't have anything left on the field. See, all the Skink cohorts are running just about. It's got one remaining here, one Javelin sticking in. Gets a nice tear route on the Saurus Spears here, who have struggled pretty mightily and really haven't gotten a lot done. Cohort Javelins out here getting run over. Feral Cold Ones getting some good engagements. Spear Riders rallying, more Feral Cold Ones in the forest here for Jimmy. He's getting rid of one of Molly's Feral Cold Ones, utilizing his own Spear Riders, which is really nice. Caps will be a problem for Molly. Honestly, the best thing Jimmy can do, yeah, bully the Cold Wind Spear Riders out here with his chameleons a little bit. Potential sandwich incoming, that could be a big problem for Jimmy. Losing these skirmishers, protecting the #1 objective, could mean that Molly grabs this outside point, and then for later game situations, Mazda Mundi and the Shredder, as long as they're healthy enough, could just bully him off of the last point. Caps are going to be pretty tight, but I'm liking the position that Molly is in right now. I know the value trades don't look amazing, but really a lot of damage has been tied up into the Shredder and Mazda up to this point, and he does have a lot of healing available still. He's really only used one net of Ammontok, and everything else is being pumped into Apotheosis. 1,300 value on the Shredder. Mazda Mundi is 1,600 value. He's got some Feral Cold Ones over here. His one Skink cohort with Javelins is fighting the Skink Priest of Heavens right now. Red Crested Skink Chief is getting a lot of work done here, actually. He's avoided most of the damage from the Shredder of Luster, and we get a really nice Colossadon Hunter summon. Jimmy doing a great job of finding a way to isolate the Shredder away from Mazda Money and just continuing to pile damage in on top of these guys. Outpacing the healing from the Apotheosis despite all of these terror routes. Is it going to be enough? I mean, Shredder has still got 5,000 HP. He gets another Apotheosis. You get a Banishment going down with the Colossadon Hunters. They get a little bit of damage in on this guy, but they're down to less than half HP already. Just a few attacks from the Shredder. Chunks these guys down pretty badly. And now we got the two SCs linked up again. And you get a cap on the number 3 objective here. Chameleon Skinks holding down the number 1 for the time being. Molly's Skink cohort are looking to maneuver over to the number 1 objective. Same with one of his Cold One Spear Riders going to be moving out there trying to get rid of this Chameleon and get the triple cap, even if it's just for a few moments. He needs to get something to secure his number 2 objective. Saurus Spears are hard pushing for the number 3, which I think is the right call. You get some spears on top of your single entities. All of them fighting together is going to make for a really nasty wombo combo that's not really going to be easy for Jimmy to find an answer for. Jimmy's still got the value lead. He's got to find a way to kill these guys. The more time he spends fumbling with the engagements against Mazda and the Shredder, the more time there is for Molly to find the infantry numbers to crowd out objectives and start to make life pretty miserable for the Colossadon Hunters and some of these Spear Riders that Jimmy is very reliant on to try and get rid of these big monsters. Losing that Salamander Hunting Pack is turning out to have been maybe something that Jimmy is just not going to be able to survive through. We got more terror routes going down. An absolute chaotic situation developing on the number 3 objective back here. Molly grabs the number 1. Number 2 objective is going to be saved as well. He gets Feral Coldwind out here to take down this Skink Cohort Javelin that Jimmy had trying to get this cheeky little bat cap. That is a massive save. Mazda is going to start retreating. He's definitely not going to want to continue sitting in this grind. It's really low HP. Just a few volleys from some Chameleon Skinks or an Umbral Tide or Salamander Hunting Pack could definitely take him down here. A couple of Appos will definitely get him back into a pretty good situation. Shredder of Lustria has 3,500 value. Bastiladon, but the Solar Engine is getting pushed back, and that means that there's going to be a lot of tiredness for Jimmy's army now. The Perfect Vigor was definitely helping him with the value trading. You can see Molly is starting to even that out. Mazda gets jumped on by a few Spear Riders, but a really nice Shield of the Old Ones and Apo from Molly is keeping him in this fight. He gets a counter charge here, and that's going to be a GG in this engagement here. Very crucial engagement, too. It's one of the odds-on chances that you could maybe get a good surround with the Spear Riders on Mazda. Find a way to break his leadership and maybe run him off the field. Saurus Spears here haven't gotten tremendous value, but they're still holding the line. Get a really nice Cold-Blooded to keep the Shredder from breaking. And a massive terror route. Yet again, more of Jimmy's army just refusing to stay engaged around the Shredder. And he's suffering a lot of damage as all of these units are constantly running away. I mean, it's the method by which Molly has kind of evened this game out. Chameleon Skinks fighting some Skink Cohort Javelins, while Molly has got the triple cap, and he's rapidly going to approach triple cap territory. And then he can just let off the pressure here. He can just get Mazda to run away. He can maybe get the last few Appos out on the Shredder of Lustria or himself. And he can just continue summoning out some Skinks to lock down the points. Jimmy's got a little bit of an army left. The Red-Crested Skink Chief has actually done really nicely here. 2,700 value. He's definitely doubled it up in terms of his cost. That Warrior Crest ability with the melee attack and melee defense buff is wicked strong, man. It makes him a world-class duelist, honestly. One of the best in the game as long as he's got this active, because he's also got the immune to contact effects, which means that no poison's affecting that weapon strength. He's got a great bonus versus large, really high charge bonus. Anything and everything that you could need him for, he's available for. Mazda with 2200, Shredder with 37. Jimmy's units just getting run down. Feral Cold One's all over his Spear Riders. Temple Guard are in this fight now, doing some great damage. The Saurus Spears continuing to trade well. Beautiful Shield of the Old Ones going over the top of all of Molly's units as well. Jimmy is getting progressively farther and farther pushed back into the forest here. Cannot find any way to resecure his back point. Does grab the number 1 again, but it doesn't even matter. Molly is well ahead at this point. Holding this double cap is nice. He can just bunker up on the number 3 for the time being. Pull his Temple Guard back. Pull the Saurus Spears back. Shredder and Mazda can get the last few heals. If his opponent goes for the back objective, he can just delay with all of his infantry and then maneuver the SCs over to kind of bully what's ever on the number 1. And Molly's Colossadon Hunters, the Cold-Blooded, and they're just chasing the Salamander Hunting Pack off the field. Still haven't paid for themselves. Second time they've come out, and they're still struggling. Spear Riders for Jimmy have been pretty solid, though. Definitely haven't been bad by any means, but it's a lot to ask of them to get through the, what, 15,000 base HP of the Shredder, and he's basically heal capped here. He's had to get through almost 21,000 HP on the Shredder of Lustria this game. That is a tall order in melee combat against this thing. Because of the Dread Aversion lowering leadership, there's nothing that mitigates that. I mean, you can give your units leadership around it, but this ignores ITP completely. And this thing does have a missile attack on top. Doesn't do the artillery leadership damage like it used to, but the under missile fire is still 5 leadership, so with the fear that it causes, that's also another 8 leadership. It's still got like stacking leadership buffs that get up into the low 20s, and then if you've got any additional leadership damaging effects going off, like, it doesn't matter how high of a leadership value your unit has, it's going to be tanking around the Shredder on a regular basis. Jimmy getting positioned on the number 1, just trying to hang on this game, but where is he going to go, man? I mean, you can see number 2 objective is very firmly held. Number 3 has all these big monsters and some pretty decent infantry holding out here as well. And he's going to tap out, and Molly's going to be walking into the semis with a really nice win here. Beautifully played with the single entities. A couple of really critical moments where he was able to just keep these guys' leadership high enough so they didn't break and get chased off the field. And that HP healing, the percentage-based heals for Warhammer 3 means that single entities, even if it's something that doesn't have a very long active heal time like Apo, I'm sorry, but Shredder of Lustria is getting almost 1,000 HP from each of those Apos, which is really disgusting to watch just get stacked on top of it over and over and over again. I've been there. I have seen that happen to me several times where I get it down to like less than half health. I think I've got the Shredder in the bag, and then each heal stacking on top of one another just means that I get farther and farther away from the win condition, and then I'm out of gas, and the Shredder is just completely dominating the rest of the battlefield. But Jimmy did a pretty damn good job. I mean, he almost had it a couple of times. Just a few lucky hits, I think, from the Red-Crested Skink Chief, and maybe keeping the Salamander Hunting Pack alive, and I think he's got a really good odds-on chance of taking away the dub there. One other thing to keep in mind is, hold on. Oh, we're gonna invite Molly back in. I'm just restarting the lobbies because I don't know what it is. The peer-to-peer gets wonky if you leave your lobbies up and you're spectating. So we're gonna change it, but, a Razor Dawn hunting pack would have been really nice to have in the back pocket for Jimmy, because the Razor Dawns do great damage to big armored single entities, way better than a Salamander hunting pack. All you need are just a few volleys from those things to quickly shred through the HP on somebody big like, not Archeon, but on Mazda Mundi or the Shredder. It's not easy. The HP heal reduction that the fire damage from the Salamanders offers is kind of hard to pass up, so you do probably want to have one of them as well. It's just that the extra AP damage on the Razor Dawns is definitely going to give you a little bit extra punching power. You don't have to hard engage into melee on top of such a devastating single entity like the Shredder as much. So in Otto's tournament, Ulrich beats Skulltaker, Evergarden and Kainate are, their game's over. Evergarden beat Kainate, and now it's going to be Ulrich and Ever. Bird and Charix going up against one another. I'm curious to see how that ends up. Scrambled's here. Maximilianaire and Brawls Sharkly are going up against one another. Otto and J&M having it out. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I'm good. How you doing, Toaster? Oh, I gotta swap the maps real quick before I forget. We're on Edge. We love the Edge here. So it's going to be Beastmen versus Lizardmen. Beastmen have a really nice matchup against Lizards, actually. You got a lot of really good answers to the Cold Spear Riders with Razordon, or not Razordons, but Razorgores. Just the basic piggies are really strong at running down the 1,000 gold cavalry of the Lizards. You've got Chariots, who are a really good tool for clearing out Skinks. I mean, Razordon Chariots, or not the Razordon Chariots, Razorgore Chariots. I'm too locked into the Lizardmen after that last game. The Razorgore Chariots are really good at running over, not just the Skinks. I mean, they destroy Skink units in brutal fashion, but also really good against Saurus, and even situationally good against Temple Guard. As long as the Temple Guard are engaged, you can get your Chariots to just charge through the rear of the Temple Guard unit, and you can do wicked, wicked damage against them. And then you can just send in some Goreherd to kind of grind them down. Slangors, Corngors, a Zangor or two, not bad here, but I'd just go for Corngors and maybe a Slangor. For the marked units for the Beastmen in this matchup, because Corngors are just really good tools to have to crowd out battlefield space so that Cold Spear Riders have an even tougher time than they already do here. Corngors can also drag down some of the big monsters, or they can just intercept Feral Cold Ones. Feral Cold Ones do rampage, and Corngors can cause them to rampage like right off the bat, depending on how the early charge goes. So you can get some really nice swings in terms of value just from the melee grind for the Beastmen here. And usually the Lizardmen are the ones who have a little bit of a better time engaging into their opponent in melee fights, but Beastmen kind of flip that on their head, and with all the good mobility units they have, Lizard shooting is very tough to keep alive here. Like, hunting packs Razordons and Salamanders alike are usually under threat the entire game. There's just nowhere that you can sit them safely. As long as there's Cynagors out for the Beastmen or Razorgors, your formation and your spacing has to be pretty pinpoint perfect so that you don't just get completely steamrolled by the Beastmen. It's not an unwinnable matchup for the Lizards, but with Chimeras now being able to dive bomb pretty safely into the back line and survive charges from Coldwind Spear Riders, Beastmen have good ways of getting aerial units into the back line for free on top of the Salamanders. Then you can have your Centaurs or Chariots or whatever just like hammer down the Saurus and the Skinks with the infantry, getting those good front-facing charges with all of their big weapon strength and charge bonuses that they've got going for them with the Gore Herd and whatnot. Cynagor Throwing Axe is really good against the big monsters, and it looks like Molly's going to be going for basically the same build, swapping in some Skink Skirmishers this time instead of going for the Cohort Javelins. Oh man, the Slandgors do not care about fighting on the Shredder for the most part. It's definitely not ideal for them, but they should be okay just rushing in underneath and clearing out the Skink cohorts early. They can just push away from the Shredder at that point, and I would be very careful with the Doombull and Gorbel here. Really good combatants, obviously. You can lower the speed and melee defense of either Mazda or the Shredder with the Doombull's Dazed Contact effect. It's definitely going to give you some good trade opportunities, and the Gorbels are pretty solid units themselves. This one's got Slaughter's Call for the leadership buff, which is a really good option here. That's going to nullify the Dread Aversion, obviously. And anywhere he might be fighting away from the Shredder, it's going to just give a nice, solid leadership buff to the Beastmen and get all of their infantry up to, you know, either the low 60s or around 70. To keep their Primal Fury active as long as possible. So, extra melee attack speed, charge bonus. And ITP, the most important part of this, but Slangors get ITP since they have the Marcus Slanesh, so it's a little bit unnecessary for them. But it does mean that they stick in to combat longer for pleasure through pain to get up to full charge, so that they're just wickedly powerful, even as they're taking pretty ruinous amounts of damage. Slangors at low health are a really obnoxious unit to have to get through. I have like 20% HP with all the max charge on this. If they get a really clean charge off against another infantry unit, they can do some pretty wicked damage to them. I keep saying wicked, dude. I think I've said it like 50 times now. I feel like I'm going to start going crazy if I say it one more time. Good pressure with the Cynagor Throwing Axes out on the number 3 objective. Just starting to cap this up, and a Slangor coming through the forest to also help here. Chameleon Stalkers, 2 Skink Skirmishers, Feral Cold Ones. Really not a bad spot to be engaging for the Beastmen. Yeah, peel a Slangor over, get away from this big old Shredder. The Throwing Axes can deal with the Shredder just fine. And getting the Ungor Spearherd underneath it with the Gorbel. And the Doombull isn't bad, and you've also got the Ungor Raiders to poke a little bit. Slangor's getting in here and doing some good damage. Oh, Ruination of Cities getting some really bad RNG, missing a huge blob of Beastman infantry that's just massively piled up on a couple of Skinks here. Very unfortunate. Slangors over here, though, get intercepted by Mazda and I believe a net. And get run down pretty hard by the Skinks and the Feral Cold Ones. And, of course, Mazda himself with his just really solid charge bonus and collision attacks. Slangor's moving to the other side of the field. You've got pressure coming in with all the Skinks and the Feral Cold Ones to try and keep the Throwing Axes away from the big old Shredder of Lustra, and a beautiful banishment going down, wrecking the Ungor Spearherd here. And also, doing enough damage to get the Slangors low enough for the Dread Aversion. to break the Slangor's leadership. They rally immediately, but I would guess that it was the missile damage and maybe something else that got them low enough. Doombull and the Gorebull have a really nice opportunity to just stay on top of the Shredder for the time being and get some excellent value against it. The two of them together should definitely be able to keep it in check for the time being, but you really need something to come out here and help these guys. Because the Colossodon Hunters are coming in here, there's some infantry that can do a little bit of buffering. With the Chameleon Stalkers underneath the Gorebull and the Doombull, you can see that Clipsy is trying to just run away, pull out from this engagement. He's brought his Traderkin caster in. Gets a really nice one off on Mazdamundi, and I believe that's going to spread to the Colossodon Hunters. Oh, it does not. Okay. So it's just an active radius that is static. Which is good to know. Skink cohorts moving in to attack the Ungo Raiders. Oh, the Colossodon Hunters get countercharged by the Senegors. Really good timing on that charge, by the way, from the Beastmen. And you can see the Ungo Raiders and all of the throwing axes here. Hard focusing Mazdamundi. If Mazdamundi goes down and the Shredder is just faffing about back here, Lizards are going to fall apart. And Clipsy is starting to get some excellent trades. The Slangors, they routed pretty quickly early, but really that just charged them up, and they're starting to run over the Chameleon Stalkers, and they're pushing the Skink Skirmishers out of position. Senegor's running down some Skink cohorts to start grabbing that number 3 objective. Number 2 is going to flip pretty quick to the Beastmen. And Mazdamundi is just getting chunked by all of the shooting here. Oh my goodness, dude. Colossodon Hunters are surviving. Doombull is in a little bit of trouble. He is netted for a couple more seconds. Got a really nice engagement with the Colossodon Hunters, and they're getting some good work done, but they're starting to run out of steam, down to 1600 HP. That Slaughterer's Call doing a lot to keep these Beastman units in this combat. The Colossodon Hunters are going to rout before any of the Beastman infantry. Nice little banishment, but it's on a pretty low-cost unit. Mazda with 1200 value. Shredder of Lustria absolutely annihilated by the throwing axes. Senegors brutalizing this big old beastie and bringing it low in record time, man. Mazda all by himself now. I don't see it happening, so tap out here from Molly. And Clipsy with a dominant win. Absolutely aces play from the Beastman player here. That's how you kill big monsters, dude. The early engagements are obviously pretty messy for the Beastmen, but the second the Feral Cold Ones went down and those Senegor throwing axes were able to get into position and just start laying waste to the big monsters, GG. There's nothing you can do to keep them off the back of those guys from there on out. Slangors didn't do well early, obviously, like I said, but they were able to keep the Skinks in check. Skinks are just not really hard-hitting units. Really don't know what you're going to do in this matchup to keep the Beastmen honest, to be quite frank. Because if you go with a wider line, you've still got to deal with all of the Slangor numbers. You've got to worry about the Senegors getting flanks off on you. Traderkin is always a risk in going heavy on the SCs, but it also does good damage to Colossodon Hunters, reasonably well against Spear Riders, and generally just about everything takes pretty consistent damage from Traderkin. It's not great against width. Infantry are about the only thing that can kind of ignore the majority of the damage from Traderkin. The Doombulls, the Gorebulls, all the infantry, the throwing axes, the Razorgorhers, the Minotaurs, Korok's Manrippers, so many cost-effective units for the Beastmen to throw out here that just perform so well into all of your other options. There's really not a great way to go about building your army. Honestly, skewing into the Shredder was probably the best call for Molly. Because if there isn't a Traderkin and there aren't throwing axes, then you kind of get an opportunity to auto-win this. But smart Beastman players are always going to have some of these guys in the back pocket. And I do like bringing a couple in the beginning formation, just because the throwing axes are also pretty effective in melee combat, so they can run down skinks pretty easily if they need to. But it also just means you don't have to spend so much time building up. You've already got some good damage in early, and you can bring the Centigores in with the melee damage instead to run down the skirmishers and keep the feral cold ones back, so that the throwing axes have a lot more time to actually grind into the proper targets. So yeah, no notes, Clipsy. Beautiful stuff, dude. Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame that the it's just the thing with the Slangors. You just bring them so that they can rush the skinks, and they clear out all the numbers underneath the shredder, and they just leave it open for all of the other units to come in and do the rest of the work needed. You can go Corngors. I would just go 2 Slangors and 2 Corngors, honestly. I think it's a better hedge. But maxing out on the Slangors isn't a bad option, because then you don't have to spend any money on Goreherd. Because you do need to go with a decent number of them. Wide with Skirms, Chameleons, and Burning Head Slan. It's not a bad option. I actually think a Shadows caster Slan would be the best way to go into Beastmen. Because Beastmen are always going to have Centigores, just about. And Centis at 800 gold are even more expensive for the Throwing Axe variant, who are, what, 825? You can get some really effective damage off just by using Melkoths on the Centis. That'll keep the throwing axes in check, and it'll make the Centigores very slow as they try to engage, so you can get better effective fire on them. It'll synergize a little bit better than a Burning Head caster would. Although the fire magic is really nice to have, because of course that can just absolutely wipe out an entire Goreherd unit, who are pretty tough to shut down. Same with the Slangors, who are equally brutal into all your skinks and Saurus for the most part. Like I said, though, at the beginning of their setup for that game, this is a brutally tough matchup for Lizards. I mean, there's only so much they can do, because their units really have to get time in prolonged melee engagements to get good value. And the Beastmen are just totally built around shock damage. A good Beastman player is just going to deny you any prolonged melee fight and just hammer all of your units into oblivion and never give you an easy, opportune engagement where you're going to be able to outmaneuver them. Even if you go like full Chameleon skinks with and you have just like great net play with Mazda Mundi, if the Lizardman player, or if the Beastman player is cognizant of their advantage in the mobile game by just building up a little bit and then diving in, you're going to have a really hard time holding on to any objectives and keeping these guys alive, because they're so flimsy. If they get caught one time by a Centigore, Chameleon Skink is dead, and they're 650 gold, so you got to put some serious sweat into your games if you're going to be winning in that matchup against somebody who's got the right build and the right amount of patience. Yeah, you can net down the throwing axes, but I don't think sending the Shredder into the throwing axes is even the right call if you net them. the skink skirmishers and the javelin cohorts are your best bet for punishing the throwing axes if you get a good net off on them. Pterodon Riders might be interesting. Yeah, Pterodon Riders are okay. Their Rock Drop is pretty useful, and Bolas, Fire Leech Bolas can do some nice damage, but that's a very long-term strategy. That's going to take a while to finish off the Beastman forces. They're going to sit pretty comfortably on top of their more cost-effective infantry and continue grinding through your front line while the bolas like slowly accrue value. They don't do quite enough burst damage to really break down the Beastmen early on. And Beastmen are so fast that they can replace most of their losses. As long as Beastmen are fairly even in value, they're always in the game. They're one of the factions that can absolutely swing the game back in any moment with just a few good engagements. We missed the check-in for the second leg, unfortunately. We're just a few minutes behind it. The next one's in 30 minutes. I don't know if I'm sticking around that long, unfortunately. We will see. I'll sign up for it for the time being, but until then... Ooh, do we want to do some more... We want to do some more replays, or do we want to play some more Menace? You know, we're already here. We're already here playing and watching games for Total Warhammer, so we'll do a few more replays and I'll just see how I'm feeling by the time this next leg rolls around, and if I'm up for some single elim action. The Shredder does wreck cavalry, but maybe not hard enough to get rid of all the Synagor throwing axes. The thing about the Synagor throwing axes, they just have really good leadership and, you know, like fairly solid. They get extra from Rowdy. They'll hang in even if they take like half their unit in losses in terms of models. They're still going to have a decent amount of firepower with how hard their missile hits, and they'll use all the ammo that the unit comes with at base. Ammo doesn't just magically disappear from units. If they got half the number of models, it just means they have less DPS, essentially. Zangors, Ungors, and Goreherd chilling on the point. Ungor Raiders moving up. One of the classic triple caps from the Beastmen right out the gates, it looks like. Right? Are they going to grab this one? Should have grabbed it already, I think, but I guess the Illyrian Reaver progress is a lot better than I thought, so they have to wear that down, and now they're gonna get their little triple cap here. Halves with a massive wide line, spearmen, one ship's company, a lot of archers, pretty standard against the Beastmen. There is pretty substantial risk with this build of Razorgore Chariots just absolutely dunking on your back line, because these things thump against archers. I mean, they will literally half the HP on a high elf archer unit with just one solid charge from the flank. Beastmen are just positioning. Some of the Ungor Raiders are getting poked. Malagor has Pendulum and Flock of Doom. I actually really like Pendulum against the High Elves. It does great damage against the tightly packed archer formations. It's like Sleipnir, you know? You just drop it right down the line. It'll take chunks out of their HP. In pretty heinous fashion. I mean, that was an undercasted version. It took more than half the HP out of those guys. Insta break on this archer unit. The other archer is getting run over by the Razorgore chariots. Need to see Augustus get on top of this chariot with the Silver Helms ASAP. Maybe even use some of these Illyrian Reaver archers to run these things down and just stop their momentum in the front line here. Beautiful Burning Head. Absolutely the kind of Burning Head that you hang your hat on and say, good job, Archmage. Roasting a Gore Herd, roasting Ogre Spear. Does a lot of friendly fire damage, unfortunately, here, but no additional friendly fire damage. Ship's Company against Zangors is a pretty mediocre fight for the High Elves. Silver Helms and Illyrian Reavers running down the Gore Herd, but the Razorgore Chariot is getting some great value, just trampling through all of the spears and the archers. Up to 650 already. 1,150 gold is a premium for sure to pay on these chariots, but it's almost always worth it because they are great against elites and against chaff alike. Just really consistent as long as you're using them appropriately, and Beastmen are doing a pretty good job of pressuring down Augustus's backline for the most part. He's gotten rid of a lot of the archers up to this point. Definitely want to be looking for a pendulum here. I mean, an overcast pendulum would break apart both the spearmen and the rangers here. Zangor's into the spearmen is going to resolve pretty favorably. We're going to get our beautiful old pendulum. Nice damage. Not quite as good as I thought it was, but I guess they're a little bit less bunched up than they might normally be if it was just one of those guys in against the Ungor Spear Herd. Still good value. Good retreat with the Razorgore chariots, getting into the ship's company, dragging some of the Illyrian Reavers into the clutches of the Centaurs, who are now running face first into some spearmen, which is definitely not good. Want to get the retreat there. But the throwing axes just chip in. They help kill some of the Illyrian Reavers. They're dragging down some of the ship's company. The Razorgore chariots still have 3 models, which is pretty peak efficiency for a chariot unit. They'll be able to run down some more archers, and they just have them so far pushed back. It means that most of the High Elf infantry units have been dealt with already, and the Silver Helms are going to start running out of space. You see Minos and Razorgore Herd rushing in to help out the Centaur throwing axes. You can also just turn around and rush down the Silver Helms here. Corngore is getting in on the back of these guys. Really nice Flock of Doom, another good tool for wearing out all of the cavalry for the High Elves here. Silver Helms can be really tough for the Beastmen to deal with, but play your cards right. Grind down the infantry quickly and make sure that the archers are getting bullied by your chariots, and you're going to be in a position exactly like this 9 times out of 10, where you may be down on value, but you're just ignoring the big dragon character who's contributing a decent amount of value, but really not, like, doing enough, if that makes any sense, to, like, swing the game in the favor of your opponent for how much it costs. And you just grind the rest of the army down on the ground, and then the dragon is completely alone in the sky, looking around like a dummy. Chariots continuing their rampage, 1,200 value. 1,285, in fact. Brutal Burning Head, annihilating this poor Ungor Raider. Razorgore Herd coming in. Excellent choice for getting rid of some of this cavalry that the High Elves are trying to utilize. Illyrian Reaver is getting run down by a million Centis out on the edge here. Throwing axes behind, getting a little bit of extra damage in there. Not necessarily the most important thing in the world, but any little bit is going to help. Good to just secure wins on the objectives you're already holding, right? And just buffering with some of the infantry. Corngores and a few remaining Zangors holding the line against the Spearmen here, doing some pretty decent damage. Nothing too crazy, but definitely not hurting the Beastmen in any way with their performance. Minos doing what they can, and that breath attack just completely whiffing on everything, and actually doing a little bit of friendly fire damage on the Silver Helms. Razorgore Herd getting taken down by some bow fire and a little bit of Silverhelm pressure with Rangers underneath. Really nice. Beastmen don't want to get too handsy on the #1 objective here. This is where a majority of the remaining High Elf army is. The smart money is just retreating to the #2 objective and making sure that you get reinforcing infantry unit onto the #3 point back there. Holding around those 2 points and just getting to triple cap territory and just winding the game down from there, because the High Elves are going to have to build up to recontest another objective. You can pull them into better value trade situations just by retreating here and giving them a little space to start, you know, getting their sea legs back under them, but then working some more mobility out to just kind of threaten the #1 objective and making it so that your opponent can't abandon this point and hard push any other one with a full army, essentially. You know, once the High Elves with their pretty beleaguered force have to move up, that's when you're going to get better opportunities to, like, collapse onto flanks and really finish up the majority of his remaining army. Fireborn getting just dogpiled here. 1,000,000 Centaurs. So, getting on top of them and doing quite a bit of HP damage to them. Centaur throwing axes, looking to hit the dragon character, getting some work done. Archers with the light armor getting a nice little volley off in the Cinties here. And the Heralds of the Wind also poking away from range. Getting some good value. Goreherd moving in. Gonna start chipping away at these guys pretty aggressively. Again, that charge bonus, dude, is so nasty, and the weapon strength against low armor elves is brutally effective. The High Elves are so reliant on their magic here, and look at the Archmage with 511 kills, 3,100 value, putting in almost all of the heavy lifting to try and keep the elves into this game. Storm Riders have to advance up to the #2 to try and start getting some caps, and Slangors immediately move in and jump them. Easy peasy win for the Beastmen here. Slangor very quickly gonna pummel the low HP Lothern Seaguard ROR. Even though these guys have really high melee defense, it's just not going to matter against the weapon strength and the increasingly powerful melee attack the Slangors have as they take damage here. Curious what kind of magic situation Malagor has left in the bank. Probably a few more Flocks of Doom. Maybe another Pendulum, I guess, could be on the table. Yeah, we get another Flock of Doom here. Illyrian Reavers against Senegors. Usually an uptrade for the High Elves, but with the Flock of Doom adding its weight of damage in, Illyrian's going to get pushed off. Senegors get hit by a breath attack as well, but they're still half HP. It's going to get a nice little bit of extra value charging into the Fireborn. Dragon character getting in there, but Primal Fury's just now going to wear off, and, you know, even though these guys didn't get their value back or uptrade by any means whatsoever, just doing a nice job of giving a little bit of extra time so that the Slangors can wear out the Storm Riders and then also get out here to start chipping away at the Spearmen. Zangor's bouncing out. They're going to eat a majority of the charge damage here. The Slangors are getting sandwiched pretty freaking hard. Illyrian Reavers also getting in here. Probably going to break leadership on these guys, but if Malagor's got a Flock of Doom, this is the Flock of Doom of all time. You want to definitely hit blobs like this whenever you can. You see Glup is behind on value pretty hard, but he dominated the ground game so heavily early on that Howls are just massively behind on points. I mean, are they even going to be able to get the #3 objective before this game is over? I think they're going to be able to. But the Corngors advance up onto the #2 objective, and they're going to start locking this down. Archmage of Fire is doing whatever he can to secure the win here. Spearmen moving up on the #2. What do we have? Maneuvering on the outside objectives. Oh, a sneaky Senegor to delay the cap out here. And that's going to be a tap out. Just not quite enough time for the High Elves. They did actually play this well enough to survive into the late game. It's just a bit of a shame they weren't able to hold on to one objective all game, give themselves enough time to start looking for the reverse triple cap. If they had gotten that triple cap here at the end, there's nothing the Beastman can do to secure an objective to win this game. Halves slightly behind on this one. The Archmage was just absolutely disgusting, though. Really cool to see the Fire Archmage get 3,600 value, 534 kills, just brutalizing the Beastman front line. None of the infantry really doing all that much, and a lot of the Centaurs struggling here as well. To be honest, I would probably cut the Centaur throwing axe in reserve. You really probably only need the 2 in the starting army, if we're being honest. Get another Razorgore Herd, because Razorgore Herd are just really good against Silverhelms. And especially if they can get some engagements on the Fireborn. The AP and the charge bonus on these Herd is really tough for the heavy cavalry to survive. Minotaurs I'm not so sure on against High Elves either. They're just way too low armor, so they get rolled by archers and the skirmish calves, so maybe saving the money on these guys too. And what do you want to get for that? Maybe a Gorbel? A Gorbel with Slaughter's Call will be the same price as this Minotaur, and in the late game, when the Archmage has to come to the ground finally, and start trying to like scrap against your infantry and terror out them, the Gorbel can come in, buff up the leadership, and get some cost-effective value, just beating up on the dragon. I loved the Chariot. Chariot was great. Really awesome first summon in that absolutely helped carry this game early on in favor of the Beastmen by just killing loads of archers. I mean, 222 kills, and I would guess that probably about 70% of that damage and value is just running these guys down. You can see the few that did get to shoot got pretty solid value. I mean, 660 here, 1,000 on this guy, doubling its value really comfortably. They just couldn't keep enough of them alive into the late game to get into that position where the Beastmen just get shot to death before they even make contact with your lines. That's really how you overpower the Beastmen, is finding a way to scrap close enough that they are unable to carry on the fight in the later stages. 20 more minutes before the third leg. Are we going to play this tournament? Let's do one more replay. We'll check back in. Whew. Ogres versus Skaven, man. I really don't know what the Skaven do against Ogre Kingdoms, to be honest. This isn't really the, this isn't really peak Ogre Kingdoms into Skaven. Honestly, I don't think you need all these Nobbler Trappers. I don't really know what these guys are doing against the Skaven, to be honest. 4 of them in the opener, at the very least, I don't find to be all that effective. Probably could just cut them all and get a Stonehorn instead. I mean, because terror against Skaven is just so incredibly powerful. High mass units being able to just like walk right through the heart of all of the Skaven slave and clan rat units early on to just start running over Globadiers and weapon teams is pretty goated and kind of hard to stop, especially if they start getting some fortunate terror routes and a lot of the bodies that the Skaven have. Then you can just push in with all your numbers and kind of overwhelm the isolated pockets of low-tier Skaven infantry and just kind of break them in kind. You've also got the Firebelly here, Where's the fire? Oh, fire belly is in reserve, I believe. The ogre paymaster is just a naked paymaster with nothing on him, which is fine. Don't really need anything. He's just here. Cheap as possible lord, I guess. Packmaster and Throt running around together is kind of cool. Shock collar on this guy. Scrying stone. He does not have his AoE heal, though. I guess you don't need it, because Throt can just heal himself. He's got Remoldered to use as Packmaster. The Packmaster's getting beat up. I guess that's fine. The two of them together should be fairly tough to deal with. The Ogre Bolt dual weapons are going to be the real, they're going to be the real make-or-break unit in this game. If the Ogre Bolt dual weapons can quickly punch through the Skaven slaves and just pummel clan rats into oblivion, and then they can just run down all the weapon teams, because Skaven weapon teams are honestly pretty fast for gunline units, but Ogre Bulls obviously have a really premium amount of speed at 54. It makes the Ogres very hard to deny once they start to get rolling. Flingers with some nice damage early against Throt. Packmaster doing a little bit of dodging. Really good maneuvering here. You know, spin to win, baby. Works in an awful lot of games, and it does work in Warhammer Total War as well. Noblars and the Ogres are up on the point, not letting the Skaven get the double cap early. Cap on the number 3. Got 2 Noblar Trappers over here. Maybe creeping them around the flank here isn't a bad idea. Honestly, maybe just tucking them back in over here isn't a bad idea. Nice breath attack on the Noblars. Actually really like that. Pestilent Breath against Ogres. I can definitely see it being very effective. Super cheap caster just to be throwing that down and shredding through the damage buffering for the bulls. Not a bad choice. Vermintide, I don't think I would bother with Vermintide. Trying to think of what would be better. What could you bring? Blessed with Filth really wouldn't be a bad choice. I mean, just imbuing poison onto all your units, lowering weapon strength on Ogre Bulls in just like a mass area definitely would help tremendously, because weapon strength is the big selling point on these guys, and any mitigation that you can get in that regard is going to make it much more difficult for your opponent to punch through your front line quickly. That'll keep your weapon teams up longer. I think you'll get better trades on average. I don't know what Vermintide is really going to do. I mean, what are you going to use this on? Like, dropping on some Flingers, I guess, and maybe hope that you can grind them down a little bit? That's like a 300 gold unit. Is that really worth a whole 7 Winds of Magic against? When you can just AoE buff all your stuff with the poison, including your weapon teams, mind you. Poison Wind Globadiers, despite the name, don't actually do poison damage. I mean, these guys spread their AoE blight to everything they touch, and it would be really nasty to be hitting multiple Ogre Bulls and Noblars with the damage mitigation. Really slow game here early. Brutal Burning Head, by the way. Gets rid of 1 Clan Rat and a Skaven Slave. Nice damage from the Fire Belly. Nothing too tremendous, but 400 value for 10 WOM. Pretty efficient use of time. When you're talking about getting about 50 value per cast, or 50 value per WOM spent per cast, that's about as good as you can possibly hope for in terms of magic efficiency. So hovering around the 40 range is pretty nice, and clearing out the numbers, always going to do some good. A lot of Rat Ogres on the field, so a lot of mass in place now to make it a little bit more difficult for all the Ogre Bulls to really function effectively. Toaster's doing a pretty good job here. Natty Boobos have just been poking a lot of the Lead Belchers. They're also shooting at some Ogre Bulls and just whatever they can get their hands on. They got a lot of ammo left. Haven't even used quite half. And the lead belchers have gotten 0 value so far. Pretty huge leg up for the Skaven in the ranged trades. Magic has gone a little bit better for the Ogre Kingdoms, though. Burning Head hitting some Skaven Slave Spears, which isn't tremendously effective, but nonetheless, again, removing more buffering for the Rat Ogres, who are really the only hope with the Skaven against the Bulls. Throt and the Packmaster still doing a pretty good job of bullying a lot of the Pigback Riders and the Noblars. They're just getting a lot of tear routes by virtue of being on these Brood Horrors. Mournfang Cavalry move in, and they are getting a good surround on Throt here. The Packmaster's getting shot up pretty badly by the Noblar Flingers. Those little Flingers just being so cost-effective. Beautiful Rat Ogre summon, actually. I always forget that Throt has this in the back pocket. So Beast Pack goes down, and they are actually imposed between the Mournfangs on the retreat path. So maybe going to get a little bit of freemium damage on these very expensive cavalry for the Ogre Kingdoms. Only 98 value out of them up to this point. They don't last very long, the Rat Ogre summon. Kind of a waste. It gets the Packmaster and Throt free, though, so I guess it's not too bad, even if they don't get more than about 100 or 200 value. You'd like to see a little bit more IMO. Skaven are starting to scoot up, you know. You can see they've kept a very good formational discipline for the most part. Despite losing some of their clan rats and, you know, being behind on the objectives for, you know, the early going here, they're just holding down their home objective. They're really not that far behind, and they're not overextending out onto the other objective. Despite not seeing anything over here, they are playing patiently and carefully enough that they're getting themselves into a position where they can just walk in and get on top of these Ogre Bull dual weapons with a bunch of clan rat spears. Probably start dragging a lot of these guys down, especially with all the Rat Ogres available. And the Rat Ogres can also punish the Blood Vultures that might be trying to get in here and hammer the Poison Wind Globes. Globes a little too far forward, but they do have Rat Ogres here near them at the very least. The Rat Ogres are retreating, though. Probably want to pile them in with the Skaven Slave Spears to save these guys. Blood Vultures diving on slings. You just bring the Wolf Rats forward and start killing all the Blood Vultures right quick here. Blood Vultures fall apart pretty quick, just like Furies do, to any kind of decently aggressive, high shock damage unit. And Wolf Rats pile into combat really effectively. I've swung around on Wolf Rats a little bit. I used to think they were just absolutely useless, but I've seen people using them pretty effectively as of late, so I think they definitely have a place in the Skaven roster. You can see they break all of the Blood Vultures here, except for one of them, which is starting to get the Carrion Feast up and charged pretty high now. Pigback Riders are just completely surrounded by bodies from the Skaven out here on this flank. More Burning Heads coming in. Storm Vermin Halberds trickling up onto the number 2 objective, and the Skaven do grab the number 2 pretty easily. You see a lot of the Ogre Bulls suffering pretty bad. In the few Poison Wind Globes that are actually getting shots in, getting great value early. Very easy for them to value trade. Regardless of what they're shooting at, because they have a ton of ammunition, they spread their damage out so much, and they just hit, like, absolute freight trains. Poison Wind Globes are so fun, man. One of the most fair and balanced of all the weapon teams, because they have very obvious drawbacks to their short range, but correspondingly high damage as a result. And they're going to turn around and get the Pigback Knights now, taking half their HP out in one volley. Ogre Bulls are basically all gone. The Mournfang Cav are getting hammered here. They're just surrounded by bodies and not really finding any success fighting the Rat Ogres. And the Rat Ogres are just providing good mass here. Nothing too tremendous, but they're allowing the Storm Vermin and the Clan Rat Spears that are in here to get better value trades over the course of this long grind. And Burning Head's going to be a lot less effective against the Vermin. 90 armor is at the perfect sweet spot of mitigating most of the damage from those burning heads. A lot of flingers running. Ogre Paymaster is healthy, but he can't really do anything. Firebelly is 1400 value, but honestly, the Plague Priest with 700 value is probably just outright better value, all things considered. He's used a lot of Vermintides too. Maybe Vermintide isn't a bad option here, and this Throt Packmaster choice, honestly, they really haven't gotten great value trades, but you can see the Packmaster is heal capped. I'm willing to bet almost a full 1,000 value of what Smoky Loco has is just stacked up into shooting the Packmaster, and then maybe a few hundred more on Throt, and that's the difference here. And with all the Storm Vermin on the field and a lack of Noblars, what are the Ogre Kingdoms going to do, right? I mean, they have nothing going on the #1 objective. Look how many bodies there are for the Skaven out here. I mean, they got Night Runners all over the place. They've got some beat-up Spears and Clan Rats all over the points. Natty Bubos, the last few volleys are hanging around and just poking at whatever they can. It's getting to the point that Skaven could just push for their triple cap. Not that they need to. More Pestilent Breaths going down, clearing out more Noblar Trappers. Mournfang Cav continuing to not get a whole lot done, and Poison Wolf Rats, Clan Rat Spears, Packmaster, Throt, really hard countering these poor guys. And Throt can always pop his Creature Killer, which gives 16 bonus versus large for 38 seconds in a pretty decent radius around him. I mean, 35 meters is fairly small. It's pretty constricted, but the plus 16 is very, very high. I mean, that's going to give even Wolf Rats a nice bit of value trade opportunity into pretty much anything. Mournfang Cav included, and that's another beautiful Pestilent Breath on the Flingers, just ruining their HP, getting their leadership low, and insta-break as the Eshin Triads and the Rat Ogres with the fear-causing attribute getting in on these guys. And Burning Head coming in, but not really in a good position because of the Nobblers breaking so quickly. A little bit of fortunate damage on the Night Runners as they kind of run into this cast here. I think I'm going to just check in for this tournament. Why not? Just see how far we can go. We might get knocked out in the first round, but, you know, 1 or 2 games sounds pretty good right now. I'm doing that before I forget about it. It's close in value, but Skaven are one of those factions where if you just can't tell what the hell is going on a lot of the time. Like, they are just a bizarre faction to trade into. Ogre Kingdoms are not out of this one yet. The Mournfang Cav get a really nice meat feast, and they're hanging in somehow. A bunch of Saber Tusk packs come in to get after the Packmaster. Skaven are running out of steam. They've lost almost all their Rat Ogres. They have a lot of supplies. I really need to get some units on the field. Smoky Loco has a lot of supplies too, but he's going to be summoning in a lot of Noblars. And he does have a lot on the field that's shattered, so he can't unsummon any of this. It's not in the reinforcement pool. That's definitely going to hurt him for the end of this game here. He does flip the #2 objective, but the #3 is flipping in the same breath to the Skaven, so really nice cap from Useful Toaster. Where are the bodies, bro? Come on, start summoning some stuff in, please. Just need some reinforcements to get up on the #2, and he's going to be in a really good position for the end of this one. Packmasters only got 650 value, going down now. Throt with only about 800, but he is heal cap now. Survived a lot of damage. Poison Wind Globes trotting forward. Can they start to swing it in the middle? Don't know if they need to. Just reinforce this outside point and you might be okay, but Ogre Kingdoms really aren't doing too badly at the end of the match here. Can they find a way to do it? Saber Tusk Pack's getting iced out by the Poison Wind Globes. Rat Ogres come in at just the right time to stop the Saber Tusks and the Nobbler Trappers from getting on the globes. Got some Night Runners here as well for some damage buffering, and I think it's going to be a good night for all these Ogre Kingdoms units. Poison Wind Globes are going to get secure and maybe finish up the Mournfang Cavalry here. Just a few Ogre Bulls and a bunch of Nobblars to go after the number 3 objective. They're going to start flipping the cap here, but it's going to take a little while because the cap weight is very bad on Nobblars. They don't have full weight. You know, they are expendable units. And it's just coming down to the wire here on the objectives, right? And that's going to be favorable for the side that's already got the lead. And Skaven are ahead by enough that I do believe it is triple cap territory. I don't think they really need to do a whole lot more here. Throt is beating up on the Firebelly. Not that he really needs to. Firebelly is bad on magic anyways. I guess just pummeling the characters isn't bad to, you know, lower the amount of cap weight available for the Ogre Kingdoms on the field. Single entities in the late game can be a little annoying to have to grind through their HP, and, you know, they can contribute about 3 cap weight just by their presence alone, and they can sit and kite around points pretty easily because they're pretty maneuverable and fast. Could be a little bit of a pain for the Skaven if that guy's just sitting around and continuing to cause problems. Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves holding down the number 1. We got some reinforcements coming in. Just a ton of bodies. Natty Boobos are coming back up. I guess that's all Toaster really has to summon out currently. He is flipping the number 2, so even if he loses the number 1, it doesn't even matter. And Wolf Rats, yeah, they're just going to jump on the number 3. Start capping that away from the Ogre Kingdoms. And Rat Ogres, yeah, they're going to lose to the Saber Tusk packs, but they get a nice little charge in there, get a little bit of extra damage and value, and provide just enough cap weight for long enough for the flip to come in. That's going to be GG. Not enough time, not enough cap weight out here for the Ogre Kingdoms. They're barely holding on to what they have already. And they're going to continue just having the Skaven move around with the Clan Rat cap weight and just steal side points away from them over and over again, probably. Throt beating up on the Paymaster. He's got Creature Killer active, and that's going to be it. Great stuff, man. Beautiful. Outside of this one Globadier, really nothing too crazy for the Skaven, probably. I mean, they just stayed after it, and they had these healing characters, soaked up a lot of damage. Natty Boobos got good value. Weapon team's really carrying. The Plague Priest got 1,000 value. And I'm sure his Vermintide summons actually probably got him another, like, 400 or 500 at the very low end. Pretty sure he had used just about all of the Vermintide summons by the end of that game, so maybe that is the way to go against Ogres. Rat Ogres did okay. They didn't value trade amazingly, but they were good mass, and they just stopped the Ogre Kingdoms from really starting to steamroll. Again, I really think that a Stonehorn here would have done better work than going for the Mournfang Cav, probably. Like, cut this Mournfang Cav and maybe think about cutting the Leadbelcher and just getting the Stonehorn, because Stonehorns are basically impossible for Storm Vermin to lock down alone. Like, you're going to need 2 units of Rat Ogres to keep it in place. It's going to attract a lot of aggro at the very least, and it's going to give you time to maneuver elsewhere and maybe beat up on some of the Skaven army. Throt and the Packmaster can be a little bit dangerous to it, but try it out. I'd be very curious to see what your experience with it is against the Skaven Smoky, because the Stonehorns are just so disruptive, and they will crush weapon teams. I mean, they'll get in there, they'll get like a couple good attacks off, half the HP, tear out the globes or the Natty Boobos at best, and then you'll have a little bit of a better time trading, because it really is the weapon teams that did the Ogre Kingdoms in here. I mean, they're really the only thing that value traded effectively outside of the Plague Priest. Everything else is a little lackluster when you really look at it. Alright, just dropping some congrats for everybody who joined us today. We've got bracket going up right about now, I think. We'll just see who we end up running into. I think it should be kicking off. I think there's enough signups here. So, Charix isn't here. Bird is not here. We've got... Excuse me, we've got Gold Fox, Pont, J&M, Zeblon, myself, Pope Patty, Maidon, Evergarden, Smoky Loco, Bing Boy, Hitman Hippo is making a reappearance, Gondola, Scrambled Egg, and Brawls Sharkly, who are signed up and checked in at the very least. I don't know if bracket is kicking off quite yet. Oh, we delayed it. Damn, to 450? That's rough, dude. I don't know, dude. Do I have time to hang around? If it gets delayed again, I don't think I'm going to be able to stick around for the tournament. I think he just wants to hold off for a minute while the semis in the first leg is kicking off. We'll kind of go from there, I guess. Beastman win rate's kind of dropping a little bit. I guess they've been running into counts a little much. They're struggling against Empire as well. Let's just check out the win rates right now for all the factions. See who's doing good, who's not doing so good. Zoom in so you can get a good idea. Norska dominating the win rate right now. They got a lot of games played, doing really solidly. Little surprised that the High Elves are doing so good against them, but Elves do have a lot of good tools against the Norskin's best units. I mean, I played Norska into Stinger's High Elves literally just yesterday, and he beat me pretty solidly, so I can see how it'd be tough. Beastman being pretty even is not too shocking. You know, Beastman can just bring out a lot of really cost-effective stuff and crowd out space against the Norskins. They're pretty good at grinding through the Bearmen as well. Tzeentch, Slaanesh, Wood Elves, and Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast being in a positive win rate against Norska is really surprising, but it's always fun to see. Like, where is Coast? Coast, it really isn't doing that great, right? They're at 52%. But they are kind of flipping the meta on its head just by being so good against Norska, right? I mean, that's one of the best factions. That is the best faction in the game, according to win rates at the very least. They got a lot of games, too, so that's pretty reflective of the actual situation. Slaanesh is probably, just period, the #1 best faction. They've got a few matchups down here that they're losing in, but I don't even know if they're really that bad. Like, Tomb Kings, okay, yeah. Kislev, I'm not so sure about. Chaos Dwarves, maybe. Kind of a bad matchup. There's a lot of pretty annoying shooting units and magic damage available, so definitely a little tough. I don't see Grand Cathay being very favorable for Grand Cathay. Not in domination mode, maybe in land battle. Beastmen, pretty even. Surprised by Dwarves, Ogre Kingdoms, and Skaven. I think Slaanesh's pick rate is just kind of falling off a cliff with all the restrictions that are getting added to them, and they're not doing as well with them, so it's probably why it's dropped and why they're not getting played so much. Which is unfortunate. It'd just be nice if CA knew how to balance this faction for domination mode. They clearly have absolutely no idea what they're doing in terms of the balance for Slaanesh. They're either too powerful or they're too terrible. Really hasn't been an in-between in the time they've been out. It's mostly them being way too overtuned. Wood Elves are just always good. They've got a few bad matchups. For the most part, they just scrap really effectively into most of the factions in the game with how powerful their archers are. They've got really good infantry, honestly, with the Eternal Guard and Dryads doing most of the heavy lifting that you need in that department, depending on the situation. Great lords, great magic, too. Wood Elves have so many synergies with the different mages that they've got available to them. Really not surprising to see them doing so well. They also have a lot of representation with some of the best players. Count's really solid. They've got some really bad matchups. Like, Demons, Wood Elves, Slaanesh, and Khorne are all pretty brutal. So these matchups really are sinking the win rate, but they dominate the factions that they're good against. I mean, they are really tough to stop if you're a gunline faction or you're like a melee grind faction that doesn't have access to like Mortis engines or like really high impact single entities that can kind of bully the corpse carts. So, love me some Counts play. We may play some Counts today. We'll see about it. Beastmen are doing really solidly. They're dropping a little bit, probably because Chimeras are getting restricted and whatnot. And then, you know, Beastmen outside of the couple of new units they got are, you know, about the same faction as they always have been. They just have really even matchups into just about everybody, and some really, really favorable ones. Like I said, Lizardmen. You can see the proof in the pudding here. I mentioned it when we saw this matchup earlier. 17-7 against Lizardmen is pretty brutal. I know Lizards are on the lower end of the win rates, but they're really not a bad faction. Lizardmen are just kind of tough to juggle and balance, and they're a really popular new player faction, so their win rate is usually a little bit lower artificially. Same with Dark Elves. Skaven Dwarves, Tzeentch, and Tomb Kings are probably the weakest factions right now, but you can see, even with there being some really strong factions in the game right now, the win rates are all evening out to look pretty similar to last season, where there wasn't any one faction that was just absolutely dominant. I don't know if we'll ever get anything quite like this, though. Where it was just the vampire counts here at the top, above 55%. The current DLC definitely skews it a little bit heavily in favor of the of the new recipients of the newly overtuned units, obviously, but it's not terrible. Most of the factions are in a pretty good spot right now. It's just a handful that are struggling. I guess Cathay you could probably put pretty low down as well, but they've got some cool builds. Cathay is interesting, you just don't see them too much, because they were clearly not designed with domination in mind at any point. They really are solid in land battle and then just kind of abysmal in domination mode against a lot of the factions. It's very hard to set up their shooting. Greenskins were doing really well at the start of the season. Now they've fallen off a cliff, which is kind of odd to see, honestly. Corn is around 50% as usual. You know, I'm in there getting a, you know, like 60-ish percent win rate. Let me actually bring you over to the corn win rate and just show you how balanced corn is in its entirety. I mean, most factions have like brutally favorable matchups and then some really bad ones, but corn, I mean, they've got a couple that they have that they really dominate, like Bretonnia and Dwarves, Chaos Warriors to an extent, also scrap pretty good into Lizardmen, but you know, a lot of their matchups are just hovering around this like 60 to 40 range. And these are all fairly even. Like, I would say from, like, here up to coast, these are all, you know, as close to 50-50 as you're going to find in the game. You know, Dark Elves have a pretty good kite game against Khorne, but don't have very solid infantry to hold points with. High Elves have a lot of the same issues. They struggle against skull cannons and the aggressive infantry that Khorne offers. Skaven, you just gotta wear Skaven down early on. It can be a little exhausting going into them. Beastmen can be kind of tough. Ogre Kingdoms are kind of tough. Chaos Dwarves, but none of these matchups are like truly foreboding. Like, Khorne always has pretty decent options. Really, I would just say Wood Elf, Slaanesh, and Norska are the bad matchups. And I think Empire is just really tricky because War Wagons are so good. Yeah, I spent a lot of time shooting and poking the War Wagons to get rid of them with Skull Cannons. But if you have really good Skull Cannon mechanics under your belt, and you know how to utilize them correctly, you can shut down War Wagons pretty hard. Alright, tournament should be kicking off in like a minute here. 5 minutes at most. I'm going to take the opportunity to just go to the bathroom and chill for a minute. And I'll be back then, guys, so hang tight. Actual game's imminent. Promise. back. Let's close this tab. And Tourney kicking off now. Should be. Okay, so Bird's here now. Okay, cool. Got a decent number of signups for this. I'm really loving Otto's tournaments. They're freaking awesome. Super fun. He hosts them really consistently. He's been doing a lot of the hat trick tournaments, but he's got some other really cool formats. This one I particularly like. So, yeah. Amazing. Thank you, Molly. See if we can get some wins. You know, I've been pretty up and down, I'm gonna be honest, in terms of my play lately. I'm having problems with being patient and playing objectives the way I should be. I'm gonna try and lock down those, like, impatient errors of mine. Maybe we'll be able to get some good wins here. Now, I've talked about it a couple times in these new player tournament games that getting impatient and trying to like force value trades can really get you in a hole, and that has been the issue that I've been running into. Decent Auto have been playing for ages now, it seems. He's probably busy doing custodial work for all the different legs, I guess. Please. I'm ready. It's asking if I want to leave the tournament. Which usually means that the tournament's actually been started, but I can't see the bracket right now, so I guess not. Any messages? Otto is not said anything about this third leg being kicked off or not. Oh. I'm begging, bro. Alright. Maybe. I don't think so. He's probably either in-game or he's waiting for the semifinals leg in... semifinals in the first leg to finish before he kicks the tournament off. That would be my guess. He wasn't that late with the second leg, was he? It's fine. Let's not get too antsy. I just really want to get some games in before I gotta go, because I really don't have much time left. I've been streaming for so long. I can feel myself starting to get antsy. Maybe while... Ooh. What? Bot. You know what? We haven't seen Crocodile play today. Maybe they're playing without me. I'm checked in! Why can't I see the bracket if they're checked in? Did my opponent not message me? Am I in a buy round then? I don't know, man. Let's do one more replay. If the tournament's not kicked off in like 10 minutes, I'm just gonna go.
No creature, mage, warrior, or beast can stand against the true elves.
Okay, good for you, Tyrion. Tyrion bragging as usual. His usual braggadocious self. Big line of archers. You know, you gotta be careful about keeping everything in a nice fat line like this, definitely. Especially against Norska, because they can hit you with some serious shenanigans. With the right spell cast, like Pendulum and Wind Blast, gonna wreck these archers. Tyrion killing a few of the Norscan Ice Wolves, not doing bad. There's also some fire coming down from the Illyrian Reaver archers to hit those guys. They get the early cap, but not really holding on to anything too significant. Wind Blast a little early. I would just save it. Wind Blast is really better at hitting cavalry that's about to engage you. Or you're like literally on their heels and about to catch them with something and you just need that extra little bit of speed. I do really like the change to Wind Blast. Windstruck is really nice. I mean, lowers acceleration by a lot, charge speed, and normal speed. Down by 40% is really strong. It lasts for 12 seconds, you know. It's pretty solid. Hyle's captain number 3. Number 1 is slowly being taken by the Ice Wolves. Dreadmaw may get forgotten about. Gotta be careful not to forget about them. I mean, they're a little surreptitious. I mean, all you got is the unit card. It's not like they're on the map or anything. And, you know, it being behind this pillar, I mean, maybe you're just like, you got the camera situated somewhere where you can't quite see it. You know, you're just like looking at the battlefield like this. Focusing way too much over here, not seeing it. Beautiful Pendulum, by the way. Hits all 3 of these archers. This is why you got to be careful about the bunching. Now, Bombot has played pretty good today. But that's definitely the worst mistake that I've seen him make up to this point. Which, you know, all things considered, really isn't that bad of one. Just, you know, be conscious of your archer line and formation. Because if you get hit by a couple of good pendulums, you're going to have all 3 of these guys just gone and dead, and then you're going to get run down by the Marauders and the Bearmen. Because your infantry just are not a match for the Norscan infantry. It's a really foreboding head-to-head. The Oceanids will make it a little bit better, though. Not super confident with the fact that the Norscan Ice Wolves are really starting to get a good surround off. Getting a good charge against the archers here. Norscan Ice Wolves over on this flank could just collapse in on the back of Botbot's Illyrian Reaver Cav. I'm pretty tied up in here. Good positioning on the Spearmen, keeping some of those Hounds out. Hounds are going to get around and just charge after the Rangers, but they're getting rolled by the Spears right now. Skin Wolves with the armor doing pretty nicely. Famir on the way in, and Dreadmaw has not been forgotten about, but it is pretty far behind. Definitely really wish that it were here, interrupting the archers right now. Just popping up literally right there. It'll do some good damage, and then you can deep tunnel right back in the same place and explode up out of the ground and get some really effective value. Bearmen on the way in, just kind of wandering around. You know, they're slowly advancing forward, and Oceanids are getting some good value grinding down a lot of these units right now. This Oceanid, a pretty rough fight. Bearmen and the Maws of Savagery fighting them. Maws have lost a few models, but they can just pull back, and they should just regenerate their HP, and they'll rock back into this fight just fine. Sail is on his way in. Ooh, and he got Tyrion trapped up on the Famir Warriors. I do not like Famir dual weapons. They are a bad unit, guys. The only Famir dual weapon you should use is the Mist Stalkers. The only one that's useful. The Famir Great Weapons are the only other Famir that's decent. Maybe the dual weapons are decent against Dowey and the... like, maybe one other faction. That would be about it, I would imagine. Like, Vampire Coast, I guess. That one is even questionable. Botbot doing a good job of surviving the pressure from Norska early. I mean, his lines did get shredded pretty bad. All things considered, he really doesn't have that many infantry remaining, but the Oceanids are all really healthy, which is a terrible sign for Norska. And the Oceanids over here are even beating up on the Maws of Savagery, which is kind of wild to think about. I mean, the Perfect Vigor, again, dude, I mean, every time I see it, it is just so powerful. The Fizz Res, the Missile Resistance, Fire Resistance, Strider, there's so much that these guys have going for them. The crazy high melee defense especially. And they just occupy so much ground and give good opportunities for Illyrian Reavers to get proper flanks off. It's nice that the High Elves have actual, like, anvils nowadays. And good chaff clear. I mean, look at the Oceanids just putting in the work against all these Bearmen. There's 2 Bearmen on top of this unit. And the Oceanids are just tanking through all of the infantry damage. And poking back with their fairly low melee attack, but decent little bonus through the melee defense. Really nice stuff. Loremaster Ahoth, man, he's putting in some work against Sail as well, and Tyrion is just tanking through the Famir. He doesn't even care, dude. They're doing a little damage to him, but Tyrion's going to finish these guys off pretty quickly. Nice little pop-up by the Dreadmaw, but it doesn't have a lot of value. It's been very lackluster in terms of disruption at this point in the game. Bearman over here fighting Oceanids. You've got Norscan Ice Trolls fighting the Oceanids and the Illyrian Reaver Cav over here. Pretty even fight, all things considered. I think Norscan Ice Trolls might actually be decent against Oceanids. Good weapon strength. They've got regeneration. Melee defense is a little low. That might hold them back, I guess. I'd be curious to see the long-term trading in that engagement. Dreadmaw smacking Loremaster of Hoeth up a little bit. It's not an anti-infantry monster, but it's got a lot of melee attack, and its weapon strength is not bad either. I mean, 400 is pretty significant. You can see that it equals the Loremaster of Hoeth, in fact, at a base level. Oh, and we finally got our first round opponent. Let's just see the last few minutes of this one. High Elves look to be in a winning position. They just got a lot of effective units left on the field. Though the Oceanids are getting a little low now. Fireborn for the late game are going to just thump everything, though, I think. Famir are going to get folded up by them. Ice Trolls will. Might not even need to. The Silver Helms might be able to beat the Ice Trolls here. Not very good charge damage, unfortunately, though. But maybe the Illyrian Reavers just get a nice little flank and break the leadership on this troll unit. Sale is also extremely low health. I mean, 400 HP is nothing for him. He is gonna run here in a minute. He actually shatters. Brutal loss for the Norskins. High Elves chilling on the number 3, securing the number 2. The Oceanids getting beat up now, but nice little Earthblood. Still going to continue holding in. Great value across the board. All the Oceanids paying for themselves just about. Lyrian Reavers running down the Maws of Savagery, who were a little bit off their price point. Norscan Ice Trolls got some decent value, but now there's Rangers all over them. The Silver Helms are still chunking away at them. Armored Skin Wolves are not going to be able to hold the number 1 objective, and the Rangers should be okay to continue that fight for a little while. And the Fireborn on the number 2 objective are going to finish up this Famir Warrior. And the Dreadmaw is really low HP. It has paid for itself, though. 1100 value. This is a really strong monster. I'm just thinking, though, that the fact that the Dreadmaws don't have cap weight, some of the limitations with the way that it's coded to function might mean it's not quite as bad as people are thinking. It's definitely very overpowered against some factions, but I've seen plenty of games where even with good value from it, the Norskins, the Warriors of Chaos, have not been able to just crush their opponents. So, I don't think it's too awful of a unit. When we get in here, I'm going to do our picks and bans with my opponent real quick. And I'm just going to kind of leave it here with a nice little overview of the map. You can see that High Elves are really starting to dominate the points. Just the number 1 that the Norskins are fighting over. Lord Fled recently penalty is still affecting them. I think by the time it wears off, it's going to be a little too late for them to recontest any points despite values being even-ish. They're just too far behind, I reckon. So we're playing Ginger Kenobi. We have played before. What do we want to play here? Khorne Kislev Wood Elves. Warriors of Chaos might be a fun choice. I'm very divided. Faction loyalty. Let's do something a little different. I'm not going to take this one too seriously. Warriors of Chaos versus Chaos Dowie is definitely going to be an interesting matchup. Fireborn running all over the Norscan Ice Wolves here. Going to run down the trolls who were trying to regenerate in the back. Their back is to the Fireborn, so they'll just insta-break as they get impacted here. Yeah, you can see immediate minus 19 leadership. Brutal damage, too. Insta-shatters them. Skin Wolves are going to get on the back of the Fireborn, but that's not really going to do a whole lot. Fireborn have stupidly high leadership, so they'll just finish off the Skin Wolves here with their excellent stats, and that's going to be GG. Good try by Norska, but really solid play from Bot again. Couple mistakes, but nothing too bad. He's really good at positioning the Oceanids. I mean, again and again, they are getting him amazing value, dude. 14, 11, and 1500. Great, great anchor unit. The Fireborn able to play off that to their own excellent value. Lore Master was alright, 1100, 19 for Tyrion. Some good value on a few of these Norscan units, but the Bearmen really didn't do too hot. They got shot dead pretty hard by the bows, and then the Oceanids cleaned them up pretty quickly. Cool to see. Let's get into our tournament game, finally. I've been waiting for so long. So long. See how many wins we can get here. Let's see what we've got going on bracket-wise. It's me and JD. Pont and Hippo are playing, so we're going to play whoever wins that. Bird, Smokey, Jetrix, and Zablon are on our side of the bracket as well. We've got Brawls, Sharkly, Bing Boy, Gold Fox, Gondola, Maidon, J&M, Pope Patty, Scrambled, and Daceberg on the other side of bracket. Alright, I mean, so provided we don't massively fumble our games here, I think we've got pretty good odds of making it a bit of a ways into the tournament. So, we'll see what we can do here. I think we're going to go for a little bit of a more expensive sartorial. Let me check bans and whatnot. Dreadmaw is limited. Faction restrictions don't have anything to do with Warriors of Chaos. Chalice of Blood and Darkness is banned of all things. I don't really know why you're banning that, to be honest. I don't think it's that good. Alright, well, whatever. We're gonna get Sartorial. I do think Dreadmaws are pretty good here. Are we gonna throw this in, though, is the question, because Soul of Damnation is always pretty solid into Chaos Dally. I do think we're gonna go with the Dreadmaw. It's pretty good at intercepting trains, actually. We can get a few Beastmen, Bearmen, and get one Great Weapon. Another one here. Actually really like the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh. Really strong unit. Definitely want a couple Hellstriders. I don't think we're going to go too heavy into them. Because we're going to need something to kill the Iron Demons. And I think the Swords of Chaos, really not a bad unit here. Although they do have fire damage, it's going to be mitigated. Our Aspiring Champion's going to work here. Actually don't know about that. I don't really need that. I think the double Hellscourge Warrior is going to be a little bit better, potentially. Having some units that can kind of cleave through the fire resistance of the Chowie is going to be pretty important. Maybe go with a Skull Crusher. I think that's a fun and different enough unit that, get another Bearman Great Weapon in here. Do need to be mindful of magma cannons and artillery in general. Maybe we'll keep the Skull Crusher in reserve. I think starting out with it is a bad idea. A couple Horse Masters will be good, and then another Bearman might be a little bit too all-in. We'll get one Throwing Axe, because this Throwing Axe can just run around and attack trains, I guess, and we'll give a Chevron to the Dreadmaw, just for shits and giggles. Forsaken are a pretty solid unit. Can definitely just run these as is. We'll get our Blood Beast in reserve. I don't think Trolls are a very good idea here. I think a basic Hell Cannon is a good call. I think we'll get rid of the Skull Crusher and we'll get another Blood Beast instead. The Blood Beasts are just so freaking good, man. I mean, they really are a brutally tough unit to shut down. Forsaken for more mobility control. No Dreadmaws in reserve, not really going to be all that useful. Chaos Knights with lances. Maybe one. I like the Blood Beast better, honestly. You know what? I think we're going to bring a Chimera out of reserve, and we'll get one Marauder Great Weapon, because you can run around, maybe do some damage. Or actually a Warhound for the nasty little guys. And we're on Cassars, right? Just want to make sure. Okay, map is right. Cool, cool. Let's see what we can do. We've got good mobility core. Got some SEs. We're kind of bringing the strong stuff, of course, but this is going to be pretty tough without the punching power of a lot of these units. Sartorial is a really good option up in the sky, but he can't do everything on his own. If there's a Lamasu character, the Chimera will be really nice to just pummel the crap out of that thing and keep Sartorial from getting silenced. Although Chalice of Blood and Darkness being banned is definitely going to hurt the Chowie a little bit. We brought Gehennas, and then Final Transmutation is just in case there's any, like, really ridiculous stuff available for my opponent.
Marauder horsemen! Marauder bearmen! Slaughterers of the weak!
We're going to keep these Great Weapon Bearmen in a position where they can hide in the forests. We're spreading out a lot, but I'm okay with that for the time being. I just don't want to take engagements across the whole field because I'm going to get overwhelmed. I've been doing that way too much. I'm overstressing my micro a lot, and that's gotten me punished quite a few times, so I'm going to try and avoid doing that. Hell Cannon comes out if there's a bunch of chaff, you know, like Hobgoblin Archers, Chaos Dowie Warriors, and whatever. Excuse me. Hell Cannon's going to help thin that out. Chimera for big stuff. Blood Beasts if it's Iron Demons. Hellstriders. There's just a bunch of the little Wolf Raiders everywhere. Forsaken can also come in and support against that too, so I feel pretty confident here. I think JD is ready.
Mortal fool! Chaos comes!
I think I can ready up. We've had plenty of time to get situated, so he should be prepared here. Yeah, he is. He does have a lot of the little horse archers, which is fine.
Get moving! Ready to fight!
Let's just grab this point quickly and then get the hell out of here. Okay, he didn't bring Chalice, so he didn't miss that. We dodge a little bit. We actually avoided the volley pretty nicely. We lose 2 guys there. He's going to give me the opportunity to cap these points. He really should push a little bit harder. He's got a Death Shriek rocket, which is a little annoying. I actually think then, let's see, he does have quite a bit of chaff. I actually think this is Hell Cannon territory. Yeah, Hell Cannon's going to come up. It's going to help me, secure this middle fight. Nice attempt at the Burning Wrath. Burning Wrath is really good against Skirmish Cav, actually, so I do see what he's trying to do here. We're going to just get this cap. We're going to pull back a little bit. We're going to look for picks on the Death Shriek rocket, which is firing God knows where right now. Oh, it is going after Sartorial. He gets point blanked a little bit. Let's just get out of range. wait for a minute. Let's get the hell cannons shooting at these Hobbo Gobbos.
Let us fight! Quick! Charge!
You know what? I think we're gonna get the Chimera out, actually. We should send the Horseman back, actually. He's gonna continue screening here, and that's just what he's gonna be up to. We need to just make sure that the Hashut Sorcerer does not get any good engagements, and we're gonna just absolutely punish him with the missiles and shooting here.
Understood.
Getting some good value. We're gonna get the Chimera out, actually, and we're gonna send it to go kill the Hobgoblin Bolt Thrower. You can see we are just absolutely shredding his lord right now. And actually, these guys are gonna go here. We're gonna get up over here. We're abandoning the artillery for the time being. Sartorial is keeping up the pressure back here. Let's see where he goes. I think we can continue to chase him here. Ooh, are we gonna get a double? Oh, this is gonna be disgusting. Get a nice breath attack. Infantry are grinding. I forgot about the Dreadnought, actually. This is a Blazing Beards of Basharak, which we can just pop out on top of. Sorcerer Prophet is actually doing some pretty good damage to me, so let's get out of here for the time being. And yeah, let's get a Hellstrider onto the field. We're running down his mobility, which is super good for us. Get a nice little unbury. We're going to drop a Searing Doom, and we're going to do Deep Burrowing, and that might just kill the Blazing Beards of Basharak here. They are really low. They are very hurt right now. Let's drop some magic here. Shoot the Deathstreak rocket launcher. Pretty close game right now. Chimeras. Not finding great opportunities. We're going to kill the Deathstreak rocket launcher here. Yeah, we got it routing. So we're going to retreat. Definitely just get away from the guns for the time being.
Finding fresh souls.
Let's do this. Let's swap over. Let's get some shots going here. So Thoriel can fly over here and attack these guys. Yeah, we're starting to overwhelm our opponent a little bit, I think. I'm going to burrow. We're going to move over here, and we're going to start attacking at this angle. We need to be a little bit better about our micro. We've been a little bit off. A little bit slow to react to some of this. Got a really good route here. It's going to be a really powerful use of this here. Chimera is kind of dying to the Hashut Sorcerer, but it's decently healthy. We're going to get up in the air, and we're going to look for an opportunity to drop a beautiful little breath attack on our opponent's lord. And we should definitely recrew this thing. Oh, it's dead. Oh, well. We'll unsummon. Got a Hellstrider I forgot about. Get over here, guys. Attack this biz. Okay, let's actually use our breath attack to kill the Deathstreak rocket, because it's causing me some problems. Actually did hammer that guy pretty hard. Good damage. Let's shoot. Let's burrow. Get a little bit of damage. Deep tunneling is up, so we'll just drop it here. Iron Demon is kind of running over us. We got the Bearman on this point that we're just going to keep there. We're going to get out Blood Beast now, because we need to shut down the Iron Demons at this point. They're causing me some headaches, which I definitely am not enjoying. The Chimera is going to maneuver. Got Forsaken to attack here. Let's see if we can get a Terror Route. And another Searing Doom on these guys. That should finish that fight. Oh, Searing Doom is so good, man. Yeah, Sectorial's doing a lot of good work for me. We're just gonna burrow. We're gonna get our horsemen over here. Blood Beast can just beat up on these guys for a minute. Let's get off this. Let's go over here and attack. Could drop Gehenna's Golden Hounds. We've got the value lead. Barely. We do have it nonetheless. Chowie warriors are getting smacked up. Something fierce. Bolt Centaur renders on the way in. Let's mop up these units. Let's look for a chance to engage here. See what we can do. Iron Demon's bedeviling me a little bit here in the middle, which is whatever. Send some guys here. Try and deal with those things. We're kind of shutting them down. Let's get the single entities to kind of team up here. Maybe finish off some of these units. And we'll get another Forsaken out.
Weapons ready! They fall! Kill! Kill!
This breath attack should finish those guys up. We've got one Blood Beast pummeling the hell out of this Iron Demon. It's a really nice breath attack. Good amount of damage. Iron Demon we're beating up. Dreadmaw. We're gonna burrow again, and I'm gonna have it pop out and hit these hobgoblins in a minute here. We'll just drop this on top of these guys, because they're pretty blocked up around this Chimera right now. Let's go after these dudes. Let's unsummon this. Forsaken dropping orders. I don't know why my units drop orders all the time lately, it seems. It's been very frustrating to deal with. Burrow and unburrow. Blood Beasts are still thumping. They're going to turn around and attack the Centaurs here. Just turn around and attack here. Attack here. Get this attack here. Get some hounds out. Yeah, Hellstriders get a huge win there. Iron Demon's still bothering me. Really not much I can do about it right now. Let's just grab this point. Let's get these guys in. Make sure we kill the Bull Centaur renders. And we'll just land into this fight and do whatever damage we can. Actually get these guys out. So I'm gonna pound out of that little pocket and go after the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders that are here. There's nothing to attack here. Literally nothing.
Hellstriders of Slaanesh!
Sartorial's in a little bit of trouble here. Do we have enough? We do not have enough WOM for anything right now. Drop a Searing Doom. This guy's gonna burrow and he's gonna do some damage to the units here. Cleaning up a lot of stuff. We're gonna rally back, drag down Chaos Warriors. Centaurs are still trying to kill. Blood Beast can come up, holding that side point. I'm fine with just leaving infantry, holding objectives. Need to get a couple more bodies in here. We're gonna get kited around. No point going for that. A burrow all the way over here? Sort of. What is this damage gonna do here? Is this gonna be... it's decent. Burrow back. Let's land on the ground and see if we can get the Blood Beast to get the kill here. Nah, he's not gonna land.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Alright, that was a pretty close game. Definitely not my finest hour. Played pretty sloppy, honestly. We made just enough plays, though, to get the win on that one. Horsemen are okay. Bearmen, eh. It's really sartorial. I mean, 3,700 value is pretty crazy. And the Dreadmaw was a little disruptive. It really wasn't that good. Chimera was alright. Hellkina died pretty early on. Maybe I should have just waited to summon that out. I think that really hurt me too. Pearl Thrower was alright. He just had a lot of units doing okay. Play a little bit better the Dreadmaw next time, perhaps. That wasn't atrocious, but that was definitely not my finest hour in terms of micro on it. I said I wasn't going to take battles across the entire field, and then what do I do? Of course, that's exactly what I end up doing. Okay, see if we can beat Hitman Hippo or not. Maybe. I don't know who he's going to be playing. See, Hitman plays quite a few different factions. I'm usually playing about the same stuff. Not really going too crazy on alternate options. If we can get a win here, it's going to be me and Bird probably, and that is going to be a really good scrap. Doesn't really matter who's host or not. It's just a blind pick tournament, so it's literally just, you know, we each grab whatever faction we see fit and run it. Okay, so alright, we're gonna be waiting for a sec. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Adelmo. I appreciate it, dude. It's been a pretty good day of tournaments. Lots of games and a decent couple matches here. I'm so dumb. Whoops. Okay. I'm back. We could play Corn. Could play Walk. Could play Wood Elves. Maybe some Beastmen. Or Norska. play some Kislev just for shits and giggles. We'll see how it goes. Kislev versus Lizards is, that's not the worst matchup. It can be a little tough for Kislev. You got some good options, though, for Lords against them. What's a round 2 map? Battle for Itza. Not the best map for Kislev, to be honest. It's okay, though. Really should pay a little bit more attention to that, I guess. I think we're gonna be alright, though. Did we go, Zarina? Or we go Ice Witch? That's always the question. I actually do think Ice Witch is the right call. Hawks is so strong. Iron Ice Armor is really effective. Freezing Wind is good. Speed debuff. She's really not that expensive either. Arcane Conduit can put a lot of pressure on the on my opponent running this. Ring Tours and Solyax is going to be a really good wombo combo. I don't know if we want any Horse Archers on Itza, to be honest. I think the Horse Archers might actually play against us. Don't know about Griffin Legion early. Little Grom is alright. Light War Sleds would be a good tool here. Maybe a good double Light War Sled. Oh, my infantry is really thin. I actually think that's a bad call. Because just a thick dino wall will just walk up to me and just smack the living hell out of me. Probably. Zargard and another Kossar. Yeah, that's a nice little brick of units. A couple Griffin Legion, some melee dervishes. Go double capture kitty, I think. Things in the Wood's gonna be useful, maybe not. Bring Boydanov's Brawlers in reserve. Zargard, great weapon. A little bit over what I want to spend there. Maybe another Frostworm. We got the Snow Leopards for all that, though. A Winged Lancer, and maybe cut this Dervish and get another Winged Lancer. I don't think I need any more guns. I've got a lot of those right now, as is. Although, you know, Streltsy with the Patriarchs can actually be pretty good with Tor's Battle Hymn buffing them up. Let's just run it. I don't know if this is going to work out, but, you know, I'm fairly confident. I've got some pretty good spells for punishing the skink pressure. I've got Frostworm, which is just really solid all around. Hailstorm to hit some of the cavalry with some good magic. See how it pays off for us. Chaos Dwarves, good on multiplayer. Yes, Chaos Dwarves are really strong. They're like a top 10 faction, I would say. Their win rate's a little low right now. They've got some, they definitely struggle against aggressive factions that can shut down their missile play. But against Horde factions, Undead, a lot of the Chaos factions, they're really effective. It's some of the other, like, Mortal factions that they tend to struggle with. You know, High Elves, Dark Elves can do pretty good against them. I'm surprised that their win rate isn't better against Dowie. I don't know how Nurgle is beating Chaos Dwarves, but I guess they got a lot of HP to get through. Them losing to Norsk, I'm not surprised by. Grand Cathay is kind of tough. Coast, Warriors of Chaos, all pretty tough matchups for them. Kind of makes sense.
We fight for Uther. Sons of Kislev! Comrades of the Bear!
Now, the thing we need to be worried about is Burning Head from a Slan. That will really just shred through us. It's not going to be pretty if we're getting hit by that over and over again.
Obey the orthodoxy! Sons of Kislev! Hearts of ice! Follow the bear! Hussars! Comrades of the bear! Hussars!
Little bunched up. We're going to spread out some. We're going to hold the number 1 and probably the number 2. I really like starting up top here. I think it's a really good position to hold, honestly. A lot of Griffin Legion. We do have some really heavy shooting with the Boydenovs and the Streltsy. Patriarch can heal. Snow Leopards for pressure on Slan is actually really cost effective. Slan are very hard to save from like decently cheap melee combatants. They're really bad in combat. I mean, they just get absolutely clowned on.
Sons of Kislev!
So moving forward, let's grab this point up here. Cohort of Sotek, Skink Cohort Javelins. Looks like my opponent's kind of going to go for my strategy. It looks like he does kind of want to push this high ground objective. Just get up here a little bit, like we do want the smoke. Let's make sure that we get all of our bows shooting these skinks. It's got a salamander. It's doing some nice damage. Let's rotate down. We're gonna get a really nice volley off here. Let's drop this hailstorm here and hit these guys. Life Mage. Ah, we got a huge bit of value there. That was really nice. I forgot to put my stuff on guard mode. Just a little bit of a troll on my part. Shoot these guys. Zargar and the Kossars are going to sit on the point. A little bit of damage. Let's rotate down some. Shoot these red-crested skinks a little bit. He's getting a heal. He lost quite a few models, though, actually. Get on guard mode, guys. I need to remember to do that more often. Definitely a pretty big mistake on my part. Zargard's still getting hammered. I think we bring out Void Knobs, actually. Gonna be a really nice anvil piece here. Just getting some heals. Alright, let's just hold our positions. So armored Kossars can kind of chill right here. Let's get the Kiss Levi warriors here. Dodge the shot? Kind of. Let's run away. So he really wants the engagement here. Let's keep the Akshina ambushers moving around. Void Knobs are going to be a really nice anchor on the side of this point over here. He gets a little bit of a hit in there, but nothing too serious. Let's just turn around and run away now. And let's get our own healing on the field.
Sons of Kislev! Kislev, endure! Follow the bell!
Void Knobs gonna miss out a little bit on a bit of damage, but whatever. My opponent's being pretty lax with his positioning here, so let's see if we can hit him with a Hawks of Miska and get some nice damage. I mean, it's just really good at clearing out bodies, and he's got a lot of bodies blobbed up in there, so it's really not bad at all. We're gonna get another Griffin Legion out ASAP. Doesn't look like he's interested in going for anything else. He's actually bringing out the Shredder of Lustria. Wowee, okay, that's gonna be kinda crazy, honestly.
Obey the orthodoxy. Go with honor.
Let's actually hold here and get a really nice cast off here. Let's move some of our missile units in. Keep hammering here. Let's get up over here. Let's actually drop this back here. Let's get another Griffin Legion in now. That's exactly what we need, I think. Snow Leopard Summon is already a little bit blocked up. It's doing a pretty good job here. It's not bad at all. Yeah, just need to shoot Big Boy and should start mopping up some of these units. Drop another really nice spell here. Eye Switch is going to run away. We got the Patriarch over here as well. We are really starting to sweep up the skinks now. Towards battle him. We'll get a Streltsian. Let's just keep sweeping up the skinks, because they're definitely the most annoying thing that my opponent is bringing out, because they're just, you know, annoying bodies for him. And we've got him all out of sorts here. We just need to avoid the Shredder as much as possible, because that thing is gonna just dunk on me if I let it, and I really don't want to let it, right? She takes a little bit of damage, nothing bad though. Crushing his infantry. Let's just get these guys going in. We've got this going here. Zargard are holding the line. We're gonna get shots off here. Griffin Legion are gonna run away. They're gonna go over here. We're gonna get another Griffin Legion out and keep sweeping up all of his bodies.
The winds of winter.
actually terror routed his lord, which is pretty funny. Oh, that's so rich, dude. That is hilarious. Just keep shooting this guy. Patriarch can maybe get out of here. Oh, we got a lot of bodies running around over here. Focus fire. Get the Griffin Legion up on the flank. Shooting. Just keep hammering the life slant, I guess. Just gotta get out of here. Oh god, he's really trapped up, isn't he? Oh, he escapes. Okay, that's huge. And then we're just gonna get a heal. Oh, he's got a salamander back here. A lot of great damage coming in. That Kossar is holding the line up there really nicely. He's getting some work done. It's nothing too serious. Let's get this dervish off this fight and go after the skinks. He can keep attacking with this shredder as much as he wants because I'm fairly confident that we've got this one in the bag. Got a lot of units left. He really does not have a lot of width. Get off here. Run some stuff down. He's summoning in just wave after wave of infantry, man. And we got the slam locked down by the snow leopard now. And it's getting a lot of value. It's forcing a lot of heals. Turn around and shoot. Just get away from here. Charge here. It's like kind of keep some formational discipline and get another snow leopard for the shredder. Yeah, we just killed his lord. You just ignore the Shredder of Lustria as much as possible. This thing is really strong. You do not need to fight it nearly as much as you might think you do. If you kill all the skinks, your opponent has nothing. Because it just runs out of space, and against a shooting faction like Kislev, that's awesome. 2,900 on our Caster Lord. The Griffin Legion were solid enough. Boydnovs and the Streltsy were solid enough. Snow Leopard just wrecked that slaying. That's exactly why we brought it. That was the perfect unit to throw in there. Yeah, there we go. Hitman. Going down. There's a Killer Hippo movie coming out, guys. I don't know if you've heard about this. Seen this? Have you heard about this? It's gonna be freaking awesome, because, you know, they had that god-awful Cocaine Bear movie. Like, whatever. Bears are whatever. You know. We all saw The Revenant. Bears got their moment of glory with that one. Killer Hippo, though, is peak. I'm so ready for it. Because hippos are terrifying. Hippos kill more people than crocodiles do by several times over, actually. Yeah, Hippo is really strong. I think that, I think he was game planning for a different kind of Kislev build. I think he was expecting something a little bit more elite out of me. For me to not go quite as wide as I did. Once my units stopped tripping over one another, because I, you know, had them off guard mode, started doing a lot better. Because they were just kind of wandering around otherwise, being a little silly. And, yeah, I think the Iron Ice armor also saved us during one of those engagements, for sure, against the, Shredder, because it was closing ground pretty quick, and, you know, a 10% reduction in speed is sometimes all you need to get away from an enemy unit. -8 melee attack is also way underrated. I am loving it. Loving the action. We're actually making it pretty deep into this tournament as well. Bird and Jet are playing. Scrambled and J&M are playing on the other side, and Gondola is waiting. Excuse me. Gondola is waiting on whoever wins between Scrambled and J&M. So, we're repping RTK pretty nicely today. Maybe maybe my mental block has actually just been that I've been playing so much Corn that I'm just not staying disciplined with my picks and mixing up my builds enough. I'm just, like, maybe a little bit antsy. So I'm always looking for the decisive engagement. I'm not really thinking about the game plan from a different perspective. So I'm just kind of pigeonholing myself in terms of play style. Wow, Jet beat... Whoa, beat Bird. Huge win for this guy Jet. Okay. He's beaten some pretty good players. Interesting. I wonder what faction he's on. Have I run into this guy in bracket ever before? Seen him around? Doesn't say so. Okay, well. Beat me on Tomb Kings, was playing Chally. Okay. Alright. Tomb Kings player, huh? I hate Tomb Kings. So frustrating to play into. It's okay, though. We'll see about it, okay. Undaunted. Okay. Alright, don't get nervous now, dude. I mean, please. I need to calm myself down. It's the worst possible time to get nervous and start getting in my head. I mean, look, I just beat Hippo, so... Hello? I don't think he meant to ready up. Yeah, we're on Norscan Rise. I do get a little worried about the points. The Khorne Horsemen are really strong. I definitely could stand to play a little bit more patient with them and bringing them out onto the field. Just really hate getting outranged early. It's just always so frustrating sitting there letting my units get pounded. That's generally where I get into trouble against my opponents. Since we're on Norscan Rise, it's a perfect Khorne map. I'm not doing anything else. This has got great points to hold and defend on. I think it's definitely the right cause to be repping here. I think Khorne is going to do really nicely into Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are okay against Khorne. They're not great, though, for sure. Just need to pick the right character here. Valkia is pretty good. See, here's the worry, is those big-ass characters. Always so freaking frustrating to run into. They do a lot of damage. I've been loving me some Scylla lately. But I actually don't even know if we need to go for him. To be perfectly honest. I've actually had success in this matchup with the Bloodbrute Behemoth before, but I think we're going to pass on that for now. And we're going to try and just melee buff all of our good units and run our opponent down. I'll swap y'all over for a minute. Bring you over to see the stats. Because, yeah, I mean, you can see that Khorne is struggling against Tomb Kings lately. It's been a little rough around the edges. Definitely not going as well as it has in the past. I do think I have a bit of a strategy to fall back on here, though. I actually probably want a Minotaur in the opener. Could go Skull Reapers. Actually think that a Khorngor, though, isn't a bad idea. Another Marauder. Why is he leaving, bro? Hello? Just bugging me out a little bit. Couple Horsemen, always solid. Fury's really good against Tomb Kings. Hounds of the Bloodhound actually do pretty well here, so I think I'll throw one of them in. I think I want the Bloodweight Berserkers. Do I? Maybe just Brutes of the Hound, actually. And get another Mino. No, I think that's too many Minotaurs, to be honest. Is it, though? Can you ever have too many Minotaurs? I do feel like it is very possible. Let's see what we can do about this, though. Maybe more fleshies and one blood beast. Just for a nice wide army. Good amount of mass, good amount of disruption. We just have to keep our Herald alive. If Herald goes down, it's just GG. That would be the end of all things, essentially. Do we have enough to protect him, is the question. Sort of. I don't really like Chaos Knights here. They're a little too vulnerable. Maybe we go double Blood Beast and one more Marauder. Minotaurs for big stuff. Halberds for points. Forsaken to maneuver. Be a peel tool for a Marauder Horseman and also press missile units. We need a... Hellforge Beller's not going to do a lot for me. Oh, the question is do I want Bloodwake Berserkers or not? They're really strong, man. They're so good. They do hit really hard. I'm just so divided on what I want for the rest of my army. I don't think Karanak is a good call. I don't think Scylla is a good call. They're just going to get farmed by the Sphinx of Uzkef. You know what? I know I'm talking at y'all and you can't see what I'm building, but it's all tactical, you know? Alright, Jet's back. Corn against Brett's. You just bring Skull Crushers, and Bretonnia can't deal with Skull Crushers. And the Hellforge Bellers is just going to blast apart the entire missile line for Bretonnia. And if they go too wide, then you get Sword of Corn and all your army abilities and just absolutely annihilate them. It is really gross. It's really gross. So that's why Bretonnia is struggling against Corn. Because the Hippogriffs actually downtrade into Skull Crushers. You've also got Minos and Blood Beasts who are pretty strong there. Like I said, Bellers is really good against infantry and the missile line. Lewin just loses to Skull Taker in the 1v1. It's really funny to watch, actually. He's absolutely rolled. Trying to face him down. It's a freaking gargantuan Tomb King's army. Honestly, I don't think I'm even worried about, because like, look, he can get caps early if he wants, but I'm gonna be playing these objectives really freaking hard. I'm gonna get a nice wall available for my different positions here and just try and make his life really difficult at holding all of these points. And Minos can actually fight in forests, which is really good for me. Not so good for my opponent. It's definitely going to be lacking easy, worthwhile answers to the Minos hiding in the trees. With like 1,000,000 units, this might get a little bit tough, though. I am genuinely a little bit worried about not being able to maneuver anywhere. And just having to grind through 1,000,000 bodies, but I think it's possible that we can get it going. Skull Crushers are only good in a few matchups. That's part of the reason why they feel so suspicious, right? They do definitely struggle into quite a few different factions, but they really are not that bad. I really like them, to be honest. Let me get another halberd. Because you can just kind of camp in this portion of the forest. Missiles won't be able to touch us, really. Halberd's Forsaken, and all these Marauders are going to go to the number 3. Like, immediately I'm just going to start maneuvering over there as we kick it off. We'll just start cramming Minotaurs into their own control groups as they come in. Same with the throwing axes, but we're going to need to save off on the throwing axes for a while. We'll see how we attack this. We've got a lot of space to hide, though. We're going to have better cap weight. 17 units means it's going to be a lot of skelly bodies, and we've always got Sword of Corn to drop and start really nuking positions, and Horn is going to be very effective. I don't know what Lord is going to have, or artillery, but we'll see. I assume he's ready. He sent me the readied up go signal in Discord, I thought. He's had a lot of time to set up, too. I know he's got 17 units, but it can't be that hard to set them all forward. He's going to have a lot of problems controlling this gigantic army. I mean, it is 1,000,000 skeletons. And he's got Kotep, and he's got Sandstorm. He does have Usirians, Jaffs, and some other shenanigans. I think we just prioritize bringing a Minotaur out to the number 3 objective. And start living our best life, to be honest. We'll get a double cap pretty quick. We just don't want to give my opponent any freebies. And I don't think it's going to be too hard to avoid that. Start dodging around a little bit. It's not, you know, like super important on Korngors, but it will help. Numbers are going up to the high ground. Control group 3. Let's get these guys on points.
Axfather's Marauders! Sent by Khan! Battle hungry!
Just need our guys, like, sitting on the edge of the point. Yeah, come here. Attack a Forsaken unit and see what happens, bud. I promise you, it's not gonna go well. Okay, he gets a little bit of damage. Let's get our Herald off this point. We're gonna cap it, so we don't really need to keep these guys here. Start building up. Like, he's gonna bring a bunch of bodies here. It's not gonna be great cap weight. The Minotaurs are gonna chill. We're gonna just keep our guys positioned here. Make sure that they're sticking their toes on the objective. Shows them the gods are chilling here. Could push for a surround. I do think it's a good idea to kind of threaten this flank, actually. Korngar up in the tree just to run forward. He can massacre my Marauders all he wants. It's fine. He's gonna attack here. We're just gonna get the charge off and then just, you know, take it for what it is. So this unit is basically dead, right? Team's just hurting, but it's really not that bad, right? Reinforcements are popping up out of where? Kefir Guard coming out. Okay. Just stay back so he doesn't get free value on me. Can actually just go take the number 2. He's got nothing defending here. Any units that I'm lacking here? Not really. We're just playing really duplicitously, right? Like, our buildup is just better than his.
Blood for the blood god! As father's marauders!
Just having a hard time deciding where he wants to get his catapults positioned. Oh, he's actually moving the Chosen of the Gods away right now. He can actually move up a little bit. Let's get a Blood Beast out. This triple cap is going to really hurt him. He's got Horsemen going up here, but we can answer that pretty easily with some units. We're going to get the Minotaurs away so they don't get shot to bits. Chosen the Gods want to shoot me, so let's get our Forsaken out of here. Let's rally back to our points. And the Marauders are just sacrificial lambs. They don't really do anything except get killed. Let's get all of our bodies on this point. Should stop this cap. Yeah, it does stop the cap. Let's get a Furion to start flying overhead. Yeah, we're just like waddling out here, kind of pushing them around a bit. Minotaurs are going to kind of push through. They're going to take some damage. It's a nice little sandstorm. Let's see if we can avoid some of this. Let's move up and attack a little bit. Let's go over here now. Let's get another Fury up. Yeah, taking a little bit of damage. What are you gonna do? Let's get our Herald in. We got the Minotaurs attacking. Let's get away from the Kefir Guard and send some dudes in to kill those guys. Just going so deep into the bodies, dude. Definitely a little tough, but we're holding the points really nicely. We're getting a nice little chunk of change here. Furies get blasted out of the air, unfortunately. We've got numbers around the field. Let's get the Blood Beast the hell out of here. They are not doing well in that fight. Let's go for the Screaming Skull catapults. Send the Forsaken deep. These guys. Actually leaving this Ushapti completely open right now. Let's just challenge him to actually grind through our whole army now.
World's greatest warriors, with fury and hatred.
We're gonna pop this on the Furies because they're gonna refuse to die for a few moments, and that's gonna help pretty tremendously with the trades here. We're gonna neutralize the mobility on all these units, which is so huge right now. Got a Blood Beast that has been forgotten about back here. It's a Skeleton Warrior. Just got a guy coming out over there. Those are getting pounded a little bit, but I think we're in a fine position. Let's kill these guys. Horsemen coming in. Lot of mess out here on the flank. Starting to grab some of the points, which is a little worrying. Think we can get up there in time. Save that point. Value trading is really starting to get away from me. I think I've kind of overplayed my hand here. Dude, he's just going for 1,000,000 units. Right, I think I moved out a little bit too quickly, and I've run myself into a bit of a problem here.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
If we can just hold the number 3 objective for the time being, and maybe retreat back here. I think we could find a way to do this. Let's get these Furies up in the air. Corngors are doing what they can. Just rush the back here. What do I have for bodies? I have like nothing available. Oh my god. Can throwing axes lock this down long enough? Is gonna be the question. I really don't know about that. The Herald can grind here a little bit though. Do I try and hold this outside point? I think I do for the time being. Is this worth it? I mean, this is a bunch of garbo, right? He's got some Tomb Guard halberds in here. Let's actually just go ahead and drop it and see what we have going here by doing that. Okay, that was actually pretty filthy. That was really nice. He's gonna grab this point. Let's go run interference out here. Let's summon these guys. Blood Beasts can attack the catapult. Let's just keep charging here. Let's actually run these guys back a little bit. Let's challenge him to play this correctly, actually. Let's pop this. So these guys get the horn as they run past, so they are actually going to get the melee attack buff.
Brothers in bloodletting.
Alright, not great. We did lose some numbers here, but I think we can get out a Marauder to go for the high ground. Help delay these caps. We just need to keep maneuvering around with our horsemen and just try and keep his dudes off of this point, and then we're gonna do whatever we can to try and steal away one of these other objectives if possible. He doesn't have anything to actually kill the Herald, believe it or not. Water's gonna get up here in time. We're stuffing back a lot of stuff here. Marauders are gonna get there eventually. Pretty tough. Let's get off this fight with the Blood Beasts and send them back to try and kill Kotep. Cool stuff here.
Northmen, retreat. Annihilate. Marauders of cold. Glorious devastation.
For lack of options, we bring the Fury up.
Wolffather's warriors!
Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. Push past.
Brothers in bloodletting. Sent by chaos.
Are we really stealing this point away right now? That is absolutely insane to me. We're somehow grabbing this outside objective right now. There's Fury over there. I don't know if we're gonna save this point though. This is looking a little bit grim.
Marauders of Khorne!
Come on. Get on the point. I think it delays it just long enough.
Father's marauders!
Oh, we're gonna lose it. No. Oh.
Father's marauders!
Does that kill us? No, we've got time to work with, somehow. I don't even think this is impossible to recap, to be honest. We might be able to steal us back. Let's get the Forsaken out and go over here. Get this away from him. Let's get these guys off and go after the Nekar Horsemen, and the Forsaken can come in and maybe get after these things. Yikes. Oh, come on, dude. Damn it. I think I overpressed my luck a little bit here. I think I'm gonna lose because of that. Yeah, I just got too much routing up top here, man. Let's get these horsemen out of here. Ugh, that's rough. I came out of the trees too quickly. Kinda got my guys clowned on a little bit. Although... He's had to pull a lot of stuff off this point. And we are actually really grinding him down over here. Horseman. Horseman for the cap. Oh my god. Oh my god, I think he's sent too much to the top. Is this doable, bro? This is a ridiculous game. I'm just gonna be honest. This is absolutely shenanigansy. Oh, but he's capping the point back. God damn it. Get over here. Get over here! Hold! Attack! 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 Eeg! I think it's too late for me. I think it's not quite triple cap territory, single cap anymore. I think he's gotten enough over here to actually keep this locked down long enough to win this. Corngore to go to the middle, maybe. Oh man, I think I fumbled this. Did flip this point, actually. Hold on. I think the Forsaken are enough cap weight to hold this down. With the halberd here. Holy crap, okay. Can we get a miracle last gasp cap here? I think I don't have time to flip this point is gonna be the only problem. Dude. Ah. Big sad. I should have stayed in the trees. If I'd done that, he wouldn't have been able to touch me. I got way over eager and fumbled my attack. Yeah, I need to go back and check that one. The Screaming Skull Catapult got 1,500 value, and Chosen of the Gods got 2,200. Everything else was mediocre at best, honestly. My Fury play wasn't very strong. The Korngors were weak. Halberds were weak. The Forsaken were solid. Only in the late game, though. I don't know what I'd do. Just go with a million more bodies. And yeah, dude, the Fleshhounds would have actually won me that game if I'd had the 2 Fleshhounds. They would have done so much more for me than what I did have. It's a great game, though. Just like 1 or 2 extra moments to maybe grab one of those caps. And it would have been a win for me. If I had also just delayed moving out of the trees and he had just come to me, I would have won. He wouldn't have been able to push me out. I did have double Fleshhound in my reinforcements at one point. And I do think they would have been good enough cap weight and shock damage to kill his horsemen. They are really good against the skeletons. Chaos Knights would have been pretty good too. RIP, man. Good game by Jet, though. Always punished. Forever punished, man. Arg. Alright, well, we've been streaming for ages now, and I haven't eaten in that entire time, so I'm absolutely famished. I'm gonna go destroy some chili and make my braised pork that I've got sitting in the fridge. So that's gonna be it, guys. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. You know, the first hour and a half is a little something different. I muted myself on accident, so you can't hear a damn thing I'm saying, but hopefully you get an idea of what Menace is all about, because I'm going to be streaming a lot of that game. It's going to be a good time. So, check it out. And until next time, guys, y'all take care. Peace.